Kindred by J.A. Redmerski. 3 months ago, in the dead of March, I ran until my soles were raw and shredded, until the sting of open wounds faded beneath the numbness of the biting cold. My legs were a mess of blood, dirt, and deep purple bruises, each step sending fresh agony up my spine. My breath came in ragged, uneven gasps, so heavy it felt like my ribs might collapse under the weight. I stumbled, knees hitting the frozen ground, but forced myself back up, because stopping meant death. I had to become something more than human, as ruthless and unstoppable as the monster hunting me. The forest around me was a blur of snapping branches and howling wind. A guttural snarl tore through the night, freezing my blood. I could almost see the beast's fangs glistening with saliva, its massive frame coiled like a predator ready to pounce. It wasn't just a wolf, it was something worse, something that moved with unnatural speed, its claws like curved knives. I threw myself forward, muscles screaming, but somehow my vision sharpened in the dark. I dodged fallen logs and twisted roots with eerie precision, as if I'd known these woods forever. It made no sense. The creature could have killed me already. Back at the creek, when I'd slipped on the ice and lay gasping on the bank, I'd heard its ragged breathing, smelled the damp fur. It had watched me, taunting me, letting me think I had a chance. Maybe that was the worst part, the game. But something shifts when you push past the point of surrender. Your body stops feeling human. Maybe it's adrenaline, maybe sheer stubbornness, but suddenly pain is just noise. Your lungs could be full of glass, your heart ready to explode, and still you keep moving. I burst into a vast clearing, the wind slamming into me with brutal force. The cold was sharper here, no trees to shield me, just open air that burned my throat with every breath, and still I ran. Because the alternative was unthinkable ahead of me. A horse stands in the cold air, its breath curling like smoke from its flared nostrils. The night sky presses down, stars glittering like distant spectators in an endless amphitheater, their gaze both mesmerizing and mocking. Beyond the first horse, two more linger at the forest's edge, half hidden in the shifting dark. Then it hits me, I know this place. My pulse stutters as I scan the clearing, every shadow, every twisted branch suddenly familiar. The trees form a tight ring around me, turning the space into a pitiless stage. No cover, no escape, just me and whatever waits in the black. My spine stiffens, or maybe I'm just crouching like some fool playing warrior. I pivot slowly, arms tense, head snapping at every rustle, real or imagined. Then a sound cuts through the silence, a deep rumbling growl from the trees to my left. The horses bolt, their panicked cries fading fast. Now there's only the beast, its breath rasped, steady and deliberate. I can't see its body, just those eyes gleaming unblinking. My limbs go slack, no more resistance, no more fear, just exhaustion, heavy and final, settling into my bones. A strange calm washes over me. My heartbeat slows, uneven but resigned. My mind quiets, surrendering to the inevitable. My hands fall open at my sides, fingers loose. The beast emerges, massive and undeniable, its presence humming through the ground, or maybe that's just my own trembling. It moves closer, each step deliberate, until we're face to face under the indifferent stars. Without thinking, my hand lifts toward it, palm up, an offering, a farewell. The air between us hums with something like recognition, or maybe just the end. My trembling fingers stretch toward him on their own, as if they've forgotten they belong to me, as if they trust that something so monstrous could never crush something so fragile. The moonlight spills over him, revealing every detail as he stands just a few feet away in the open field, the snow stained crimson from my bare footprints. But fear still doesn't take hold. He steps nearer, closer. My breath catches, a sudden rush of blood pounding in my chest, yet my fingers refuse to obey me. They have their own will, their own stubborn pulse, and I don't fight it. The last inch between us disappears as my hand presses against his fur, warmth seeping into my skin beneath his solid frame. My heart thrashes wildly, but my thoughts smother it, burying the panic deep inside. I don't flinch, I don't care what comes next. Isaac, hot breath gusts from his chest, shielding my face from the biting wind. His teeth, sharp and enormous, gleam clean for now. I always knew loving Isaac Mayfair would destroy me. I always knew. My eyelids drift shut, but instead of pain, there's only quiet, safety. When I look again, his muzzle pulls back, saliva glistening as he bares his teeth. His massive body trembles with each labored breath, his dark eyes swimming with something between fury and anguish. My other hand rises, joining the first in a silent plea. I've never been this near before, not like this. One wrong move, one flicker of fear, and it's over. His jaws could snap shut before I even blink. Isaac, listen to me. I guide his huge hand to my chest, pressing it over my racing heart. This is reckless, stupid. He's not himself, not when the change took him by surprise, not when I pushed him. Another growl rumbles through him, his exhale steaming in the cold. I lean into his touch, resting my head against his arm, letting his warmth swallow me whole. His heartbeat is frantic, but I know this rhythm. He's holding on for now. It's Adria, it's me. My voice is barely a whisper, but it doesn't waver. Isaac shifts, his head dipping to brush against mine. A quiet reassurance in the middle of the storm. The moon's pull tonight overpowers everything. even my influence over Isaac. He spins away and bolts across the field, leaving me alone in the tall grass. Part of me exhales with relief. I can finally catch my breath, but the heavier weight is the guilt settling in my chest. Years from now, Isaac will still throw this moment back in my face. June arrives with a jolt of energy when Aunt Beverly's car rumbles up the driveway. The familiar scrape of the bumper against the pothole near the mailbox signals her arrival. That crater's been there forever, big enough to spot from down the road, yet somehow everyone hits it. Any second now, Uncle Carl will step through the door for the first time since the accident 7 months ago. He survived multiple surgeries, a collapsed lung, and nearly losing a leg, but recovery kept him bouncing between a hotel and Aunt Bev's craft-obsessed friend's spare room. Finding someone to build a wheelchair ramp in the middle of Maine's brutal winter was a nightmare. Okay, maybe not 60 inches of snow, but close enough to make me question why anyone lives here. Summer's warmth is almost as sweet as having him home. Isaac and Nathan ended up building the ramp for free after Aunt Bev finally admitted, last month, that it was the only thing keeping Uncle Carl away. She'd been too stubborn to ask for help, which we all called her out on. They're here, Isaac says, securing the last corner of the welcome home banner I painted. We've been inseparable since November. Even if we're not officially living together, Beverly and Uncle Carl would lose it. Still, they turn a blind eye when I sleep over at Zia's for reasons that have nothing to do with Zia. I'm 3 months from 18, not a kid. Virgin or not, that doesn't make me naive. After Isaac pulled me away from Victor Vargas last fall, he swore he'd never hurt me. I wanted to believe him, but the fear never left. How could it? He's a werewolf. And after what happened with Zia and Sebastian, no thanks. Isaac doesn't share my hesitation, but he laid down one rule. The week before the full moon, don't give in. My instincts take over. I'm not thinking straight. I laughed then. Now watching him tie that banner, I'm not laughing anymore. You'd won too many drinks or something. Not the worst way to put it, he admitted. But mark my words, when the full moon rises, never push your luck. I wasn't planning to test his limits, but I had this perfect evening mapped out in my head. Naturally, life had other plans. One small slip-up and suddenly I was sprinting through the woods, heart pounding as his monstrous side took over. He didn't actually hurt me, but the possibility was there. What I don't get is his unshakable confidence. The truth is, as long as I'm human, he'll always be a risk. So yeah, I'll milk the whole scared newbie act for as long as it works. Hold on, that's about to drop, I said, pointing at the sagging banner. Pull it tighter, see how it's barely hanging on, Isaac smirked. A smidge left, a smidge right. I rolled my eyes. Keep it up and you'll regret it, he teased. A car door clicked shut outside. Beverly was helping Uncle Carl into his wheelchair, so we had a minute. I gave the living room and kitchen one last sweep. Everything had to be just right. His favorite chair was freshly vacuumed, the pillows fluffed, the oversized ottoman perfectly placed. On the side table, steaming coffee waited beside 3 neatly lined-up remotes. A stack of new tech magazines sat nearby, his real weakness, even more than caffeine. Nathan emerged from the guest bathroom, wiping his hands on his jeans. Harry burst through the back door, Daisy barely keeping up as she clung to his fingers. Daisy was like one of those fancy perfumed powders rich girls keep on their vanities, except when she was busy being a total wild child. He's on the ramp now, Harry announced. It was a small group, just us. Zia and Sebastian were at a concert in Boston and wouldn't be back till tomorrow. A few of Uncle Carl's co-workers would swing by later, but he preferred it low-key. Got it, I said, hearing voices on the porch. With no time to spare, I darted to the foyer and shoved the coat rack into the corner. Clear the path for the wheelchair Beverly had drilled into us all week. Uncle Carl was still struggling with his new reality, and she wanted to erase any unnecessary reminders. The doctors weren't optimistic about him walking again. The whole house smelled like a bakery. A plate of chocolate chip cookies sat on the counter, an HGTV trick I'd picked up. Fresh baked treats make a place feel warm, so why not? Hands off, Daisy warned as Harry reached for a cookie shadows shift near the doorway before it finally swings open. Welcome home, the group cheers in unison. Uncle Carl offers a hesitant smile as Aunt Bev guides his wheelchair inside. Appreciate it, everyone, he says, then grips the wheels himself, rolling forward with a small push. Place looks great, Adria, he adds, glancing around. Even smells like you baked something special. Thanks, I reply, watching as Harry plucks a plate from the counter and holds it up like a professional server. Freshly made, he announces, extending it toward Uncle Carl. Maybe later, Uncle Carl declines with a pat to his stomach, stopped for a burger on the way, totally stuffed. Harry doesn't need further convincing and immediately grabs a cookie for himself. Daisy shoots him a knowing look as he shoves it into his mouth. Those two bicker like they've been together for decades. Really glad you're back, I say, leaning in for a careful hug. Even though most of his casts are gone, I still hesitate, afraid I might hurt him. Logically, I know he's healing, but guilt gnaws at me. I can't shake the feeling that one wrong move could undo everything. When he pulls back with that reassuring "I'm fine" look, I still step away too quickly, half convinced I'll accidentally knock him over. Beverly finally roped you into her craft obsession, huh? Uncle Carl chuckles, wheeling closer to inspect the lopsided welcome home banner dangling from the railing. I shoot Isaac a pointed glare, but he just shrugs, unbothered. Okay, maybe I am being a little obsessive. I've dusted the living room 3 times today, the floors gleam like they've never seen dirt, and now I'm mentally replaying whether Nathan left the bathroom in disarray. Nope, she's still resisting, Beverly chimes in, nodding at my makeshift decorations. But she's picked up a trick or two. I'd borrowed her fancy scissors and those weird roller stamps. Crafting isn't my thing, but I made it work, sort of. Honestly, it looks like a kid's art project. Daisy, ever the charmer with her polished accent, leans in for a much firmer hug. How are you holding up, Mr. Dawson? Better every day, he replies warmly. And now that I'm home, things'll be back to normal before you know it. Beverly looks away, her smile faltering for just a second. I can tell exactly what's running through her mind because I'm stuck on the same thought. Just being home won't magically fix things for Uncle Carl. He's holding it together, but I know that quiet strength is just a cover for what's really going on inside. We all drift into the den, and I grab the coffee I made earlier, my hands a little unsteady. Black with 1 sugar, just how you take it, I say, setting the mug near his chair. Oh, and I picked up your magazines. Your subscriptions lapsed last month, I think. I fuss with the pillows behind him, more out of nerves than necessity, then shuffle through the stack in my hands. Scientific American, Popular Science, and National Geographic. I pause, squinting at the cover. Wait, I thought Australia was already a desert. The awkward silence that follows makes me glance up. Did I say something wrong? The guilt hits me hard. This isn't about me. Please don't let anyone call me out on it. The seconds stretch painfully until Isaac finally breaks the tension. Good to have you back, he says smoothly. Nathan and I are tackling the barn repairs now that winter's over. Yeah, Nathan chimes in, and filling that crater by the mailbox before Harry's truck loses another tire. Thank goodness, I exhale, relieved the spotlight's off me. Pretty sure Harry aims for that pothole, I joke. Some weird guy ritual. Harry rolls his eyes, but Uncle Carl shakes his head. Appreciate it, but that barn's been falling apart for years, and that pothole's the only thing keeping reckless drivers from my porch. A few quiet laughs ripple through the room. We're doing it anyway, Nathan insists like it's non-negotiable. Aunt Bev shifts the conversation. Harry started at Finch's with Adria last week. With the extra help, I can cut back my hours. Mrs. Finch put her in charge of the store last month, a decision that sent Sandy and Marla into full tantrum mode. Those two act like they're entitled to everything, but Mrs. Finch has always treated Aunt Bev like family. Now that she's salaried, Aunt Bev doesn't have to clock in as much. Meanwhile, I'm stuck at minimum wage, not that I'm complaining, considering Uncle Carl's situation and Mrs. Finch's declining health. The whole town knows she won't last the year, though Aunt Bev refuses to admit it. Uncle Carl's gaze lands on Harry, then me. Good, he says quietly. At least Adria won't be by herself anymore. The room chills at the unspoken worry in his voice. Even after months away, his protectiveness hasn't faded. I can't help but feel uneasy about how protective Uncle Carl might become now that he's back. Neither he nor Beverly has any clue about the real threats lurking in Hallowell, like the fact that werewolves walk among us, and 3 of them are standing right in their living room. They don't know how deep I've been tangled up in it all, or how close I've come to losing my life. What Uncle Carl does worry about is my sister Alexandra and the break-in at Finch's the night of his staged accident. That whole mess was Harry's idea, his way of explaining the unlocked door and the chaos we left behind. Harry sprawls across the couch, arms draped over the cushions like he owns the place. Adria would be lost without me, he announces with a smirk. She's got me hauling all the heavy stuff. Hey Bev, can I sue her for workplace abuse? I grab the nearest pillow and smack him with it. Exhibit A, Harry yells, laughing. Beverly chuckles softly, and for a second the tension in the room lifts, but it doesn't last. She's been different since the accident, just like Uncle Carl. When he shifts in his wheelchair, struggling to push himself up, we all freeze, pretending not to watch as Bev hovers nearby, her face tight with worry. His arms tense as he lifts himself, and for a moment the room holds its breath. Nathan's phone buzzes, giving him an excuse to duck outside. I take the chance to pull Isaac aside, my pulse quickening as his fingers lace through mine. His grin is dangerous, those blue eyes doing something ridiculous to my nerves. What's up? He murmurs. I think I'm staying here tonight, I whisper, glancing toward the living room. Isaac brushes his lips against my forehead. Figured you should be around more now that he's home. Yeah, Bev's gonna need help even if she won't admit it. He tugs me closer, but I resist, hyper-aware of Uncle Carl just a room away. Even in a wheelchair, he's got this way of making me feel like I'm 12 again, about to get caught sneaking cookies. The thought almost makes me laugh, except nothing about this is funny. A quiet smile tugs at Isaac's lips as he steps back, the ghost of his touch still warm on my skin. "I'll be outside with Nate," he murmurs before slipping through the front door. Even now it feels surreal that he's part of my life. On nights when we're apart, I catch myself gazing at the stars through my bedroom window, replaying those impossible moments from 7 months ago that still don't quite feel real. Our time together has been brief, yet it carries the weight of years. Grief has a way of compressing time, turning what should be ordinary milestones into something profound. Losing my sister shattered me, but Isaac became the glue that held the pieces together. Still, there's a shadow lurking behind every tender moment. The knowledge that love this deep comes with equal potential for pain. One day his words might cut, or distance might grow, or time might simply run out. Through the gauzy curtains I watch his silhouette join Nathan by the barn, their voices carrying faintly about repairs. "Adria, sweetheart, could you fetch Carl some sweet tea?" Beverly's voice pulls me back to the present. Sunlight spills across the hardwood as I head toward the kitchen. "Of course, Aunt Bev." Uncle Carl waves a hand, his wheelchair creaking. "Now don't trouble yourself, I've got coffee right here." I shoot him a grin. "Nice try, until you're back on your feet and you will be I'm your personal errand girl, fair's fair." His reluctant chuckle tells me he's touched, even if he won't admit it. In the kitchen, Daisy's golden curls spill over Harry's shoulder as they huddle at the counter. He's demolishing a plate of cookies. Some things never change. "So," Daisy says, tilting her head, "did you bring up Portland yet?" Ice clinks as I pour the tea, the question hanging in the air like the scent of freshly baked chocolate chips. "Not sure about this trip," I mutter, pressing my glass against the ice dispenser in the fridge. The cubes clatter loudly as they tumble out. Honestly, with everything going on, it feels like the worst possible time to leave. After pouring sweet tea into the glass, I grab a lemon from the fridge and slice it just the way Uncle Carl prefers. Harry glances up from his snack, wiping crumbs from his mouth. "Look, I get it," he says, "but you're coming with us. You know Aunt Bev won't let you stay behind." As if on cue, Beverly walks in, her arms crossed. "Harry's right," she says firmly. "You're not sitting here while your friends are off having fun. End of discussion." I didn't expect her back so soon, probably worried about leaving Uncle Carl alone for too long. She's always hovering, convinced he'll need something any second. One of these days, she's going to smother him. She takes the glass from me, squeezing the lemon wedge before placing it neatly on the rim. "So where exactly are you headed?" "Portland," Harry answers, already rummaging in the fridge. "My sister's got a beach house. Mind if I grab some milk?" Beverly nods, her expression softening. Harry's practically family at this point, always welcome in the Dawson house, especially when Daisy isn't keeping him busy. He's been my closest friend for years, the one constant after everything fell apart. Watching him pour his milk, I realize how much I rely on him. "She said I could bring friends," Harry adds casually. Beverly's eyes flick toward the window where Isaac and Nathan are still talking on the porch. "Who else is going?" she asks, trying and failing to sound casual. I rub the back of my neck, suddenly uneasy. Even after all this time, talking about Isaac with Aunt Bev still feels like walking on thin ice. Maybe because part of me knows she's not entirely wrong to worry. Harry and Daisy exchange a glance before Daisy stands, taking the tea from Beverly. "Come on, Harry," she says, tilting her head toward the den. "Let's get this to Mr. Dawson." They disappear, leaving me alone with Beverly. She sinks onto the stool, folding her hands. "I won't pretend it doesn't scare me," she admits. "Every time you stay with Zia, I worry." I meet her gaze, steady and sure. "Aunt Bev," I say, "I love him, really. I know you might not fully get it, and you probably think this is just some teenage phase because I'm only 17. Beverly raises her hand to cut me off, but there's more in her expression than just the usual dismissive advice. The concern on her face melts into something softer, more understanding. "You're way more mature than I was at your age," she admits, pausing briefly. "I can't even picture dealing with what you've been through. Sometimes I feel guilty knowing my childhood was so much easier than yours." I wasn't expecting that. I open my mouth to tell her she shouldn't blame herself, it wasn't her fault, but she stops me again. These words seem important to her, whether she's saying them for me or for some deeper reason I can't grasp. So I stay quiet and let her continue. "You were the one looking after your mom when it should have been the other way around. You and Alexandra had to live with an abusive drunk. That's why I'll never respect your mother's choices." She shakes her head, glancing toward the kitchen window before turning back to me. "The biggest struggle I had growing up was hating doing the dishes and having a strict bedtime." Her eyes lock onto mine and she exhales. "What I mean is, you've got every right to love who you want, just like I do. And I won't second guess that." Her words make my chest tighten with gratitude. Still, I'm not entirely sure where she's going with this. "So you believe me?" I ask, trying to sound curious rather than impatient. "Adria," she says, her voice steady, "I can see how much you two care about each other, and that's what worries me." I frown, jumping to the most obvious conclusion. "You're scared I'll sleep with him." Saying it out loud isn't as uncomfortable as I imagined. In fact, it feels natural, like talking to a real friend, not just a guardian. Beverly's smile spreads warmly across her face. Well, yeah, that's part of it. But what really scares me is you falling so hard, so fast, only to get hurt later. That kind of love, it's the riskiest kind. How does she know exactly what I've been thinking? If only she understood the full truth, that my feelings for Isaac aren't just some escape from my messed-up family. She holds my gaze, her expression serious. Just be careful, she says. I was a complete mess right before I met your uncle. Never let a man's love become your whole world, Adria. The weight in her eyes tells me more than she meant to reveal. Part of me wants to pull her close, to coax out every hidden story, but the way she straightens up tells me the conversation is over. Her stern look melts into something warmer as she shifts gears. So when's your trip to Portland? She asks, her smile bright but firm. It's not really a question, more like an order, and I know better than to push back. Next Friday, I reply. We're driving up for the weekend, coming back Monday. The living room TV buzzes to life, channels flipping as Uncle Carl hunts for something to watch. But what about him? I ask, realizing his opinion matters just as much. She gives a knowing grin. Leave that to me, he'll be fine with it. You deserve this, go enjoy yourself, I'll even slip you some extra cash. I shake my head. No, I've got my own savings. That's for your car, she insists, cutting off my protest. Keep it for that. I exhale, tension easing. Thanks for tidying up, she adds, pausing in the doorway, and for well you know. As she disappears around the corner, her voice mingles with a documentary narrator discussing ancient battles. I grab a towel, wiping away the condensation from the iced tea pitcher. Harry and Daisy wander back in. Well, Harry asks, eyes bright. I'm in, I say, and it hits me I'm genuinely thrilled. The guilt about leaving Uncle Carl had been gnawing at me, but now excitement pushes through. Sweet, Harry grins. The front door groans open as Isaac and Nathan return. We really need to oil that hinge, Nathan mutters, testing the door's squeak. Isaac slips behind me, arms circling my waist, his warmth seeping into my back. A sudden wave of dizziness washes over me, my fingers brushing my forehead. You okay? Isaac murmurs, his cheek against mine. I steady myself, pressing a hand to my chest. Yeah, just spaced out for a second. The fog clears as quickly as it came. Isaac spins me around, searching my face. You sure? His concern is so earnest I can't help but laugh. I'm good, I say, nudging him. Now are you all right? You look so fatherly, I tease, mimicking Isaac's stern expression with an exaggerated scowl. He shakes his head, fighting a smile. I won't be back till late tomorrow, he reminds me. But promise you'll call if anything happens, anything at all. I laugh, tilting my head up at him. Isaac, what's gonna happen? If I stub my toe on the couch again, I'll send you in so's. Caught between amusement and embarrassment, he just stands there, speechless. He knows I've got him this time. My grin fades as I add, quieter, honestly, staying here is safer than where you're headed. His hands tighten gently on my arms. Now who's the serious one? He says, though his tone lacks the playfulness I'd used earlier. This is my job, it's what I do, don't worry about me. I force a smile. But when it comes to Isaac and his father, I'll always worry. After Uncle Carl's welcome home gathering, everyone leaves Isaac last, lingering as long as he can before heading into the mountains to watch over Aramai. I hate it. Every time he goes, all I see is that night. The man dying, Trajan slamming Isaac into the stone floor in a blind rage. The memory coils in my chest like a snake. Trajan isn't just dangerous, he's a nightmare. At school, Harry drops into the seat beside me in the auditorium, fuming. Is she for real? This is next level insane. I'm not even joking. I might never recover. I bite back a laugh and he whips his head toward me. Adria, not funny, I'm scarred for life. I swear my future relationships are. Hey, Tori, I blurt, springing up to cut him off, my smile stretched painfully wide. Fake niceties are the worst, especially with Tori, who despises us as much as we do her. But sitting between her and Harry's grudge is pure torture. It wasn't always like this. Harry used to be everyone's favorite. But ever since Tori snapped at him weeks ago, he's been stewing. Maybe it's seeing Sebastian and Zia together that sets her off. Not that she still wants Sebastian, that ship sailed months ago, but Tori's the type to nurse a grudge forever. She rolls her eyes. Oh please, Adria. That greeting was as fake as your cheap perfume. Here we go. Harry kicks his feet onto the chair in front of him, blocking the 3 empty seats beside us. Tora and her clones had circled the auditorium, desperate for a trio of seats together, no luck. Their codependent cliquishness is almost impressive. Almost Tori shoves past me, leading the charge, and tries to push Harry's legs aside. Move, Harry, she snaps, her voice tight. He barely glances at her, unfazed. Ask nicely, he says, like she's not even worth his full attention. She forces her way through anyway, knocking his feet off the seat. Harry chuckles under his breath, but when Tori tries to sit right next to him, he stops her cold. Yeah, no, he says, planting his hand on the seat. I'm not spending the next hour with you flashing the whole row. He shudders for effect. Meanwhile, I slump in my seat, biting my lip to keep from laughing. It's impossible to take this seriously. Tori always walks right into these messes. Harry's usually the most easygoing guy, but cross him and he turns into a master of comebacks. He's like a talk show host who never runs out of material. He gestures to one of Tori's friends. You sit here or nobody does. Tori glares at him, but she actually agrees, practically shoving her friend into the seat. The friend looks annoyed, like she'd rather be anywhere else. I wouldn't want to sit by you anyway, Tori mutters. I thought by senior year this petty drama would have died down. Nope, Tori plops into the next seat, her skirt so short it's a miracle she hasn't been dress-coded. And with her shirt unbuttoned halfway, Harry's not exactly thrilled. He leans in, whispering, "Do you think she does this on purpose, or is she just oblivious?" I shake my head, still fighting a grin. The lights dim as the announcer steps on stage. "We should have baited like Sebastian and Zia," Harry grumbles. "It's not so bad," I say, though I'd rather be at a concert in Boston. Graduation's next week, and weirdly I'm gonna miss this place. Don't get me wrong, the supernatural world I stumbled into last fall is incredible, but school keeps me grounded, connected to the normal life I left behind. Harry only came tonight because Daisy made him. Gotta love the perks of dating her brother. Being Harry's best friend doesn't always mean I can convince him to do things he doesn't want to. After the play wraps up, I hitch a ride with him. Isaac skipped school today. He's still up in the mountains keeping an eye on Aramai while his dad, Trajan, meets with elders from Serbia and Bulgaria. It's unsettling when Isaac's gone, not because I miss him, but because I know what his father is like. Logically, I shouldn't stress. Isaac's dealt with this his whole life under that man's control. But logic doesn't stop the nerves. Harry and I make a beeline for the skate park. Honestly, I've spent more time watching skaters these past months than doing anything remotely girly. Harry swears it's for his sake, but we both know it's really about Daisy. One night he admitted he brings me along so she isn't stuck watching him skate alone, though I suspect it's more about Lane and Evan, who turn into grinning idiots whenever she's around. Harry's got nothing to worry about with Daisy, but try telling that to a guy with a jealous streak. Daisy's easy to spot in the crowd, sunlight bouncing off her golden hair as she waits near the parking lot. Psycho Cecilia usually glams onto her when she shows up, but today, mercifully, she's nowhere in sight. Small miracles, Cecilia's only slightly less annoying than Tori, and at least we don't have to deal with her at school. Harry sweeps Daisy into one of those dramatic kisses before vanishing with his skate crew. "He roped you into this again," Daisy laughs, pulling me into a side hug. A beat staring at my ceiling, I say as we head toward our usual spot by the concrete bowl. She flops onto the grass, patting the space beside her. "How's your uncle handling things at home?" I drop down, hugging my knees. "Still weird. Beverly turned her old craft room into their new bedroom since stairs aren't an option now." Daisy winces. "Right, forgot about that. The park's packed tonight, not just the regulars, but what looks like half the crowd from the cove down by the river. The energy's different, louder, like everyone's trying too hard to have fun." Daisy nudges me, pointing at some guy wiping out spectacularly. "Bet Harry's next," she says, and for the first time all day I actually laugh. Last month the cops raided the cove. The place was swarming with officers, and from what I heard, at least half a dozen people got arrested that night. It's a shame because the crowd there is nothing like the people around here, way more obvious than Tori's choice of barely their outfits. The cove regulars always have a drink in hand, and the girls there don't hold back when it comes to flaunting their preferences, or worse, how easy they are. "Oh no," Daisy mutters, quickly glancing away. I instinctively follow her gaze before she snaps, "Don't look," under her breath. Seriously, that girl gives me second-hand embarrassment just by existing. Cecilia, still as grating as ever, weaves through a cluster of cove regulars, their girlfriends clinging to them like accessories. "She's not that bad," I say, though I'm not exactly eager to get her attention either. The second she spots us, her face lights up, those deep dimples carving into her cheeks as she strides over. Her pixie cut is similar to Zia's, but without the effortless edge, just plain brown and a little messy. No one does hair like Zia. "Here she comes," I mutter under my breath. Cecilia's not terrible, just a lot. When we first met, she probably had me pegged as someone to dislike until she saw me deck William Vargas. After that, I was suddenly her favorite person. Honestly, I feel a little bad for her. She's desperate for attention, like that one girl back in Georgia who never fit in. Cecilia, she doesn't fit in anywhere. "Hey," she chirps, bouncing over. "I've been searching everywhere for you too." "Hi, Cecilia," Daisy and I say at the same time. She plops down between us on the grass and launches into one of her usual rambles, already losing me by the second sentence. "I warned her," she says, like I should know who she's talking about, but she did it anyway. Marks like a bad trip. She shoots me a pointed look. Not that I'd know, I just suck at comparisons. Daisy and I exchange a glance without moving. "You mean analogies," I correct gently. "Yeah, whatever," Cecilia waves it off. Anyway, she's still dating him, even after I told her not to. It's gross how she's all over him. I never acted like that when we were together. She's just embarrassing herself. Clearly, Cecilia's still hung up on her ex, and trashing his new girlfriend is her way of dealing with it. I can't stand this kind of drama. Who hates who, who's with who. It's exhausting. That girl has a reputation, and not the good kind. Meanwhile, that guy everyone was obsessed with last month is now public enemy #1 in Hallowell. The whole scene makes me cringe. So, what's new with you, Cecilia? I ask, steering the conversation anywhere else before I lose my mind. I shoot Daisy a pleading look, silently begging her to jump in, but she just grins and leaves me hanging. We'll definitely be having words about this later. Cecilia stretches out on the grass, propping herself up on her hands. Not much, she says, kicking her legs idly. Counting down the days till summer. Once school's out, I'm heading to Portland to stay with my dad. Portland, seriously? I hesitate, weighing my next words carefully. Daisy's eyes widen, she's clearly thinking the same thing. Should I mention we'll be there too? Daisy gives a sharp shake of her head, but Cecilia keeps talking before I can decide. My dad's the best, she adds, swinging her feet. Pretty sure he's getting me a car for my birthday. I force a smile, but Cecilia's expression suddenly darkens. She sits up straighter, shoulders slumping as Torai and her crew approach. Even though Cecilia isn't part of the whole Sebastian drama, Torai still has it out for her, and sitting with us just paints a bigger target on her back. You might want to watch your mouth, Torai snaps, planting a hand on her hip. Mark left you because you're weird, he's with me because I'm not, move on already. Normally I'd stay out of this petty nonsense, but Torai's attitude is pushing me over the edge. Yes, Cecilia can be irritating, but this is ridiculous. Torai, I say, locking eyes with her, how about you take your own advice and back off? She glares at me like I'm something stuck to her shoe, but to my surprise, she just scoffs and walks away. I was braced for a full-blown meltdown, but I'll take the win. Daisy smirks beside me while Cecilia watches Torai retreat before turning back to me with this weirdly grateful look. Great, now she's going to think we're best friends. She's so trashy, right? Cecilia mutters, wrinkling her nose. I sigh. This is exactly why I should have kept my mouth shut. She was talking, but I'd completely tuned her out. My focus shifted to Daisy, who hadn't said a word, just watching Harry zip around the skate bowl like he owned it. Part of me almost wished Torai hadn't backed off earlier just to see Daisy in action. Torai's one thing, but three at once, that's pushing it. Daisy, though, she could handle anyone here. People always underestimate her, thinking she's all sweetness, but cross her and you're signing your own death warrant. Cecilia snapped me back to reality, waving a hand in front of my face. Hey Earth to Adria, your guy's headed this way. I blinked, grateful her gossip marathon was over. Seriously, she added, eyeing Isaac as he walked toward us from the parking lot. How'd you land that? Tell me he's got a brother or a cousin, I'm not picky. Sure, tons of brothers, I muttered, standing up without really thinking. Too late, I realized what I'd just unleashed. Isaac's grin was wide as he crossed the pavement, pulling me into a kiss that lifted me off my feet. My hands instinctively checked him over shoulders, arms searching for fresh scars. Not a scratch, he said, amused. Cecilia, ever the social butterfly, stuck out her hand. Cecilia, again, heard you've got a big family. I stiffened, Isaac's eyebrows shot up, and I could practically feel the heat in my cheeks. Might have mentioned you have brothers. His laugh rumbled against me as he tugged me closer. Yeah, Cecilia, big family. The way his arms tightened around me told me he knew exactly what she was fishing for. Cecilia's grin turned downright devious. For the first time, I noticed how unnervingly perfect her teeth were. Isaac had no idea what he'd just stepped into, but honestly, watching him navigate this mess later might be worth it. Daisy stood abruptly, gaze locked on the road. I barely registered it before a wave of dizziness hit. My grip tightened on Isaac's arm. Adria, his voice sharpened. What's wrong? Nothing, I lied, blinking until the world steadied. Honestly, I add, seeing Isaac's skeptical expression, I'm good, just a little dizzy. Cecilia groans, oh crap, my brother's here, gotta run. Total jerk, Mom definitely sent him after me. She gives Isaac's shoulder a quick squeeze and grins. Stop being antisocial, bring a friend next time. Then she bolts in the opposite direction of a tall, scowling guy scanning the crowd like he's on a mission. Daisy's eyes stay fixed ahead until she finally turns, and something about her expression sets me on edge. I glance between her and Isaac as they stare at each other, tension thick in the air. What's happening? I ask. Nathan's SUV screeches around the corner toward the skate park and Isaac's grip tightens on my arms. Seriously, I press, my stomach twisting. Isaac, what's going on? Neither answers, but as Nathan speeds closer, barely slowing for the speed bumps, it's clear they're still piecing it together themselves. Isaac tugs me toward the parking lot where Nathan skids into two spots at once. We've got visitors, Nathan calls from the driver's seat, looking more pumped than nervous. Who? Isaac asks, and I catch the same adrenaline flickering in his eyes. Not sure yet, Nathan says, slapping his door twice. But Xavier just called, it's a challenge, let's move. His grin turns downright wicked, and before I can process what that means, Daisy steps up behind me. She can stay with me, she offers. No way, I snap, not happening. Isaac hesitates, but I cross my arms. I'm not sitting this out, I'm coming. Nathan chuckles as his girlfriend Hannah smirks from the passenger seat. Relax man, let her tag along, he says. They're not rogues. Okay, so they are definitely werewolves, and challenge is sounding way too much like trouble. Part of me wants to bail, but backing out now. Nathan would never let me live it down. I've dug my own grave, might as well lie in it. Isaac exhales, gripping my hand. We'll follow you, he tells Nathan, who grins and peels out. As Isaac pulls me toward his jeep, I can't shake the feeling I'm in way over my head. All right, spill it, what's really going on? I ask, gripping the dashboard as the jeep lurches over another speed bump. Nathan might drive like a maniac, but Isaac isn't much better. My head nearly hits the roof again and I shoot him a look. When a new pack rolls into town, Isaac says, eyes locked on the winding road, their alpha gets curious about who's in charge. Naturally, they want to test us. But your dad's the alpha here, I point out, confused. Isaac shakes his head, his gaze flicking to me for a second. No, my dad's the alpha everywhere. Nobody's dumb enough to challenge him, not since Victor Vargas tried and failed. The jeep takes a sharp turn, tires screeching, and my stomach lurches. This is small time. My dad doesn't even bother with stuff like this. I frown. Then why does Nathan look like it's Christmas morning? Isaac grins, and suddenly I realize he's just as pumped. Great, this is what we live for, he says, his grip tightening on the wheel. Just stay in the jeep. I clench my jaw. Let me make something very clear, I snap, turning in my seat. If one more person tells me to stay in the jeep, I'm setting something on fire. I'll stand next to it, fine, door open, ready to dive back in, but I am not sitting in there like some helpless bystander. Isaac bursts out laughing. Damn, I love you, he says, and despite myself, I almost smile. The jeep veers north away from their place and I swallow hard. So just asking, I say, trying to sound casual, why am I even here? His fingers brush my thigh, sending a jolt through me. Rogues would use you in a heartbeat, no honor, but these guys, he smirks, they'd never stoop that low. So I'm safe, I press, needing more than vague reassurances. Sure, he says, flashing that cocky grin. If we win, my stomach drops, and if you don't, his hand slides higher and my pulse kicks up. Unlikely, he says, way too calm. But hey, anything's possible. I glare. That's not reassuring. He just laughs and the jeep speeds on. You really think they're not trouble when you don't even know who they are? Relax, he says, gripping the wheel again. Rogues don't make challenges, they just strike. You should know that by now. He's right, I should know. The jeep lurches off the smooth pavement of Town Farm Road, kicking up clouds of chalky dust as we hit the gravel. Nathan's cruiser ahead of us only makes it worse. I roll up the windows, but the grit still sneaks in through the vents, coating my tongue. The trees press in tight on either side as we bounce down the rough path, finally bursting into a clearing that looks like a forgotten worksite. Stripped earth, scattered boulders and bulldozers rusting in the corner. I don't shut my door when we stop. I leave it wide open, one foot still inside, hands braced on the frame. This isn't about Isaac, it's about me. My throat tightens as I scan the scene. I've never seen all of Isaac's brothers together, not even at Mayfair. Nathan and Isaac in one room usually meant Xavier and Seth were elsewhere. And Xavier, I've barely spoken to him. Seth, never. A quick glance at their trucks tells me everything. Each has a girl in the passenger seat except Xavier. Figures, he's the type who wouldn't settle for just one. Meanwhile, I'm the idiot still playing by old rules. Isaac throws me a look, checking my position. Yeah, no worries, I'm not moving. Xavier squints at the tree line, blonde hair catching the light. He's got Daisy's soft eyes, but the same dangerous edge as the rest of them. The clearing isn't flat, it's carved into the side of a ridge, walls of rock and forest boxing us in. Perfect for an ambush. I feel like prey in a cage. Then Nathan tilts his head up, eyes darkening. There, he mutters, smells like Jersey. What shadows shift at the ridge's peak. Then they leap, 100 feet down, landing like it's nothing. My breath snags, a gasp slipping out before I can stop it. 8 of them, all muscle and menace, stalking forward, bigger than Harry, meaner than Rachel. And suddenly the open door doesn't feel like enough. The guy in the middle is massive, built like a linebacker with dark skin and an intimidating presence. The way the other 7 hang back just a step behind him makes it clear he's calling the shots. 8 against 4, my stomach tightens as adrenaline spikes. I look toward Isaac, but he's still turned away. When I glance down, I notice his hands have shifted to a dull gray, his nails elongating into sharp claws. Nathan, Xavier, and Seth are already in their half-transformed states, muscles tense. What the hell did I just walk into? Only then do I realize I've shoved myself so hard against the jeep's door that my fingers are jammed between the frame and the metal. One wrong move and they're crushed. The leader halts about 20 feet away, his smirk more menacing than friendly. His arms are crossed, biceps straining against his sleeves, and his jeans barely contain his tree-trunk legs. His eyes darken to pitch black. Jersey not cutting it for you, Trevon. Nathan steps forward, voice steady. Officially, there's no alpha in the Mayfair house except Trajan, since he hasn't settled in Maine yet. But in moments like this, the oldest takes charge. Trevon's grin twists into mock offense. His pupil-less eyes flick toward the towering guy on his right. Me, I'm good, but Darren. The white guy Darren rolls his neck with a loud crack. Can't have two alphas in one territory, and last I checked, Main's up for grabs. Seth's fists clench. My father is alpha here, he snaps. Or is Darren here to challenge him? Trevin barks out a laugh. Come on, Mayfair, we're purebloods, we know the rules. His smirk fades just enough to add, and none of us are that stupid. I take that to mean they won't go after Trajan, which eases some of my nerves. Maybe this'll be a straight fight, no tricks. The second that thought crosses my mind, Nathan and Darren lunge at each other, claws slashing. I jerk back, my pinky catching in the door with a sharp pain, but I can't look away. Nathan flips over Darren like it's nothing, landing behind him in a blur. Before Darren can react, Nathan's foot slams into his spine, sending him flying across the dirt. Darren slams into the dirt, sending a cloud of dust swirling around him, but he recovers instantly, springing into a low crouch. His eyes are pitch black, his fangs exposed beneath a snarl so vicious it steals my breath. Then chaos erupts. My pulse hammers wildly as I scramble into the Jeep, slamming the door behind me. Through the windshield, the brutal fight unfolds, dark eyes flashing, claws slashing, snarls cutting through the air even with the windows sealed shut. Isaac's skin has taken on a sickly grey hue, his muscles bulging unnaturally in his half-transformed state. Are they really going to shift completely? Out here in broad daylight where any human could stumble upon them? No way, but before I can finish the thought, Isaac and Trevin collide. Isaac seizes Trevin by the throat, hurling him through the air like a ragdoll. Before Trevin even lands, Isaac is already there, waiting. Trevin tries to roll with the impact, but Isaac drives a brutal kick into his spine, sending him skidding face first across the dirt. Trevin rises slowly, cracking his neck with a menacing grin before spitting blood onto the ground. Game over, I regret ever coming. With a roar, Trevin charges again, only for Isaac to sidestep at the last second, twisting behind him and locking an arm around his throat. They crash to the ground in a tangle of limbs, trading vicious blows. My hands fly to my mouth, my heart lodged in my throat. Isaac gains the advantage, pinning Trevin beneath him, his fists raining down in a relentless storm. Blood splatters the dirt. I flinch but can't look away, some twisted part of me is glued to the carnage. Nearby, Seth and Xavier are swarmed by half a dozen attackers, while Nathan and Darren trade brutal hits. Darren stumbles, slower now, barely staying on his feet. Trevin lunges again, predictable as ever. Isaac barely flinches, like he's already 3 moves ahead. Maybe he is. The realization sends a chill down my spine. This isn't just a fight, it's a massacre waiting to happen. And I'm trapped in the front row. Isaac bursts forward, twisting midair to land a brutal uppercut under Trevin's jaw, sending him flipping backward onto the hard ground. Trevin shakes off the impact, rolling into a crouch before lunging like a wild predator. But Isaac is quicker, his hand snaps out, seizing Trevin by the throat and slamming him down onto a jagged patch of rocks. Meanwhile, Xavier and Seth break away from their own fight, charging straight for Isaac. My fingers twitch toward the door handle, but before I can even shout a warning, they're on him. The dark-haired one yanks Isaac off Trevin and hurls him to the ground. Gritting through the pain, Isaac barely rolls clear before a boot crushes where his head had been. Fueled by adrenaline, Isaac drives forward, ramming his shoulder into the attacker's gut, sending them both flying a good 30 feet before crashing down. The fight inches closer to the parked cars, and suddenly the Jeep doesn't feel like much of a shield. Then bam, a body smashes into the windshield, spiderwebbing the glass toward me. My breath catches, not again, not like last time. I scramble for the door, tumbling out onto the dirt, but before I can stand, an arm hooks around my waist, lifting me up. Stay away from her. Isaac snarls, his face streaked with blood, his grip iron-tight on my wrist as he shoves me behind him. Seth lies sprawled across the hood, glass cracking beneath him as he groans. The brown-haired werewolf Thomas steps back, chest heaving, eyes dark and hollow. "I'll kill you," Isaac growls, the words rough, his teeth bared. "I will kill you." Trevin's voice cuts in from behind, but to my relief, he's not addressing Isaac. "Back off, Thomas," he orders. "This was Darren's fight, not yours. It's over." Isaac tugs me flush against his back, my hands pressing into his shoulders. "Thomas." Now Trevin snaps, stepping closer. "You're an idiot if you keep pushing this." With a muttered curse, Thomas retreats and Seth peels himself off the Jeep, glass raining down. "Still the same stubborn bastard," Trevin says, offering Isaac a hand. I can't tell if it's respect or a jab. Isaac shakes it stiffly, his body still coiled tight with fury. I peek around him, meeting Trevin's sharp gaze before easing to Isaac's side, but his grip on me never loosens. His arm tightens around my waist, pulling me close. The terrifying claws and dark eyes are gone now, replaced by ordinary faces. Trevin flashes me a grin, but my attempt to smile back probably looks more like a pained wince. "Relax," he says, giving me a playful nudge. "Just another day in the pack." His wink eases some of the tension, though my stomach still churns from the adrenaline crash. "At least I don't feel like I'm in danger anymore." "Sorry about the car," Trevin adds, nodding toward Isaac. "No big deal," Isaac replies, his grip on me firm. Nathan and Darren approach, their injuries already healing, cuts fading, bruises lightening. Nathan swipes blood from his lip while Darren casually pops his shoulder back into place like it's no worse than cracking his knuckles. The sound makes me cringe, and I press my face into Isaac's shirt, grateful for the shield of his arms. Damn, Darren, the dark-haired guy who'd lunged at Isaac earlier, chuckles. You got wrecked. The others laugh, but Darren just scowls, holding back whatever sharp remark is on his tongue. These werewolves have discipline, I'll give them that. Reminds me of the Mayfairs. So that was just a friendly scuffle, I ask, still wary. Treven's grin widens and he exchanges a look with Isaac. What, you thought we were gonna burn the place down? I mean, kind of. Honestly, it all happened too fast to process. They're old friends, Isaac explains, though his tone is tight. I can tell he's still on edge, especially around Thomas, the brown-haired one who keeps shooting him. Looks. Trevin leans against Nathan's truck while Hannah sinks lower in the passenger seat, trying to stay unnoticed. Meanwhile, Seth's girlfriend hops out of his truck and struts over, immediately draping herself over him like they're about to put on a show right there on Isaac's Jeep. I quickly look away, focusing back on Trevin. If this were serious, he says, crossing his arms, your man wouldn't have brought you along. I twist to glance up at Isaac, irritation bubbling under my skin. Part of me wants to demand how many times he's done stuff like this without telling me, because no way would he volunteer that info, but now isn't the time, not with all this testosterone in the air. Then whap, Nathan hits the ground hard. My whole body locks up in shock, but he just laughs, rubbing his jaw. Darren offers a hand, grinning. Want another round? Nathan taunts. Ask you first, Darren scoffs. Since when do I need permission to punch you? Just then 4 figures drop down from the ledge above, joining the group with silent grace. A striking young woman with deep brown skin and flowing dark hair moves behind Trevin, her fingers gliding up his shoulders. A low, eager sound escapes his throat, and between this pair and Seth making out with his girlfriend against Isaac's Jeep, I'm pretty sure it's time for us to bail. Trevin spins the girl around roughly, but something tells me she's not just okay with it, she's into it. The kiss is intense, almost aggressive. I glance at Isaac and he gives me a knowing nod. Adria, meet the Mayfairs, Trevin announces as introductions go around. When it's my turn, I relax a little. She seems genuine, not someone I need to guard against. I'm Adria, I say, and her grin widens. Nice to meet you, she replies, tracing her fingers along Trevin's chest. I've heard things about you. That catches me off guard. Since when am I worth talking about? Really? I ask. Isis flashes a bright smile, her golden brown skin glowing under the streetlights. Get involved with a Mayfair, she says, flicking a glance at Isaac, and suddenly you're famous. I exhale quietly. At least it's not for the other reasons, the ones tied to my past. Nate, Isaac calls. You good? Xavier snickers beside me. Dude looked a little wobbly a minute ago. He and Darren exchange a fist bump. I'm solid, Nate answers, shooting Isaac and me a grin. I stifle a laugh, but my legs feel shaky again and I lean against the Jeep for support. Isaac steps closer, taking my hand. Let's grab food, he says, concern flickering in his eyes. When was the last time you ate? I think back. A tuna sandwich yesterday. Haven't been hungry. No shock there, Isaac mutters. You're eating now. I eye the cracked windshield where Seth had landed earlier. What about the damage? Isaac studies it, then without hesitation drives his elbow into the weakened glass, shattering the rest. Seth and his girlfriend scramble off the hood, retreating to their own little world nearby. I gape at Isaac, stunned, as he brushes away the remaining shards. Lucky for him, safety glass doesn't splinter like normal glass, otherwise his arm would be a mess. He clears my seat, motioning for me to get in. I can't help but grin as I slide inside. Place is close, he says, starting the engine. I'll keep it slow so you don't swallow any bugs. Wow, so considerate, I say, rolling my eyes. The Jeep rumbled to life as Isaac climbed in, rolling down his window just as Trevin approached. So who's stepping up? Trevin asked, resting his arms on the window frame. Isaac gave a quick shake of his head, still up in the air, but Nathan's the frontrunner. I knew they were discussing who'd take the alpha role. Trevin raised an eyebrow. He's not heading back with your dad. Nope, Isaac replied, his gaze drifting to where Nathan stood talking to Darren. Family dynamics have shifted. I caught the weight behind his words, something that probably circled back to me, but I let it slide. Look, man, Trevin said, pushing off the Jeep, no offense, but you can't leave this territory without leadership for long. The next challenger won't be handing out friendship bracelets. My throat tightened. Isaac nodded slowly, his expression distant. I know, Trevin flashed me a grin, though his eyes were sharp. Stay sharp, kid, he said before turning back to Isaac. We've got your 6 if things go sideways. Appreciate it, Isaac muttered. As we pulled away, dust swirled through the missing windshield, coating everything. Despite Isaac's slow pace, I coughed, squinting at him. You realize you're covered in blood, right? Not exactly restaurant chic. Isaac glanced at his stained shirt. Shower first, he suggested. I nodded emphatically, making a face. We detoured to his place, where he cleaned up and swapped cars before heading to dinner. At the restaurant, I poked at my food, distracted. My mind kept drifting to the summer I'd spent bedridden with the flu before a trip to Seattle. Now the same queasy unease came in waves, 1 minute fine, the next dizzy and exhausted. At least the lightheadedness had steadied. Isaac stabbed a chunk of salmon, devouring it in one bite. "You're seriously not eating," he said around the food. "I had a few bites," I protested. "Not enough," he countered, jabbing his fork toward my plate. "Finish it." I slumped back in the booth, arms crossed. Isaac set his fork down, studying me as he took a swig of soda. "Cut the crap," he said, wiping his mouth. "How long's this been going on?" "Since yesterday," I admitted. "Felt the same right before the flu hit last year, not doing that again." He resumed eating but kept his eyes locked on me. "Maybe get a shot next time," he said between bites. "Or just admit you're allergic to responsibility." "No way," I say, shaking my head. "I don't do shots." Isaac chuckles, leaning back in his chair. "Fine, but Camilla could whip up one of her infamous health drinks. Some of those potions could probably sterilize a hospital." I grimace. "Yeah, I think I'll stick with the fever, thanks." "Good call," he says, grinning as he points his fork at me. "Why does she even make those things anyway? It's not like she's at risk for scurvy." He shrugs. "She's the odd one in the family." Then softening, he adds, "But if you do get sick, I'll bring you soup and ginger ale. The good kind, not that cheap stuff." Heat rises to my cheeks and I distract myself by pushing rice around my plate. Outside the window, sunlight glares off car windshields in the packed lot. Spring has brought fresh flowers by the entrance, though they look too perfect, probably planted overnight by some landscaping crew. Restaurant buzzes with families dressed in their Sunday best, their laughter mixing with the clatter of silverware. Guilt gnaws at me as I force down a single bite, but before I can take another, Isaac's fingers brush my wrist, gently lowering my hand. "You don't have to eat if you don't want to," he says. I exhale. "I just hate that you know," he cuts in, firm but not unkind. "We've been over this, it doesn't matter to me." Tucking my legs under me, I slump against the booth, arms folded. A memory surfaces. Isaac, weeks ago in a dim movie theater lobby, insisting I stop apologizing every time he paid for something. Back then I'd balked at the price of popcorn, already hyper-aware of how much he'd spent that week: meals, iced coffees, even that leather purse I'd casually admired in Augusta. Now I bite my tongue before mentioning so much as a candy bar. "I know," I mutter, "but I can't help it, and wasting food feels wrong." The waiter swings by, offering refills. I wave him off, but Isaac nods, his glass already half empty. "Could we get the check, please?" Isaac asks as the waiter clears his glass from the table. I quickly add, "and a to-go box too," before the server walks away. Isaac leans back with an amused look. "What?" I say, half laughing as I tilt my head. "You think I shouldn't save leftovers?" He sighs in mock defeat. "Guess this means you're covering gas for the Portland trip," he teases. "And all those roadside snack stops. Don't forget the souvenir shirts." His playful tone falters between words, shifting into something sharper. "Adria," he says, his voice softening but firm, "I love who you are, but with me you don't always have to be so guarded." I blink, caught off guard, until he adds, "Why not let someone take care of you for once? Trust me, you won't win this one." I push my plate aside and steer the conversation elsewhere. "All right then," I say, narrowing my eyes. "How many times have you and your brothers gone off on one of your reckless adventures?" A slow grin spreads across his face as he looks down, then meets my gaze. "Since we've been together, you mean?" I roll my eyes but can't fight the warmth in my chest when he flashes that smirk. "Yes, Isaac, since we've been together." He lets the silence stretch, enjoying my struggle to stay annoyed. "A few," he finally admits. "Some guys from Vermont a couple weeks back, friends mostly. Before that, the Choi brothers." I raise an eyebrow. "And were they friends?" His expression darkens. "Not exactly, but they lost, so it doesn't matter." I wait, sensing there's more. "Then there was a pack from Washington right before spring," he adds. The way he says it tells me it didn't end well. "Nathan was down for 2 days," he mutters. "Alpha shattered his spine." My stomach twists. "And he still won." Isaac exhales. "Yeah, still won. Nathan's never been defeated in a challenge," he said. "What about you?" I asked. "Officially." "Never been challenged. Nathan's more alpha material than me," Isaac admitted. "But I've never lost a fight." He paused, reconsidering. "Actually, scratch that. Atmasani got me once, though most people don't count it since he fights dirty." "But you do." "Yeah," Isaac said with a shrug. "Atma's ruthless, and I respect that. If you can't handle underhanded tactics, you're not ready for anything." I liked his honesty. "What exactly did he do?" Isaac chuckled, shaking his head. "Dude ambushed me while I was asleep." My jaw dropped. "Seriously?" I smacked the table. "Was he even part of the pack?" "Nah," Isaac said, unwrapping a mint and popping it into his mouth. "Just plays by his own rules." "Why are you laughing about it?" I hadn't realized I was smiling too until he pointed it out. "Just remembering," he said, tugging his collar down to reveal the jagged scar across his throat. "Sliced me open right here." His voice dropped to a whisper. "And that's funny to you?" My amusement vanished, replaced by irritation. "Sweetheart, you know it takes more than that to put one of us down," he said, his expression softening. "But you're right, I shouldn't joke about it with you. I know it upsets you." "It does," I said flatly. A mother and her son settled into the booth behind us, followed by other families filling the nearby tables. The quiet hum of the diner grew louder, blending into a steady buzz of conversation. Without thinking, I lowered my voice as if someone might overhear and piece together the truth about Isaac. It didn't matter that he looked completely ordinary. I was always on edge, guarding his secret like it was my own. Isaac smirked, cutting through my thoughts. Nice try changing the subject. You're not slipping away that easy. What subject? I genuinely forgot. That stubborn streak of yours, he teased, reaching across the table to take my hands. His fingers closed around mine, warm and steady. Fine, you win, I said, meeting his gaze, but only if you agree to my terms. His lips curved into a slow, amused smile. Oh yeah, he murmured, lifting my hands to his mouth and pressing a kiss to my knuckles. Conditions have never been my thing, they make me feel boxed in, he says, brushing his lips against my fingers, and I sink deeper into the booth. But I force myself to pull away before I lose all control, shifting back with a teasing shove, though my fingertips linger against his a second too long. Cut it out, I say, unable to hide my smile. You know manipulation is basically villain behavior, right? Isaac stifles a laugh, his blue eyes bright with amusement. The rule, I say, shifting into my most serious tone, is you can't just buy me something because I casually mention liking it. He leans back, arms crossed, watching me with that infuriating calm. When he doesn't argue, I press on. Every time we go out, I have to watch what I say, like that leather purse. I didn't even want it that badly. You absolutely did, he counters without missing a beat. I blink. No, I didn't. Oh, you did, he insists. Your exact words were, Zia, I freaking love this purse. Look at the tiny skulls inside. It's equal parts hilarious and irritating how well he remembers. I cross my arms, mirroring him. That was girl talk. We obsess over random things for like 5 minutes. By the time I took it to school the next day, I was already over it. Not entirely true, but under his gaze, that confident, knowing smirk, I tend to ramble. Fine, he relents, unfolding his arms and setting the peppermint wrapper aside with deliberate precision. No more purses. I lunge forward, grabbing his shirt and yanking him closer. Not just purses, Isaac. Or I'll start raving about Tiffany's and Louis Vuitton. Before he can react, I kiss him, the taste of peppermint sharp on his lips. When we pull back, barely an inch between us, he murmurs, adorable, and I can't tell if he's teasing or sincere. That's the worst part, he loves keeping me guessing. The waiter reappears, sliding Isaac's drink and the check onto the table before clearing our plates. He misses the to-go box, but I don't bother mentioning it. Thanks, Isaac says, snatching the bill before I can protest. The waiter nods and leaves, and just like that we're alone again, me still clutching his shirt, him still impossible to read. Isaac reached for his wallet, thumbing through the bills before selecting a $10 bill for the tip and setting it beside the half-eaten bread basket. He took a quick sip of his drink and stood, offering me his hand. Ready to head out and say goodbye to Seth? He asked. I slipped my fingers into his, sliding out of the booth, but the second I stood, a wave of dizziness hit me like a punch. My vision swam with dark spots and my breath caught in my throat. I gripped the edge of the table, hoping Isaac wouldn't notice, but of course he did. Adria, he said, his arm tightening around my waist, his touch firm but gentle. Sit back down. He tried guiding me into the seat, but I shook my head. No, I'm okay, I lied, scrambling for an excuse. Just a stupid summer cold coming on, perfect timing, right? I clenched my fists, annoyed at my own body for betraying me. Isaac pressed his palm to my forehead, frowning when he didn't feel a fever, then cradled my face in his hands. Are you sure? He pressed, his eyes searching mine. You could just go home and rest instead. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught the couple at the next table watching us. The woman quickly looked away when she realized I'd noticed. I'll be fine, I insisted, leaning into Isaac's touch. We'll see Seth off and then I'll take a hot bath and crash early. Isaac's smile was thin, like he didn't buy a word of it. Seth, the third oldest of Isaac's brothers, was leaving for Serbia that night, and the family was throwing a huge farewell party at the Mayfair estate. Originally, it was supposed to be Nathan, the eldest and heir to their father's legacy, who'd be leaving, but after that night at the Vargas mansion, everything changed. Nathan had decided to stay in the States, passing the responsibility to Isaac. I was convinced Isaac had something to do with that decision. Nathan had been ready to step aside to let Isaac take over as alpha here while he returned to Serbia with their father, but something shifted in Isaac after he saved me from Victor Vargas. He wasn't the same, not with me where he was more protective than ever, but with everyone else. His focus had narrowed, his loyalties realigned. Just last week I'd overheard him telling Nathan, I'm not the right one to lead here. That choice changed everything for me and I don't regret it. I'd been downstairs with Zia about to leave for the grocery store when I realized I'd forgotten my purse in Isaac's room. That's when I caught the tail end of their conversation, the weight in his voice unmistakable, eavesdropping outside the room. I pressed closer as Nathan's voice carried through the cracked door. I get it, he said, but this was never my pack or Seth's. It's always been yours. A tense silence followed, making my pulse spike. Had they heard me? Then Isaac's voice, strained but firm. I can't handle both. You know I'd fail. Even Dad struggles and he's been doing this for decades. It's impossible. Both what? I barely dared to breathe, fingers curling against the doorframe. Another sigh, Nathan, probably, before he muttered, then I'm staying too. If you hand the ascendancy to Seth, you know what father will do. Let him, Isaac shot back, icy and final, though something raw lurked beneath. An alpha protects his own. The words hit like a punch. My throat tightened as Trajan's voice echoed in my memory, that same phrase spoken in the cave that first night. Suddenly, the weight of it all crashed down. Isaac was ready to burn his future for me, and the guilt twisted harder than any fear. I wasn't just his choice, I was his sacrifice. Later in the car, his grip on the wheel was white-knuckled. You're going home when this ends, he said like it was simple. I nodded, but the lie sat heavy between us. As he rounded the car to open my door, his hand found mine, warm, steady, and for a second the dizziness I'd been ignoring sharpened. Not from fear this time, but the sickening realization I didn't want to be the reason he lost everything. And yet, every time I tried to pry the truth from him, all I got were deflections and tight-lipped smiles. The unspoken hung thicker than the scent of leather seats and autumn air. Some promises weren't his to keep. The Mayfair house is packed tighter than I've ever seen, and that's saying something. Strangers crowd the space, their eyes following me as I weave past the kitchen toward the den. It's not Isaac they're staring at, it's me, the human. I scan the room, wondering if Harry and I are the only ones without fur under our skin. He's leaning against the staircase, Daisy tucked safely in his arms like it's the most natural thing in the world. It's weird how unfazed he is by all this. We barely even mention the whole werewolf thing anymore, though we talk about them constantly, just not that part. Maybe he's just better at blending in, like he was born for this secret world while I'm still fumbling through the rulebook. The air is thick with the smell of pot roast and fresh bread, but instead of making me hungry, it twists my stomach into knots. I swallow hard, forcing myself away from the kitchen before I embarrass myself. Isaac stays close, his presence steady as we reach the couch. The usual occupants scatter the second we approach, but I keep my eyes glued to the floor. If I look up, I might lose it. The couch cushions dip under me, and I press a clammy hand to my neck, feeling the cold sweat prickle my skin. It's the same sick, shaky feeling I had last year when I spent a night hugging the toilet after bad cafeteria meatloaf. Except this isn't food poisoning. The nausea isn't fading, it's getting worse, spreading like wildfire. Around me, voices buzz about Seth's ascendancy, thrones and bloodlines, conversations I'll never be part of. Even with Harry here, I still feel like the odd one out. Then Jenna Bishop glides down the stairs, and my stomach lurches for a whole new reason. Since when does she hang out here? She's from geometry class, all polished perfection with her ink-black hair and those unnaturally bright green eyes. The kind of girl who makes you wonder if the universe played favorites. And yeah, maybe I resent her a little for it. But right now I've got bigger problems than high school jealousy. Like whether I'm going to make it through the night without throwing up on someone's expensive rug. Every movement she makes is mesmerizing. The delicate way her fingers brush against the banister as she steps down, the slight tilt of her head when she smiles. Jenna isn't loud or arrogant, just effortlessly kind, which somehow makes it worse. I watch her cross the room, unnoticed by everyone else, as if she's just another face in the crowd instead of the most striking person here. People shift aside without even glancing up, too wrapped up in their own conversations. Then she's heading straight for me, and I wish I could sink into the couch. My stomach churns, not just from the flu threatening to ruin my trip to Portland, but from the sudden awareness of how frumpy I feel in my favorite outfit. I sneak a glance at Isaac beside me, wondering if he's as captivated as I am, but he barely looks up until she stops in front of us. Even then, he just nods before turning back to Nathan. Hi, Jenna says, her voice warm. I'm Jenna from Mrs. Schwalski's class. Seriously, like I'd forget her. I force a smile, fighting the urge to roll my eyes. Yeah, I remember. How's it going? Despite the petty jealousy simmering under the surface, I don't actually dislike her. I'd never be rude, just quietly resentful. Good, she replies, and the silence stretches awkwardly. Want to sit? I offer, nudging the cushion beside me. It's kind of a tight squeeze. Her smile brightens as she settles in, and Isaac shoots me a questioning look. I ignore him. Yeah, it is, she agrees, her hand brushing my shoulder lightly. Maybe she feels as out of place as I do. Even with Isaac next to me, I still feel like prey at a dinner party. Jenna sits with perfect posture, legs crossed, her hands resting gracefully on her knee. And then it hits me, is she even human? I need to figure it out fast, because how am I supposed to talk to her without knowing? If she's human but clueless, I'll have to watch my words. If she knows what we are, great, we can finally talk openly. But if she's not human at all, then Isaac has some serious explaining to do. I shift uneasily, catching snippets of Nathan and Isaac debating whether Seth is ready to lead his own pack in Serbia. The whole thing feels surreal. Damien and Dwarf, Zia's brothers, linger by the den entrance, each with a new girl on their arm, though honestly, those two cycle through dates faster than most people change their socks. Their voices blend into the background noise, making it impossible to catch their conversation. Meanwhile, Rachel's sharp remarks drift from the hallway, clinging to me like the stench of burnt popcorn. Naturally, she still thinks I don't belong here. 7 months and she's only doubled down on her disdain, but I've gotten good at tuning her out. Let her gossip, as long as it stays petty, I can handle it. I force a tight smile and shift my focus to Jenna beside me. Don't worry, she murmurs, her voice barely above a whisper. I get it. I'm not like them either, well, except for the occasional craving for a perfectly cooked steak. She might as well have read my mind, or maybe my face is just that transparent, probably the latter. So I hesitate, lowering my voice even further. You're human. Jenna's grin is effortless, disarming. For a second her eyes seem to catch the light in a way that shouldn't be possible, like sunlight hitting a gemstone, but I blink and the illusion fades. She doesn't answer directly, just keeps smiling, one leg crossed over the other, her posture relaxed. Her nails are immaculate, each one adorned with delicate butterfly decals in black and turquoise. I straighten up, suddenly hyper-aware of her every movement. How did you wind up, involved in all this? She exhales softly, a strand of dark hair slipping free. With a quick tuck behind her ear, she glances toward Nathan, though it feels more like a reflex than anything else. We met at Finch's grocery. Ah, I say, nodding like I've cracked some code. So how long have you two been together? My gaze flicks to Nathan, a flicker of suspicion creeping in. Please don't let him be one of those guys. Jenna shakes her head, amused. Oh no, it's not like that at all. Just friends, she says, but something feels off. Jenna Bishop slides onto the bench beside us and the guy doesn't even acknowledge her. There's definitely more to this story. It's refreshing having someone here who isn't all about the wolf life, right? She flashes me a bright smile, and while I agree, I keep my mouth shut. No need to give Isaac the wrong idea. I guess, I mutter, shrugging, but being the only human doesn't really bother me. Jenna arches an eyebrow. What about Harry? She nods toward him across the room, then does a double take. Wait, is he? No, I cut in quickly. He's human, I just forget sometimes. My gaze lingers on him a second too long and guilt prickles under my skin. A natural, Jenna murmurs, her voice distant. The way she says it sends a weird chill down my spine, like there's something I'm missing. I'd press her on it, but suddenly my head clears. No dizziness, no nausea. I tilt my chin up, shake it side to side, nothing. I feel incredible. Maybe the universe finally took pity on me and dumped my flu onto Jenna instead. Not the nicest thought, but hey, my vacation depends on it. Before I can announce my miraculous recovery, the whole room shifts. Everyone stands and Isaac's grip tightens around my arm. Jenna rises beside me and I notice with petty satisfaction that I've got an inch on her. The chatter dies as a woman strides in, towering over everyone, including my newfound height advantage. Black leather clings to her frame, lace-up boots clicking against the floor. Only her face, throat, and hands are exposed, the high collar of her top curving into a sharp V. Her cheekbones could cut glass, and her dark red hair is yanked back so tightly it pulls her features into a permanent scowl. She's terrifying. Gorgeous, sure, but in the way a blade is, cold and unyielding. I'd bet my last dollar she's never cracked a smile in her life. Military precision radiates off her, all discipline and zero patience. It's like Trajan if Trajan had a resting face that could curdle milk. My fingers clamp around Isaac's, squeezing hard. Who is that? I hiss, not daring to look away. Werewolf, definitely, and not the friendly kind. The towering werewolf loomed over the room like a nightmare-given form, far more terrifying than Isaac's mother ever was. Fragments of that ancient book's pages flickered through my mind again, sharp and unbidden. I twisted in Isaac's grip to meet his eyes. What was her last name again? His brow furrowed, confusion tightening his features. Vargasavik, he said slowly. Why? My gaze snapped back to Natasha, testing the name against my memory. Isn't that Victor's real surname? Isaac went still, his expression shifting into something calculating. The crease between his eyebrows deepened. How do you know that? A cold wave of realization crashed over me. I sucked in a breath, my pulse hammering, until Natasha's voice cut through the tension like a blade. I see leadership here ease been vanning, she announced, her accent thick, her chin lifted like a queen surveying peasants. She scanned the room with icy disdain, her presence alone enough to silence everyone. Vanning probably meant waning, no one dared interrupt. The crowd stood rigid, some with hands clasped, others with jaws clenched. With a deliberate flick of her wrist, she summoned a mountain of a man from the sidelines, his arms thicker than my waist, veins bulging under skin stretched taut over muscle. He bowed at her command before striding off. Vukasin has needle-teed these house too long, she continued, her stare lingering near us, a slow, dismissive shake of her head. Hopefully nothing will do what needs to be done. Her lips curled, but I doubt it. Wow, what a piece of work. I risked a glance at Nathan. Fury simmered behind his eyes, but he stayed silent. Oddly, my own anger flared, an urge to snap back on his behalf. My fists clenched. What am I, suicide? I forced a slow breath through my nose. Calm down, Adria, Jenna murmured, so quiet I almost missed it. I shot her a look. Was I really that transparent? Since when did I care about defending Nathan of all people? The whole situation felt like a match tossed into dry kindling, and I was standing right in the middle of it. Jenna remains facing Natasha, but I catch the slightest flicker of her eyes toward me. Was that you? I murmur, my voice barely audible. Expression tenses, her forehead tightening as she keeps her focus unnaturally fixed on Natasha. Isaac's grip shifts from my wrist to my hand, his fingers interlacing with mine in a silent warning. Every word I say could be overheard. I force myself to steady my breathing as Natasha declares, my son Cepheus will rule the Western Stara Planina once his training is complete. His domain will stretch deep into Bulgaria. She gestures to Seth, who stands rigid beside her, his posture flawless. Lord Andrei Piavovenchani will prepare him, and when the time comes, Cepheus will face him in combat to the death to claim his rightful place. She clasps her hands behind her back, her chin lifting with pride. Destiny has chosen him to rise above his brothers in America and stand beside his great father. The room bows in unison except for Harry and me. Our eyes meet across the space, hesitation hanging between us. Harry finally dips his head a second too late, but I stay still, praying no one catches my defiance. Natasha's sharp gaze lingers on me, though she says nothing. A fight to the death. My stomach twists as I study Seth, his broad shoulders, his unwavering stance, the way his copper eyes gleam with confidence. No fear, no doubt, but his girlfriend, tucked against the far wall, looks like she's barely holding it together, her lips pressed into a thin, anxious line. Who's Andre? I whisper to Isaac. Reply is just as quiet. Our brother, another brother. The questions pile up, but I bite them back, knowing I've already pushed my luck. Natasha's voice cuts through the silence. From this moment, Cepheus will be addressed only as Lord Cepheus. Any other name means death, even for his brothers. Her stare lands on us again, icy and deliberate. Isaac's grip turns crushing, his tension mirroring mine. Then out of nowhere, Jenna's voice slips into my mind. Breathe, Adria. My head snaps toward her. What? I blurt too loud. The entire room turns to stare. Isaac's fingers dig into my hand like a vice, a silent alarm ringing through my bones. Natasha's gaze locks onto mine, unblinking, her eyes burning with something between contempt and amusement. She strides through the crowd, each step deliberate, until she's close enough that I catch the faint scent of something metallic like old coins on her. So this is your mate? She asks Isaac, her voice smooth but edged with something sharp. Isaac dips his head in a quick nod. Yes, Lord Natasha. Lord, the title sticks in my throat. My fingers twitch at my sides, nails biting into my palms. If you want her to stay in one piece, Natasha murmurs, her voice so low it's almost a whisper, teach her not to stare at me like I'm some roadside attraction. Isaac bows again, deeper this time, tension coiled in his shoulders. My pulse hammers in my ears, a drumbeat of defiance and fear. Part of me screams to shut up, to play along. The part it wants to laugh in her face. You're threatening me. The words slip out before I can stop them. The room goes dead silent, even the air feels heavier. Natasha tilts her head, slow and predatory, like a cat sizing up a mouse. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Jenna reach for me, probably to yank me back, but I jerk away. Isaac's arms lock around my waist before I can take another step. Reality crashes back. What am I doing? Natasha could snap me in half without breaking a sweat. I go still, my breath shallow. When I glance at Isaac, his expression is a mix of warning and dread. Then Natasha speaks again and my stomach drops. Look at me. I lift my head. Big mistake. The room tilts, my vision swimming. Isaac's grip tightens, his heartbeat a frantic rhythm against my back. Natasha's fingers brush my cheek, light, almost playful, but it's not comfort, it's a test. Her touch is cold, deliberate, like the slide of a knife before the cut. Interesting, she muses, withdrawing. Her gaze flicks between Isaac and me, weighing something unseen. Then, just like that, she turns away, leaving me trembling in Isaac's arms, my knees weak with the aftershock of my own stupidity. You're still alive, she remarks to him, her voice sharp. That means either Vukushin has gone soft or, her eyes flick to me for just an instant before she adds, he hasn't found out yet. A sly grin curls her lips as she turns back to Isaac. But we both know the truth, don't we? I'd send a chill down my spine. My legs tremble beneath me. How much longer can I stay upright? Why won't she just go? I need air. Not that it matters, Natasha adds with a careless wave. I have better things to do than clean up after someone else's mistakes. Her gaze locks onto me, cold and calculating. If not for your condition, you'd already be dead. Then she's gone, leaving me swaying in the silence, my pulse hammering in my ears. The room tilts, the walls blurring as my knees buckle. Darkness swallows me whole. The next thing I know, I'm staring at the ceiling from Isaac's bed, my mind foggy. How long have I been out? My body feels disconnected, like my limbs are catching up to my thoughts. I lift a hand to rub my temple, but the motion feels clumsy, foreign. My mouth tastes metallic, as if I've been chewing on copper, not unpleasant, just strange. Water, I need water. Pushing myself up, I brace on my palms before shifting my weight. Breeze drifts through the open window, fluttering the curtains before brushing against my skin. Outside the door, Isaac's voice murmurs to Harry. Is she okay? Harry's concern is sharp, urgent, then louder. Go ahead. The door creaks open. Wait, how did I hear them so clearly? See Harry's worried expression through the door. It's impossible. The door must have been ajar, their tones just carrying. That's the only explanation. You all right? Harry hovers at the bedside, pressing a hand to my forehead. No fever. He exhales, sinking onto the mattress beside me. I blink, struggling to make sense of it. My head's clearing too fast, like a fog lifting. I thought I was sick, I murmur, testing the words, but I don't feel sick at all. I feel alive, more than alive, renewed, like after Jenna sat with me downstairs, only stronger. I've been feeling great at this exact moment, but all day there's been this weird dizziness coming and going. The words feel awkward coming out, but Harry seems to buy it. You need to see a doctor, he insists. Get something for it before Friday rolls around. I'll drag you to the clinic myself if I have to. You can't abandon me in Portland. What if they all turn rabid and decide I'm the main course? He's clearly joking, and even Isaac cracks a smile from where he's leaning against the wall, arms crossed. Harry, I interrupt, and he pauses, giving me his full attention. Is that lipstick? I swipe my thumb across the corner of his mouth like I'm cleaning off a smudge. Glancing at my hand, then back at him, I grin. Or is Daisy wearing off on you? Harry's face flushes crimson. He playfully shoves my face away with his whole hand, and I swat him off, laughing. But seriously, Adria, he says, standing up from the bed, you should get checked out. Yeah, that woman could scare the pants off anyone, but passing out like that isn't normal. The mention of Natasha kills the mood instantly. For a second, I'd actually forgotten what happened downstairs. But this wasn't a talk for Harry. Isaac would be the one with answers. I glance at him, and he's already reading my mind, his expression shifting like he's bracing for an interrogation. Harry, Daisy's voice echoes from the hallway. They're in Isaac's room. Harry tucks his half-untucked plaid shirt back into his jeans and shoots me a look. Doctor, promise, he presses. I nod, lying through my teeth. Yeah, sure, I'll go. No chance. Daisy appears in the doorway, her wavy blonde hair framing her shoulders. Looking better already, she says brightly. Guess so, I reply, though I'm still trying to piece it all together. Sorry about my mum, she adds. She's like that with everyone, so don't take it to heart. Harry grabs her hand, car keys jingling in her other one. Wait, Natasha's your mother? That didn't add up. Daisy was English with golden hair, while Natasha had fiery red locks and Trajan's was nearly black. My brain short-circuited. Shannon's too, she clarifies, and Xavier's, obviously. Right, because they were twins. Harry, we've got to go, Daisy urges. We're cutting it close. Harry points at me, narrowing his eyes as she tugs him toward the door. You better go, he warns, dragging out the words. I will, I promise, as he vanishes down the hallway. Isaac closes the door behind him with a soft click. How long was I out? I ask, pushing myself up from the mattress. Not long, he says, steadying me with his hands on my elbows as he steps closer. His forehead presses gently against mine. Maybe 10 minutes tops. He pulls back, and I'm left staring blankly at the wall, my thoughts tangled. The dresser beside me blurs into the background until I blink hard, forcing it back into focus. But I feel completely fine now. I search Isaac's face for answers as his grip loosens. That's a good thing, right? He moves toward the closet, nudging a pair of boots aside with his foot before swinging the door open. Yeah, obviously, I say, but it's weird. It's like my body just flipped a switch. I thought I was okay downstairs, then suddenly, boom, Natasha happened. Should have warned you about her, Isaac mutters, shutting the closet. He peels off his shirt and tosses it into the hamper near the armchair. Didn't think she'd zero in on you like that, but forget it. He tugs on a fresh navy blue shirt, the fabric stretching over his shoulders as he adjusts the sleeves. No, don't just say forget it, I press. What were you going to say? He avoids my gaze, scanning the room like he's misplaced something. Nothing serious, he says, lifting the chair cushion before dropping it back into place. But you definitely impressed everyone, that's a win. I plant myself in the middle of the room, arms crossed. How fainting during a werewolf ritual doesn't exactly scream badass. Isaac smirks, straightening up from checking under the pillows. You stood up to Natasha. She respects that even if she'd never admit it. She hates weakness, and you didn't back down. He steps closer, his expression softening. I knew she wouldn't lay a hand on you. Oh really? I arch a brow, half skeptical. His fingers slide back to my elbows, coaxing my arms to unfold. Yes, really, he murmurs before kissing me, slow and deliberate. My resistance melts as his teeth graze my lower lip, pulling me deeper into the moment. And for the record, he adds between breaths, watching you hold your own, major turn on. His hands settle at my waist, drawing me flush against him. His hands cradle my face, thumbs brushing my cheeks with that familiar mix of tenderness and control that drives me wild. 3 months ago, this same magnetic pull led me straight into chaos. Resisting him feels impossible, especially in the days leading up to the full moon when Isaac's instincts sharpen and every glance between us crackles with tension. He never pushes too far, always retreats the moment I hesitate. But my body betrays me, craving what my mind warns against. Right now, with weeks still separating us from the full moon, I let myself indulge, kissing him deeper until his arms slide under me, lifting me against him. Our breaths mingle, frantic and warm, until he pulls back just enough to murmur, "I see what you're doing," before pressing 2 teasing kisses to my lips. I tilt my head, letting his mouth wander down my throat, each touch sending sparks across my skin. "Diving off a cliff," he murmurs, and I shiver as his tongue traces my pulse. My grip tightens around him, but he draws back, studying the hesitation in my expression. "I'm sorry," I whisper, the apology automatic. Isaac exhales, carrying me to the armchair before kneeling between my legs, his hands steady on my thighs. "You swore you'd stop saying that," he reminds me, his gaze unwavering. I bite my lip. Most guys hated when I pulled back, I admit, even though we've danced around this before. Got called a tease more than once. Isaac shakes his head, equal parts amused and frustrated. "Let me be clear," he says, squeezing my hands. "I don't care, never have." His bluntness catches me off guard, but then again, honesty has always been his way, and for the first time I almost believe him. "If you'd just given in right away," he starts, then shakes his head. "Wait, if you were anyone else and you caved that easily, I'd have lost interest before we even got to this point." Drugs, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. That's the part I don't get about some guys' zero patience. Like, come on, you drive me up the wall with that whole maybe later act, but honestly, it's kind of perfect, because when you finally stop overthinking, he trails off with a smirk, letting the implication hang between us. I bite my lip, fighting a laugh as I stare at the floor. He nudges my chin up. "Eyes on me," he says, suddenly dead serious. "I'd wait forever for you, no joke." Then the mischief flickers back, his grin widening. "But let's be real, the way you look at me when we're alone, forever's not gonna last long, Adria." His gaze drifts upward like he's picturing it. "You're insane," I sputter, but my pulse jumps anyway. "Take advantage of you. Terrifying, right?" He leans in, all fake concern. "One of these days, you're gonna pin me down and I won't even put up a fight. Trauma for life." He barely gets the words out before I shove him, both of us cracking up. Isaac grabs my waist, hauling me against him, and I steal one quick, defiant kiss before wriggling free. The truth is, I'm done pretending. Yeah, he scares me, but not enough. Not when every glance between us feels like a dare. I expected him to pull away after what happened in Vaughan Woods, after the moon and the blood and the guilt neither of us will name. Instead, he acts like it never happened. And I let him, because facing it means admitting I messed up too. But this silence isn't just avoidance anymore, it's a wall, brick by brick. "At least we'll be back from Portland before the next full moon," I say, testing the waters. Isaac doesn't look up from the junk drawer he's rummaging through. "Yeah," he mutters, "lucky us." "Isaac," I say, keeping my voice just loud enough to catch his attention, "we really need to discuss what happened in March." His back is still turned, but I see his shoulders tense as he exhales sharply, running both hands through his hair before letting them drop. "Please," I add, my voice wavering. I'm afraid he'll shut me out. Finally, he turns, his expression unreadable. I wait, hoping he'll speak first, but when he stays silent, I push forward. "I know I shouldn't have." He cuts me off with a raised hand, stepping closer. "If we're doing this, no apologies, deal?" I nod, thrown off by how calm he seems. "This isn't how I imagined it going." He gestures to the bed and we sit side by side. "That night was risky," he admits, "but nothing bad actually happened." "But it could have," I counter, his gaze locks onto mine. "Yeah," he says, "but it didn't. Something's wrong. I can feel it. I'm not the same oblivious girl I used to be." I expected guilt, maybe even anger. I braced for him to say he'd never trust himself around me again. But this quiet certainty, it's unsettling. "Isaac," I start, hesitant. "How are you so sure?" He doesn't answer right away, his eyes drifting to some distant thought before returning to me. "It just can't happen," he says, avoiding direct eye contact. "There's no way." I blink, struggling to process his words. "What are you talking about?" My voice tightens. "After Sebastian, after March, Isaac, your confidence scares me." He leans forward, elbows on his knees, hands clasped. "I don't know how to make you understand," he murmurs. "I want you to figure things out at your own pace, not because I pushed you." My fingers trace the edge of the quilt beneath us, its stitching uneven. "So you think if you explain I'll feel rushed?" Suddenly, he's kneeling in front of me, his hands resting lightly on my legs. "I never want you to feel forced into anything," he says, his voice low but firm. His expression is intense, almost pleading. "But why would you think that?" I ask, even as a suspicion creeps in. "Adria," he says softly, "you still think I'll see you as just playing games?" The weight of his words settles between us, heavier than I expected. Outside, a car door slams, a sharp, sudden noise that makes us both flinch, breaking the tension for just a second. "You'll drive yourself insane always wondering if I'm secretly annoyed with you," he says, and I'm left speechless. How does he always know exactly what to say? My chest tightens with emotions I can't put into words. How do you explain that someone just rewired your entire nervous system with a single sentence? I can't tell him he just turned my insides to liquid warmth, or that the thought of losing him makes my lungs collapse. We're not some tragic Shakespearean couple, and I've never been good with flowery confessions anyway. Instead, I let my smile say what my tongue can't. He gets up, scanning the room again for whatever mysterious item has gone missing. Portland will reveal whether his unshakable confidence is actually justified. After a quiet moment, I slide off the bed and shove my feet into sneakers, grabbing my hairbrush from the dresser. Seriously, what's so important about this thing you lost? I ask, watching his reflection as he gestures the size about 4 inches tall of some black velvet bag. Swore I left it on the nightstand, he mutters, frustration creeping into his voice. He starts pacing like a caged animal. You haven't seen it, have you? He asks, and I half shrug. I was kind of out of it most of the day. A quiet laugh escapes him before he stops near the foot of the bed. We'll find it, I say, stepping closer. What's inside? But he shakes his head. Forget it, not important right now. There's something off in his tone, edgy, almost uneasy. Before I can press further, the door swings open, revealing Zia and Sebastian wearing matching troublemaker grins. Zia. I dart over to hug her while Isaac rolls his eyes. Ever heard of narking? Adria could have been corrupting me in here. Zia cackles, squeezing me before pulling back with a wicked grin. Oh, so you're the dominant one now, poor Isaac losing his alpha status. Hardly, I snort, he's just being ridiculous. She struts in, all sharp angles and flawless hair, Sebastian trailing behind after exchanging some silent guy nod with Isaac. Please, Zia says, waving a hand. If you two were up to anything scandalous, you'd lock the door, and if not, she smirks. Well, that's on you. Heat floods my face. New subject, I blurt, retreating to the mirror. How was the show? Unreal, she squeals, following me to fuss with her already perfect hair, pinching each spike into place. You have to come next time. Nah, I reply, twisting my hair into a messy bun and securing it with a stretchy band. Honestly, with how weird I've been feeling, you're lucky I stayed home. Zia takes a dramatic step back, wrinkling her nose like she just smelled something rotten. Gross, is this some kind of emotional cooties situation? Shut it, I chuckle, fussing with non-existent flyaways just to keep my hands busy. Even if it was, your immune system's too bougie to catch it. Facts, she fires back, draping herself over my shoulders like a human scarf. Our reflections couldn't be more opposite, her platinum waves against my chestnut strands, her smoky eyeliner making my bare lashes look practically naked. She pokes her bottom lip out in the mirror, all faux concern. You seem fine to me, suspiciously fine. Guess it was just a mood, I shrug, I'm over it now. Zia straightens up with a clap, perfect timing. She flounces across the room and latches onto Sebastian's arm like a koala. We've got tea. Her eyes dart between me and Isaac, buzzing with mischief. Go on, tell them, she prods, but Sebastian looks like he'd rather swallow a live grenade. Isaac and I exchange identical wary glances. He's being a baby, Zia stage whispers loud enough for the neighbors to hear before dropping the bomb. I'm pregnant. The room goes vacuum-sealed silent, 3 sharp inhales. Sebastian's face turns the color of spoiled milk. Psych, Zia cackles, shaking Sebastian's limp arm. That's for being a total coward. We all exhale in unison. Not cool, I mutter, my heartbeat still thumping in my ears. Worth it, Zia sing-songs. Your faces were chef's kiss. She pivots like a game show host. Anyway, Sebastian's practicing impulse control. We were at the pit last night when this wasted dude kept grinding on him like a malfunctioning Roomba, cheap cologne, bad breath, the whole future divorcee vibe, and guess who ended up toothless? I side-eye Sebastian. Thought the whole point was not punching people. Sebastian finally wrestles the narrative back. He earned it, 30 minutes of accidental elbows to my ribs until he shoved me into some girl hard enough to bruise. Isaac snaps his watch into place. Sounds like you showed restraint, honestly. Right, Zia beams. But then bam, instant dental plan. She tugs him closer by the arm, and I catch the faintest hint of a smile on his face before he quickly schools his expression, typical Sebastian, always the most guarded among us. But his eyes didn't even flicker. Isaac, Zia chimes in, clearly thrilled to drop this little bombshell. Seriously, Isaac raises an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. So you didn't go full werewolf mode like Harry always jokes about? Nah, Sebastian shrugs, no glowing eyes, no claws, just a regular guy with a serious grudge. That's actually pretty cool, I say from the sidelines, and I mean it, I'm happy for him, but once again I'm stuck in a conversation where I don't quite fit. I swallow the pang of isolation and keep quiet. Zia flops onto the edge of the bed, bouncing a couple of times like she's testing the mattress. So what's the gossip around here? She asks, then smirks. Besides Natasha, obviously, saw her downstairs. Yikes, someone needs therapy, bet you $20 she's single. The room goes silent, probably the safest response, but I can tell we're all thinking the same thing. Sebastian leans back in the chair near the closet. Did I hear Adria passed out or something? Zia directs the question at Isaac, but her eyes flick to me. She's fine, Isaac mutters, staring at the floor. Like I said, I feel fine now, it was just weird, still is, honestly. Zia tilts her head at me. Weird how, she grins, losing your mind or what? And then it hits me, a memory I've tried to bury for months. After Isaac saved me from Victor Vargas, I carried more than one secret. There was the truth about Aramai, about Isaac's father protecting Victor because his blood keeps her alive. But this secret could destroy everything between Isaac and me. I remember the wound on my side healing too fast, unnaturally fast. Deep gashes don't just vanish in days. Then my mind drifts back to the night Sybil attacked us in the car, the wreckage, Isaac shifting mid-crash. Something happened to me that night, something I can't quite grasp. All I see is that haunting dream, Alex and me in that Georgia field, the dead horse, the blood. Him telling me to drink from a creek that wasn't there. And Isaac's voice warning me that he was coming. Victor. Did Victor do to me what he did to Aramai? Did he force his blood into me while I was unconscious? The thought twists my stomach. For weeks, every moment with Isaac, at school, at home, even here, was poisoned by that fear. Keeping my fears from Isaac wasn't just about shame, it was about protecting him. If he knew Victor was still alive, he'd figure out why, and I couldn't bear dragging him into that mess. But as time passed, doubt crept in. The blood bond supposedly required drinking male werewolf blood to stay immortal, yet 7 months had gone by without a single drop. That theory was clearly wrong. Adria. Zia's voice snapped me back to reality as she waved a hand in front of my face, laughing. You were miles away. I blinked, shaking off the memory. Sorry, what were you saying? She shrugged, heading toward the open window. Honestly, I forgot, but are we still on for Portland next Friday? Absolutely, Isaac said, stepping beside me. I need a break from this place. Sebastian chimed in, raising a finger. Count me in. Perfect. Zia grinned before spotting something on the windowsill, a small black velvet pouch with a silver drawstring. She dangled it from her pinky. What's this? Before she could peek inside, Isaac snatched it away, relief flashing across his face. Thanks, I've been searching everywhere for it. Zia's eyes sparkled with mischief. Come on, what's in there? She shot me a knowing look, hinting it might be a gift for me. Isaac ignored her, tucking the pouch into his fist. Is Natasha still downstairs? He asked. Yeah, finishing up, Zia answered, then turned to me. So is it true? Is what true? I replied. She smirked, tapping a fingernail against her teeth. Word is you finally stood up to Natasha, not her usual dynamic, huh? Isaac sighed, clearly wanting to move on. It wasn't a big deal. I don't know what got into me, I admitted, though part of me reveled in the memory. She just pushed my buttons, felt good honestly. Sebastian chuckled from behind us. Surprised she didn't tear you apart. Honestly, same, I said. As Isaac walked toward the bed, I called after him. What did Natasha mean by my handicap? He set the pouch on the nightstand and met my gaze. That you're human. Having you around probably gives her plenty of excuses to look down on you, I say, realizing how much easier it is to be human in this place. Zia steps away from the window and joins Sebastian by the door. All right, we're out of here, she announces, flashing Isaac and me a grin. Meeting Harry and Daisy for that new action flick downtown. Sebastian lingers for a second. You too sure you don't want to tag along? Nah, we're good, Isaac replies, and I nod, catching his eye. We've got our own thing going on. Zia's eyebrows shoot up, her curiosity piqued. Ooh, do tell, she teases, pausing like she expects some dramatic confession. I laugh, waving her off. Go enjoy your explosions and bad dialogue, Zia. She snickers, tugging Sebastian out the door behind her. As it clicks shut, I shake my head. She's something else. Isaac chuckles in agreement. My gaze drifts to the small velvet pouch on the nightstand. So, I say, tilting my head, what's in that mysterious bag you've been guarding? Something more exciting than me, apparently. His smile turns tender, and the way he looks at me sends a little thrill through my chest. Picking up the pouch, he walks over and cups it in his palm. Give me your hand, he says softly. I hesitate, already guessing what this is about. Isaac, you didn't, just trust me, he murmurs, resting his free hand beneath mine. I bite back my protest. The quiet intensity in his blue eyes stops me cold. This matters to him more than some impulsive gift. So I relax, letting him have this moment. He tips the bag and a delicate silver chain spills into my palm, cool against my skin. 2 pendants catch the light, one a swirling silver spiral, the other a milky white stone cradled in delicate silver filigree. Moonstone, he says, carefully undoing the clasp. It's beautiful, I breathe, tracing the intricate details before meeting his gaze. His fingers brush my neck as he lifts my hair, draping the necklace in place. The pendants settle just below my collarbone, light as a whisper. I touch them, marveling at the way the stone glows. I mean it, Isaac, I love it. And I do more than I can say. His lips brush softly against the back of my neck, sending shivers down my spine. I commissioned this just for you, he murmurs as I turn to face him. The delicate spiral pendant dangles from his thumb, catching the light. His fingertip traces the intricate design, pausing at the core. This marks where our story began, he explains, his voice warm with memory. As his finger follows the swirling path outward, he highlights small, precisely placed indents along the curve. Each of these, he continues, represents a turning point in us. How can someone like him exist? I hang on every word, overwhelmed by the depth of his thoughtfulness. How someone so fiercely intense could also be this tender. The contrast takes my breath away. His finger halts at the first notch. Here's when you truly saw me. He glides to the second, and this was meeting my father. When he reaches the third mark, silence stretches between us. His gaze drifts away, lost in thought. I can almost feel the weight of that moment pressing against my chest. Finally, his eyes meet mine again, shadowed. This, he says quietly, was when I nearly let you slip away. My stomach twists, but I stay quiet, giving him space. His touch moves to the fourth indentation, and his expression softens. March, he says simply, as if that single word holds an entire universe of meaning. You're sure you like it? He asks, searching my face. I exhale, my voice rough with emotion. Isaac, I don't just like it, I love it. His grin flashes, breaking the tension. So you won't yell at me for splurging. Typical Isaac, always lightening the mood before it gets too heavy. I roll my eyes but can't help smiling. You're off the hook this time, I tease, rising onto my toes to kiss him. The storm last night left the sky bruised with lingering clouds. I drag myself out of bed, groggy and reluctant, dreading the monotony of another school day. The rain's aftermath clings to the air, heavy and damp, matching my mood. All I want is to burrow back under the covers and replay yesterday's moments in my head. The scent of rain clings to the air even through the closed window. The steady drip from the gutters, a quiet rhythm as the indecisive clouds spit out occasional drizzles. Without the sun's warmth, the early summer morning carries a stubborn chill, clinging to the last remnants of spring like a ghost refusing to let go. I crack the window open, letting the damp breeze wash over me. That earthy, rain-soaked smell always settles my nerves like the world itself is exhaling. My mouth feels parched, tongue sticking uncomfortably, and I crave the sharp sting of minty toothpaste. The cool air helps, but I know only icy water splashed across my face will shake off the last of my grogginess. Downstairs, the kitchen smells like home, real home, not the rushed, hollow kind we've had since Uncle Carl got sick. Beverly's been up since dawn, filling the house with the rich aroma of coffee, followed by sizzling bacon and fluffy biscuits drowning in creamy gravy. I eat until my stomach protests, but Uncle Carl stays in the den like he's anchored there. He barely left that room since coming back, even slept in his recliner last night. It twists something inside me, but I keep my face neutral. Pity won't help him. A quick kiss on his temple, then I'm out the door where Isaac leans against his Jeep, grinning. Above us, the clouds finally relent, a sliver of blue breaking through. My fingers brush the moonstone at my throat, Isaac's gift still new enough to feel like a secret. School's different now. For once, I'm not the girl nobody sees. I'm not drowning in attention either, but I've got enough to earn some sideways glances and whispered comments. Haters, yeah, and honestly, it's weirdly validating. Isaac couldn't care less about high school. He's already graduated, and between pack business and family drama, he's got bigger things to deal with. But here he is, playing senior again just to stay close. He ditched being alpha for this. For me, it gnaws at me, but arguing with him is like shouting into the wind. We don't share classes, but he's everywhere, lingering by my locker, smirking from the bleachers during gym, stealing my fries at lunch. He claims it's to give me space, but the guy's a walking contradiction. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Isaac might be turning 20 next month, but he could easily pass for 17, maybe a taller, more athletic version, but still. His younger sisters, Phoebe and Camilla, enrolled at Holdale High last winter, eager to dive into what they called human circles. Unlike most Mayfairs, who were privately tutored by someone known only as the governess, they wanted the full high school experience. The governess and others like her teach at elite private schools worldwide, blending in seamlessly while humans remain clueless that the quiet instructor down the hall is actually an elder werewolf guiding a class of pure bloods. Isaac finished his education at a private academy in upstate New York, though his knowledge makes it seem like he's already earned multiple degrees. He's sharp but humble, deliberately dragging out his senior year just to stay at school with me until I graduate. At Holdale, he's as low-key as Sebastian, which only fuels the mystery around him and, of course, the attention from girls. Hey, Isaac, three of them chirp in unison as he walks down the hall toward me. Blonde, brunette, and redhead, my nicknames for them, bat their lashes, but I don't feel a flicker of jealousy. When redhead shoots me a look dripping with rivalry, I just smile inwardly. She has no idea how little she matters in this equation. The downside, dating the most sought-after guy in school means unwanted spotlight. Popularity comes in flavors. The classic beauty, the trust fund kids, the effortlessly charming like Harry, and then there's me, popular by association since Isaac arrived. He pauses in the crowded hallway, pressing a quick kiss to my lips just to make them watch, then saunters off, his fingers grazing my palm. The hallway buzzes as eyes follow me, wondering what secret I hold that caught his interest. Redhead's face matches her hair. Meanwhile, I'm just counting the days until graduation. When the circus moves on without me, I won't pretend I don't love it when he acts like that, but the attention still makes me want to disappear into myself. Every good thing has its downside. Pretty sure I lost my phone, Harry mutters, checking his pockets before shrugging. Fantastic, meet me in the library, he calls over his shoulder, already halfway down the hall. Try calling me a few times, okay? It's on silent, but maybe I'll hear it vibrate. I nod and push through the library doors, tapping Harry's number into my phone as I weave between the shelves toward my usual spot, a table tucked near the magazine rack. Jenna Bishop is already there, watching me like she's been expecting me. Her crimson crossbody bag sits in the middle of the table, nudging against a potted spider plant. For a second, I hesitate, then slide into the chair across from her, dropping my bag, notebooks, and a battered copy of Jane Eyre onto the surface. Finals are creeping up, and I promised my English lit teacher I'd rework my paper to salvage my grade. Jenna isn't like the rest of the school. She's sharp, unsettling in a way that makes my skin prickle even though she's just human. How's it going? She asks, her smile too knowing. I finally sit, flipping open the book to a section bristling with neon post-its. Better, I murmur, then glance at my phone. Harry's call went straight to voicemail. I redial and set it down. Where'd you disappear to yesterday? I ask, keeping my voice low. Not that I blame you. Her grin doesn't waver. Yeah, my bad, she says. But you're fine now, so who cares? This whole exchange feels off. I press my lips together, unsure what to say or why she's even here. Something tells me it's not about studying. Jenna, I start, choosing my words carefully. How did you say you met the Mayfairs again? She leans back, lacing her fingers together. Today her nails are painted deep blue with tiny silver constellations. A small tattoo peeks from the curve of her right hand, mostly hidden beneath her fingers. Nathan and I go way back, she says. Ran into him at Finch's grocery once. I shake my head. You already told me that. What I meant was, how do you know about them? My eyes dart around, half expecting eavesdroppers, though no one here would understand even if they heard. She shifts her hands, and for a split second I catch the full design of her tattoo, a delicate, inked compass. A strange symbol I don't recognize flashes in her emerald eyes, throwing me off balance. I blink, distracted by the harsh fluorescent light spilling from the ceiling panels above us. For a second, I can't remember how we even started talking. My focus drifts to the white support beam between the magazine rack and our table, trying to piece together what to say next. The memory of sitting down feels hazy, like a dream. We moved here from New Hampshire last year, she says. Dad got a job in Augusta, thought we were heading to California, but nope, just cold, dreary Maine. You don't like it? I ask, still trying to catch up with the conversation. She shrugs, leaning back before resting her elbows on the table. It's fine, I guess. What about you? I fumble, then push through. I like it here. The snow took some getting used to, though. Coming from Georgia, it was a shock. Jenna laughs, her smooth, pale skin glowing under the artificial light. Yeah, like going from Arizona to Alaska or Texas to Minnesota. I grin, but my attention snaps to Torai and her two followers strolling toward us. Their steps slow as they approach, all three eyeing me with narrowed, skeptical glances. The girls behind Torai mutter to each other before fixing me with smug looks. Torai stops at the edge of the table, clutching a book against her chest. What's your problem? She asks, nose scrunched like she's smelling something rotten. I glance at Jenna, then back at Torai, who's staring at me like I've sprouted a second head. Nothing's wrong, I say, shifting into defense mode. Just talking, unless that's a crime. Tori's eyebrows shoot up and she twists slightly to exchange a look with her friends who wear matching expressions of disbelief, but she never fully looks away, as if I'm some unpredictable creature she can't trust. Her gaze flicks to the table, then Jenna, then back to me. Her friends stifle giggles. Oh, I see, Tori says, oozing sarcasm. Well, don't let me interrupt. They walk off, laughter trailing behind them. I turn to Jenna, who seems completely unfazed. How immature can she be? I mutter, shaking my head. Suddenly protective, I add, don't let her get to you. She's still hung up on some guy drama. Jenna just smiles, cool and unbothered. I'm not worried, and you shouldn't be either. Relax. Relax. You mentioned that to me already, I say, back at Isaac's place. Okay, maybe I do need to take a breath. This whole thing is messing with my head. Something about this conversation feels off, like the air between us is charged, out of sync, as if we were dropped into this moment from somewhere else and nothing quite fits. People pass by, but every glance they throw my way makes me feel like an outsider. The way they stare reminds me of Torai, except without the mocking laughter. Am I missing something obvious? I glance down, half expecting to find myself in some ridiculous situation, but no, I'm fully dressed. Still, the unease coils tighter in my stomach. I lean forward, my voice low and urgent. Just tell me how you know the Mayfairs. Jenna's smile fades. She reaches for my hand, but I pull back, pressing into my chair. You're strong, Adria, she says, her gaze piercing. Stronger than I realized, but not strong enough to handle this alone. What? My confusion wars with the strange pull she has over me. Part of me wants to bolt, but I'm frozen in place. I have to go, she says abruptly, pushing her chair back with a scrape. Before I can react, Harry's voice cuts through the room. Adria, I turn to see him striding toward me, phone in hand. When I look back, Jenna is already weaving between tables, vanishing behind a bookshelf. Gone, I'm left staring at the empty space, my mind blank. It's like that time at the grocery store when some woman blatantly cut in front of my mom and me, just that same stunned disbelief. Harry drops into the chair she just left. Found this by my desk, he says, waving his phone. Who are you talking to? I caught something about the Mayfairs, which honestly is kinda weird. He's acting paranoid, which isn't like him at all. How do you even know what I was saying? I ask, bracing myself as the situation spirals further. He pinches his phone between his fingers, shaking it like it holds some kind of answer. Your voicemail caught our little chat, if you can even call it that. For a moment I thought Harry was about to drop some insane revelation, like he could read my thoughts or had been secretly sitting there the whole time. If that were true, I'd be booking an emergency therapy session. I was talking to Jenna Bishop, I tell him. And yeah, I mentioned the Mayfairs because she knows all about them. Then Tori called, but thankfully that was quick. Jenna who? Bishop, I say, tilting my head and narrowing my eyes. She sits right next to you in Schwalski's class. Even someone as devoted to his girlfriend as Harry couldn't just forget a girl like Jenna. She's the kind of person who stands out. Everyone knows her name, even if they've never spoken to her. Harry just stares at me like I'm making this up. Anna Johnston sits next to me in Schwalski's, he says, and I've never heard of any Jenna Bishop. I whip my head around. Harry, stop. Stop what? I exhale hard, rolling my eyes before flipping through my book to the blue post-it. He's still giving me that blank look like I'm speaking another language. This is ridiculous and I'm not entertaining it. Harry's hand lands on the pages, dragging the book toward him. You're acting weird, he says, his dark brows pulled tight. Who the hell is Jenna Bishop? I trust him, that much is obvious from his expression, but part of me refuses to believe him because if he's telling the truth, then something's seriously off with me. She's been next to you in geometry all year, I snap. You can't pretend you don't know her. Adria, he says, dead serious, I swear I have no idea who you're talking about. Anna sits on my right, she's borrowed my pen twice, and Jake's on my left, drowning me in cheap cologne. My eyes drop to the wood grain of the table. The room feels unsteady again, but now it's from sheer confusion. I glance up, testing the air. It's normal now, nothing like when Jenna was here and everything felt wrong. People still glance my way, but it's not as intense. Harry, I say, reaching for his phone, let me hear the voicemail. He watches me like he's trying to solve a puzzle, concern etched on his face, but I'm just as worried. I just can't explain why yet. He nods and I grab his phone, swiping to unlock it. The phone beeps as I tap the voicemail icon, holding my breath as I lower the volume just enough for privacy. My own voice comes through crisp, except for those moments when I'd stepped away to whisper to Jenna. Those words are barely audible. What chills me is hearing Tori's voice loud and clear, even though she'd been across the room. I crank the volume, desperate to catch any trace of Jenna, but there's nothing, just me talking to empty air. Harry studies my expression. Yeah, he says slowly, I kept wondering who you were chatting with, had no idea Tori was even nearby. She wasn't, I snap, my hand slicing the air. Not the whole time. Before he can argue, I grab the sleeve of a guy in a green polo. Ever met Jenna Bishop? He shrugs, shaking his head, and suddenly the cafeteria noise fades. My grip on Harry's phone tightens as the pieces click. Tori's odd stares, the voicemail silence. Seriously, you're freaking me out, Harry mutters, prying the phone from me like it's live ammunition. First you collapse at Isaac's, now this. Wait, my nails dig into the table. You saw her there, right? Jenna was right beside me until I blacked out. My voice cracks, demanding confirmation. Harry's face falls. Adria, there was no one. A cold wave crashes over me. Victor's smirk flashes in my mind. Oh God, what if he actually did what? Harry reaches for me, but I'm already stumbling up, books slipping through my fingers. The room tilts, those damn black darts swarm my vision again. I lunge for the chair, but the carpet rushes up, my skull connecting with a sharp crack. Distant voices blur above me, tangled and fading as the darkness pulls me under. My cheek presses against the cold floor as my ragged breathing echoes loudly in my ears. My vision blurs, multiplying the legs around me until I can't tell if there are 6 or a dozen shifting shadows. Everything's a haze. Then Jenna Bishop steps forward, bathed in an almost otherworldly glow. Is she an angel? She looks like one, her emerald eyes shimmering like something from a dream, her presence washing over me with an eerie calm. Yet fear still claws at me, urging me to scramble away even as I stay frozen. Her voice fills my head without her lips moving, distant yet everywhere at once. The rest of the room melts into the background, leaving only her. She kneels, her fingers brushing my wrist where my hand lies limp. I'm sorry, she murmurs, though she feels miles away. I didn't see this coming. That can only mean one thing. What? I choke out, my voice raw. Who are you? Stay calm, she warns, her words muffled as if underwater. Panicking will only make it worse. Then, without warning, I'm yanked backward, the floor vanishing beneath me. Jenna dissolves like smoke in the wind, and suddenly I'm cradled in someone's arms, the library walls blurring into the hallway. When I wake, the fluorescent lights stab at my eyes. I squint, turning my head to avoid the glare. A pair of black Doc Martens rest on a chair, legs stretched out lazily. Isaac sits there watching me with quiet intensity while the school nurse adjusts her gold-rimmed glasses. "Your mom's on her way," she says. I don't bother correcting her. Beverly might as well be my mom. I try to sit up, but the nurse's firm hand pushes me back down. Isaac doesn't move, but his gaze never wavers. The door swings open, and two EMTs step inside, one hauling a black and orange duffel bag that's definitely packed with medical gear, probably including the one thing I dread most, needles. My whole body stiffens, the urge to bolt crawling under my skin, but I stay frozen, trapped in silent panic. Isaac picks up on it instantly, moving closer like he's ready to block my escape. Not that I wouldn't try. "I don't need an ambulance," I insist, my voice tight. The EMT with the bag drops it onto a chair and approaches me with a practiced smile. But I don't trust anyone who deals in needles, EMTs, vets, doctors, even the guy at the pharmacy counter. They're all the same to me. "Just a quick check," he says, already snapping on blue gloves. I press my head back into the pillow as his fingers find my wrist. The other EMT rummages through the bag, pulling out an ear thermometer. A few seconds later, the device beeps. "Elevated heart rate but no fever," he announces, tossing the thermometer cap into the trash. Though I'm guessing that spike isn't just from the fall. His grin is too knowing, clean-shaven, middle-aged, the kind of guy who's seen it all. I shoot Isaac a desperate look, silently begging for backup. "No needles today, Miss Dawson," the EMT adds, pressing the cold stethoscope to my chest. After a beat, he pulls away. "But you should still get checked out properly." Then the nurse chimes in. "She fainted off campus yesterday, too." Perfect, so now everyone knows. My eyes dart to Isaac. Did he spill? He shakes his head quickly, but the damage is done. The EMT nods, all business. "Yeah, you need a doctor, today preferably." Aunt Bev bursts in, her purse slipping off her shoulder. "Is Adria okay?" Her worry is written all over her face as she shoves past the nurse, wedging herself between the EMTs. "I'm fine," I groan, more annoyed than anything. "Seriously, no hospitals?" Bev ignores me completely, turning to the EMTs like I'm not even there. "Vitals are stable," the first one says, "but follow up ASAP." She nods, then finally plants herself beside me, her expression a mix of relief and fresh concern, finally managing to stand without worrying about everyone's overreactions. I'm immediately met with Aunt Bev's concerned gaze. "Harry mentioned you passed out at Isaac's place yesterday," she says, pressing her palm to my forehead like she doesn't trust the EMT's assessment. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Aunt Bev, relax," I say, gently pulling away. "I'm fine. It's a lie, and I know it better than anyone here." My stomach twists as I glance at Isaac, then quickly look away. If he stares too long, he might see the truth, the secret I'm almost certain of now. Fear of losing him, of what he'll think if he finds out Victor bonded me to him, makes me sick. I can't let myself dwell on it, but every time I feel his eyes on me, the dread rushes back, tightening around my chest. I don't have the energy to argue with Beverly anymore, not after months of trying to ignore this. It can't be real. I refuse to end up like Aramai. "You're seeing a doctor tomorrow," Beverly insists, crossing her arms, "or Portland isn't happening." "Fine," I mutter. "No needles, that's my limit." She barely hides a smirk. "Adria, if the doctor says you need blood work, you're getting blood work, no negotiation." My stomach lurches. Couldn't she at least pretend to humor me? I walk toward Isaac, hyper-aware of Beverly hovering behind me like I might collapse any second. The EMTs are gone, but the school nurse is still lingering, so I keep it simple, just a quick hug. He holds me tight and murmurs, "I'll stop by tonight. Call me if you feel worse, okay?" "Okay," I whisper back, gripping him like he's the only thing keeping me grounded. Dinner's almost ready, but I can't even think about eating. The second we got home, Beverly booked my appointment tomorrow morning. Part of me's relieved it's not later, or I'd miss my trip. The other part wants to bolt before any needles come near me. But the real weight crushing me isn't the doctor. It's Victor, it's Isaac. It's the bond I never asked for. From the rooftop above our wraparound porch, the view stretches endlessly, rolling fields, distant trees, the kind of clarity I wish I had about my own life. I discovered this spot by accident one evening while rummaging through the attic. The old box window swung open easily, inviting me out into the quiet. Up here, the world feels simpler, like those nights back in Georgia when Alex and I would lie in the grass counting constellations. These days, it's Isaac or Harry who joins me. Speaking of Harry, I hear the attic stairs groan under his weight, the rusty hinges protesting as he pushes the door open. His voice echoes through the dusty space, teasing me about the layer of grime coating everything. "You planning to break out the polish anytime soon?" His head pokes through the window just as I'm settling into the fading light of golden hour, legs crossed, the breeze cool against my skin. Climbing out, he moves like a stilt walker navigating a tightrope, all long limbs and awkward angles until he finds his balance on the sloped shingles. Beverly mentioned your doctor's appointment, he says, scooting closer. I keep my eyes on the horizon, fingers knotting in my lap. Yeah, I mutter. He nudges my shoulder. Probably just some weird allergy. Doubt it's, terminal. The word hangs in the air like a bad joke. Terminal. I've turned it over in my head all day, wondering if Victor's curse is real, if this blood bond is the reason everything's unraveling. The pieces fit a little too well. Headlights flicker through the trees, some neighbor cutting through back roads, their car lights already on despite the lingering daylight. Down in the field, the Johnsons' mutt zigzags along the tree line, chasing shadows. Harry doesn't bother with small talk. So, he presses, you gonna tell me what's really going on? I exhale, slow, and finally meet his gaze. The quiet between us feels heavier than the dusk settling over the fields. All right, I'll tell you, I say, and Harry's eyebrows shoot up. He wasn't expecting me to cave this fast, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore. The weight of it is crushing me. Still, it's dangerous. Once I start, I'll have to explain everything. How I ended up Victor Vargas' captive that night, the things Sybil whispered to me in the dark. The truth about Aramai, Trajan, and Victor. I could dance around that if I wanted to, but I don't. I need someone to know. Every detail of that night, I say, locking eyes with him. But swear to me, Harry, on both our lives, not a word to anyone. The usual mischief in his eyes vanishes, replaced by something solid, unshakable. He gets it. This isn't some wild story for laughs. He nods, and just like that, I know he's in it with me. My chest tightens as I stare across the empty field, the memories rushing back sharper than ever. I'd spent months trying to bury them, but now they're raw, relentless. So I spill it all, the terror, the way death breathing down my neck made me realize there's no going back to my old life, not after this. Not even to the mess it was before, with my stepdad drowning in whiskey and my mom starved for love she'd never get. Then comes the hard part, the blood bond. Sybil's warnings, Isaac's cryptic explanations in that suffocating cave. Nothing comes free, especially not forever. And Aramai. Fragile as glass, but her presence, like standing in the eye of a hurricane. Then there's the book, its pages crawling with symbols I couldn't read but didn't need to. The illustrations alone screamed danger. Trajan's blind loyalty to Victor, all to shield Aramai, the woman he'd burn the world for. Harry's silent for once, staring at the horizon like he's trying to piece together a puzzle. I can practically feel the disbelief rolling off him, tangled up with anger and something like grief. Daisy's probably flashing through his mind too, what this means for her if Victor's choices have put a target on her back. The sun dips low, painting the sky in streaks of orange. Harry finally turns to me, his face a mess of unspoken questions. Why tell me all this now? He asks, voice rough. The real question hangs between us. What do you need me to do? He can tell by the way I'm sitting, the tension in my shoulders, that whatever I'm about to say won't be good. I curl into myself, arms wrapped tight around my knees, my sneakers pressing into the rough shingles to keep me steady. The last streaks of sunset, soft orange and pink, fade into nothing, swallowed by the night. Stars blink to life one by one, but tonight I barely noticed them. When I woke up in that room with Victor, I start, my voice low, eyes fixed on the horizon. I told you something was wrong. Yeah, I got hurt in the crash, but someone patched me up too well. Harry doesn't interrupt. I can feel his gaze, steady and heavy. A few days later, I continue. The wound was gone, just a faint line left. That's not normal. When I was 12, I cut my knee on a can of green beans. 5 stitches, a tetanus shot, and weeks of healing. That scar's worse than the one on my stomach, and that one needed 12 stitches. I roll up my pant leg, but it's too dark, and Harry's too caught up in what I'm saying to really look. Victor's alive. Harry murmurs, more to himself than to me, like he's still processing the shock. I yank my pant leg back down, pulling my knee close again. I think he gave me his blood that first night, I say, the words bitter in my mouth. I think I'm tied to him now, and I hate it. Harry exhales sharply, like he'd been holding his breath. The silence between us is thick, suffocating. Isaac can't know, I add, my voice barely above a whisper. It hurts to say it. Harry tries to reason it out, grasping for anything but the obvious. Maybe the concut got infected, maybe that's why it took longer to heal, you can't be sure. But his voice wavers, he doesn't believe his own words. It's not just the scar, I snap. You've seen me lately, fainting, mood swings that mess with Natasha, and the talking to myself. Harry, I feel like I'm losing it. My hands clench into fists. Something's wrong with me. I feel like I'm losing it, just like Aramai did, and it terrifies me, I confess, my voice barely steady. Harry whips his head around to face me, his expression sharp. But you told me it took Aramai decades to reach that point. For you, it's only been, 7 months since everything happened? 7, I correct quietly. He spreads his hands as if the answer should be obvious. Exactly. I seriously doubt Victor did that to you. And when's the last time you even fed from a werewolf? Never, I admit, rubbing my temples. Harry leans back, resting his hands on his knees. Look, something's off, sure, but it's probably just medical. You might need iron supplements or something stronger, maybe even a sedative. Not funny, Harry. The smirk he was fighting fades. I know, he says, softer now, but you're spiraling. Go to a doctor tomorrow and I bet they'll give you a straightforward explanation. You'll feel ridiculous for ever worrying like this. I let out a dry laugh. Right, because bloodbandicitis is totally a real diagnosis. Okay, fine, Harry concedes, rolling his eyes. But if they rule out the supernatural and give you a normal, boring reason, then you can relax, right? Maybe, I mutter, unconvinced. My fingers tighten around my knees. But what if Victor did barn me like he did Aramai? He was obsessed enough to take me by force. If it's true, then I'll fade into nothing, no memories, no identity, just a hollow shell. The words taste bitter and I force myself to stop before the image fully forms. Harry's hand lands on my knee, warm and steady. Then Isaac would look after you the way Trajan does for Aramai. His tone is so matter-of-fact that for a heartbeat it almost sounds comforting. But the illusion shatters fast. The truth crashes back, being reduced to a helpless, mindless thing stripped of dignity, of even understanding what's been lost. And what if Isaac isn't like his father? I counter. Trajan's cruel, Harry. His heart only has room for Aramai. That's not love, it's obsession. The world could crumble to ashes, and as long as Aramai remained by his side, nothing else would matter. My eyes burn, but I refuse to let the tears fall. My throat tightens and a dull ache pulses between my brows. What if Isaac stops loving me? What if he sees me as broken, as something ruined? My voice cracks as I turn to Harry, my gaze sharp. He can never find out, do you hear me? Never. A single tear escapes, tracing a path down my nose. I swipe it away, irritated by the sting. Harry shifts closer, pulling me against him, his hand warm on my arm. You're underestimating him, he murmurs, rubbing slow circles into my sleeve. After a beat he asks, what terrifies you more, losing yourself or losing Isaac? I lift my head, struck by the question. For the first time, I let myself really consider it. The stars blur above me as memories flicker. My father walking away, my grandmother's empty chair, my mother's distant eyes, my sister's cold shoulder. Love has always been borrowed, never mine to keep. My mind, I whisper, staring blankly ahead. At least my heart is mine. I can't force anyone to stay, but I can choose who I love. Even if Isaac leaves, I won't let go of loving him. The confession hangs raw in the air. I've never been this vulnerable, not with Alex, not even with Isaac. Only Harry gets this version of me, the one that doesn't hide. Headlights cut through the dark, snapping me back. I scrub my face, erasing the evidence of weakness. Harry stays quiet, sensing the moment is over. You might be right about the diagnosis, I mutter, watching Isaac's Jeep roll up the driveway, its new windshield gleaming. But it doesn't explain Jenna. Yeah, Isaac admits, shutting off the Jeep's engine as the headlights fade, plunging the yard back into darkness. His keys jingle as he shoves them into his jeans pocket, his footsteps crunching on the gravel. The porch light flickers on, casting a glow over Beverly's car parked at the curb. I quickly wipe my cheeks just in case, and he gives an easy wave from below. No rush, he calls up. I'll be inside. What I love about Isaac is how secure he is, no pointless jealousy, no unnecessary drama. Not that he's passive. 2 weeks ago, when Mason Bragg wouldn't take the hint between classes, Isaac shut it down with just a look. But with Harry, Isaac doesn't blink. Harry could drape himself over me like a blanket and Isaac would just laugh. He gets it. He trusts me. Be right there, I call back. Isaac pauses halfway up the steps, turning with a smirk. Oh, Harry, Daisy says don't forget your brain this time, whatever that means. Harry chuckles, shaking his head. Yeah, my notebook. He rolls his eyes. She's been subtly reminding me for days. Then out of nowhere he drops the teasing and turns serious. Look, I don't think you're losing it. Maybe Jenna was real. I stiffen, caught off guard. What changed your mind? He scratches his nose, frowning. You're not acting delusional, just spooked, and that's weird, right? His gaze locks onto mine. Was today in the library the first time? I exhale, the pieces clicking together. No, she's been around since my first day. The memories flicker like an old film reel. Geometry class, the gym bleachers, even the bathroom mirrors. Every sighting sharpens in my mind. Undeniable. Harry's expression sharpens with curiosity. He runs a hand along his jaw, then lets his arms rest loosely over his knees. If you've been seeing her since before Victor got involved, he says slowly, then that blows your blood bond theory out of the water. She can't be some hallucination tied to that night. The realization hits me like a bucket of ice water. Everything snaps into focus, too sharp, too clear. And then it hits me, I shouldn't even know her name. We never exchanged introductions until yesterday at Isaac's place. Yet somehow I've known it since the first day of school, like it was called out in roll or whispered in passing. But if nobody else remembers her, how could I? Maybe ask Isaac, Harry suggests, shrugging. If anyone would have answers, it's him. I shake my head before he even finishes. No chance. The last thing I need is Isaac thinking I've lost it. If I tell him I've been talking to a ghost girl, he'll start digging into what really happened that night more than he already is. Harry pushes himself up, balancing carefully on the slanted roof. If she's not real, he says, voice steady, you can't keep that from him forever. His words settle like a stone in my gut. I've avoided thinking about it too hard, but hearing it out loud makes it impossible to ignore. Then again, Harry adds, grinning as he ducks back toward the attic window, a few iron supplements and some good old-fashioned meds might sort you right out. I lunge to shove him, but he's already slipping inside. A loud thud echoes from below, followed by his muffled curse. I can't help but laugh. He totally deserved that. The clinic smells like bleach and regret. Stark white walls, sterile cabinets with tiny silver locks. That awful hospital soap lingers in the air, sharp and suffocating. My legs swing absently over the edge of the exam table, my reflection staring back at me from the polished floor tiles. I look miserable, jaw clenched, brows knotted, like I'm holding back a scream. The crinkly paper beneath me sticks to my skin, and the flimsy gown does nothing to stop the chill creeping in. Perfect. Just perfect. I tried keeping my jeans on, figuring the hospital gown was enough since they wouldn't need to examine anything below the waist. But the nurse, all sugar-coated politeness, wasn't having it. She might act nice now, but I know what's coming. Next time she walks in, she'll be carrying that dreaded tray loaded with sterile instruments that scream, yeah, I'm not as sweet as I look. Maybe I should have let Aunt Bev come back here with me. Then again, maybe not. She doesn't need to see this version of me, the one who's not exactly living up to her charming Adria reputation. There's a quick knock on the heavy wooden door before it swings open. Do they really think that split-second warning gives patients enough time to scramble for cover? A woman in a crisp white coat steps in, classic doctor look, complete with the ID badge clipped to her collar. Her blonde ponytail swings neatly between her shoulders as she scans my chart. So, I say, unable to keep the edge out of my voice, what's the point of knocking if you're just gonna barge in anyway? Nerves do weird things to me, especially when needles are involved. Her smile is just as subtle as my sarcasm there, but not obvious. She's probably dealt with worse, and she definitely knows I'm one of those people who can handle hospitals, unless I'm the one on the exam table. She sets the clipboard down beside me. Her perfume is nice, but underneath it I catch the sharp scent of antiseptic soap. It's more of a heads-up, she says, her tone smooth. Looks like you had plenty of time to change though, Taché. I fidget, clasping my hands together as my eyes dart to the glove dispenser on the wall. So Miss Dawson, she says, rolling her stool closer, what brings you in today? I exhale slowly. The nurse already took all my symptoms down, but here we go again. Dizzy spells, I mutter. Passed out twice in 2 days, some nausea but no vomiting. The words feel stale, like I'm reciting lines from a script I never wanted to read. My chest tightens, and dark specks dance across my vision. No way am I telling her about the ghostly visitors or how I might be permanently linked to a centuries-old werewolf after that blood-sharing incident. Unless I want a one-way ticket to a padded room, I'll stick to the basics. That's why I'm here, right? The doctor glances at her clipboard, scribbles something, then meets my eyes. Any recent stress? I shrug. Some. How's your appetite? Fine, except when the room starts spinning. Any dietary restrictions? Vegan, gluten-free? Nope. Her pen glides across the paper before she tucks it back behind the clipboard. How are you feeling now? Terrified of needles mostly, I admit. And that blood pressure cuff left a bruise. Your nurse plays rough. She almost smiles, but buries it in the chart. I know I sound like a whiny kid, but fear turns me into a sarcastic mess instead of a trembling wreck. You'll be okay, she says, leaning forward. Any triggers before the dizziness, specific stressful events? I stare at the ceiling. Uncle Carl's return should have been chill, but between fretting over the house and Beverly's emotional dump about Isaac, maybe it wasn't. Then there was the werewolf showdown at the diner and passing out at Isaac's place when Natasha showed up. Oh, and Jenna in the library. Both times I blacked out, she was there whispering, calm down. Coincidence? Probably not. For a second I almost believed this doctor could explain everything except Jenna. She's staying on my certifiably insane list. Yeah, I sigh. Stress has been intense. But the real reasons, those stay locked up. Her expression softens as she picks up on my hesitation fading. We'll need to do some routine tests to eliminate other possibilities, she explains, but given your age and the pressures of high school, what you're describing sounds like textbook anxiety. While passing out isn't typical, it does happen occasionally during severe episodes. My stomach twists at the word tests, my pulse kicking up before she even finishes speaking. What kind of tests? I ask, though I already know, and I'm certain she does too. What I really mean is, please say no needles, because if there are, I might just black out on this exam table right now. Just a quick blood draw, she continues, but her voice suddenly sounds distant, like she's speaking through a wall. Nurse Gillian has the gentlest touch, I promise. Gillian, not that it matters. If that tray of medical horrors comes anywhere near me, I might be unconscious before introductions happen. The doctor launches into the usual invasive questions about bodily functions. Honestly, I'd rather chug curdled milk than discuss this stuff before scribbling more notes. She stands, sets the clipboard aside, and pumps foamy sanitizer into her palms. Then comes the exam, flashlight in my eyes, fingers prodding my throat, pressing along my neck for swollen glands. I lie back as she checks my abdomen, bracing for whatever comes next. "She'll be right in," the doctor says breezily, as if she didn't just sign my doom. "Cool, cool, totally fine." While I wait, I fixate on the cheerful heart diagram grinning at me from the wall, its cartoonish arteries labeled like a science fair project. My gaze darts to the biohazard bin, its jagged hazard symbol straight out of a metal band's logo, then to the overflowing red trash bag. Even the "wash your hands" poster feels like it's marking me. Every detail in this sterile nightmare is designed to make my palms sweat harder. Breathe, just breathe. But all I can think about is that door and what's coming through it. I need a room covered in playful kitten posters and wrinkly bulldog photos. Knock, knock. Barely a second passes before the door swings open, but I keep my eyes glued to the floor. No way am I making eye contact with Nurse Gillian or whatever her name is. The moment I spot that medical tray, I know it'll be the tipping point. My calm, collected act in this doctor's office, gone. I've never actually blacked out from needles before, but given my recent track record, this might just be the thing to do it. I pivot my gaze toward the wall instead, tuning out whatever reassuring nonsense the nurse is saying while she preps her supplies. Another soft knock and the door creaks open just enough for Aunt Bev's voice to slip through. "Mind if I join you? Now that's how you ask." "Yeah, come in," I mutter, still avoiding the nurse's pastel pink scrubs covered in cartoon giraffes and monkeys. But then I catch it, no tray. Just a deep crimson organizer packed with tiny vials, sterile needles, and antiseptic wipes. My skin prickles with sweat. Aunt Bev eases inside, shutting the door gently behind her. She and the nurse exchange polite nods as Bev settles into the chair beside the exam table. "Thought you could use some backup," she says, setting down her sleek black purse shaped like a crescent moon. I'm about to insist I'm fine when wait, did the wall just ripple like a stone skimming water, distorting for half a second before snapping back? I squeeze my eyes shut, then open them. Nothing. Okay, maybe I'm hallucinating again. At least this is easier to shrug off than, say, a full-blown ghost debating Pythagorean theorems. "All finished," the nurse chirps. "You handled that like a pro." I jolt back to awareness. Wait, when did I zone out? And stare blankly at the nurse's gloved hands, the vials of my blood already tucked into her kit. Bev's on her feet now, though I never saw her stand. My brain scrambles to piece together the missing minutes. Did I pass out? My voice wavers. Bev's smile stays steady, but there's a flicker of something uncertain in her eyes. "Not at all, sweetheart, you were perfect." I hesitate, then finally glance at my arm. A faint sting lingers where the needle must have been, but the proof is already sealed away in those little glass tubes, leaving me with nothing but gaps in my memory and a creeping sense of unease. The adhesive strip clings to my arm, a small padded square pressing against my skin. The sharp scent of antiseptic fills the air as I blink, scanning the sterile exam room for anything that might prove this is just some bizarre nightmare. My throat tightens when reality sinks in. These missing minutes are truly gone. "You're all set to get dressed," the nurse announces, her fingers curled around the door handle while her other hand balances a metal tray. "Lab results take about half an hour," she adds, nodding at Beverly, "but trust me, it'll feel like 3 hours in this shoebox." I barely register the weight or the potential diagnosis. My mind keeps circling back to the gap in my memory. How could I lose time without actually blacking out? The white wall near the faucet holds my attention, the spot where I swear I noticed something flicker right before the needle went in. Beverly chatters away, probably trying to snap me out of whatever daze I'm in, but her words might as well be static. I nod on autopilot, even forcing eye contact a few times, but if she quizzed me later, I couldn't repeat a single sentence. When the doctor finally reappears, no knock, just the squeak of her shoes, I jerk back to the present. "Your iron levels are in the basement," she declares, flipping through the clipboard tucked under her arm. "No red flags otherwise, but we'll start supplements and schedule follow-ups to cross a few possibilities off the list." The phrase "further tests" should bother me, but I'm too busy wrestling with the fact that my own brain edited out chunks of today. Then comes the curveball. "Let's trial a minimal dose of anti-anxiety meds," she continues, tearing off 2 prescription slips and passing them to Beverly. "Give it 2 weeks. If Adria's still climbing the walls, we'll adjust." Beverly starts asking about side effects, but I'm already tuning out again, staring at the medical waste bin in the corner. Its red biohazard symbol seems to pulse in time with my heartbeat. By the time a different nurse arrives with discharge papers, I've memorized every crack in the ceiling tiles. As we approach the double doors near the nurse's station, I spot the doctor scribbling notes in a bulky file at the counter, her back turned. I stammer, and she spins around, her expression calm but professional. My face burns with embarrassment. "Sorry about earlier," I mutter, shifting my weight. Guilt and I have a complicated history. If NBC ever wanted to adapt my life into a sitcom, they'd call it My Name is Adria, though it'd probably get cancelled after one season. The doctor just grins, plucks a sticker from the roll on the wall and hands it to me. I glance down at Dora the Explorer and then back up, mortified. She winks, but it's not playful, it's calculated revenge, and I can't help but silently applaud her for it. I adore her. Too bad this is a pediatric clinic. Beverly couldn't get me an appointment with her regular doctor until next week. Summer break is finally here. In the past, Alex and I would sleep until noon, then load up our gear and drive to Lake Sinclair with Liz and Brandon. I miss her a lot, but I'm building new memories now, and Isaac's the perfect person to make them with. The last days of school felt almost normal, like before the fainting started. The only thing gnawing at me is the trip to Portland, but it's the good kind of nerves. Ever since the clinic visit, when I got a solid answer for what's been happening, I've been floating on relief. Sure, that nagging doubt still lingers, but it's quieter now. Harry won't let me forget he was right, even if the iron pills were a fluke and jokes that I should just let him run my life from now on. He's ridiculous, but I wouldn't trade him. Maybe the anxiety meds are helping too. I'll need them this weekend. I'm ready to try again with Isaac. As for Jenna Bishop, nothing. No calls, no sightings, like she never existed. Maybe she didn't, or maybe she's a ghost, or something else entirely. I could obsess over it until I lose my mind, or I could accept that some things don't have neat explanations. But werewolves, those are definitely real. If it weren't for that one strange detail, I might actually side with Harry and agree he needs medication for schizophrenia. I've spent the last hour at home getting ready. My bags were packed 2 days ago, but there's always something left to do before leaving. Having my aunt as my boss is a lifesaver, otherwise I'd never get a whole weekend off, let alone a Friday night. Most teenagers don't get vacations, so I'm counting myself lucky. I practically float down the stairs, my excitement impossible to hide. Uncle Carl, planted in his usual spot in the den, raises an eyebrow. Someone's in a good mood, he says. Portland's great. Beverly and I hit up Old Orchard Beach last summer. I just nod, careful not to say anything that might remind him things aren't the same now. Then Beverly appears from the dining room, clutching her overstuffed red wallet, the kind that barely closes from all the photos and coupons crammed inside. Got you a prepaid card, she says, digging through the mess. Aunt Bev, you really don't. Save it, she cuts in, finally pulling out the right card. There's 200 on here just in case. 200 in case of what? I blurt. I decide to buy a yacht while I'm there. She shoves the card into my hand. Just enjoy yourself, she says with a grin. Besides, 200 wouldn't even cover the down payment on a decent bike. I roll my eyes but tuck the card into my back pocket. Not there, she scolds before I can even move. Put it in your purse, lose it, and anyone can go on a shopping spree. Fine, I'll move it when I go back up. She heads to the kitchen and I trail behind. Opening the cabinet above the toaster, she pulls out a random assortment: Nabisco snack packs, beef-flavored ramen, the only kind I'll eat, and a few other things. For the drive, she says, in case you get stranded on the highway, can't have you starving. I don't point out how unlikely that is or ask how I'd boil water on the shoulder of the road. Instead, I help her stuff everything into a grocery bag. Finally, she ducks under the counter and emerges with a 6-pack of water bottles. Going without water is way tougher than going without food, Beverly remarked, carefully placing the noodles into the emergency bag. Portland isn't exactly the wilderness, Uncle Carl called from the living room. She's not trekking through the desert. I bit back a smile as Beverly shot me a knowing look. That kind of thinking, she muttered, is how you end up stranded in a downpour miles from the nearest gas station with a blown-out tire. She dropped the last of the supplies in and pointed at me for emphasis. I chuckled, shaking my head as I finished the dishes and checked in with Uncle Carl, who as usual insisted he didn't need a thing. Upstairs, I double-checked my room, making sure I hadn't forgotten anything. The credit card went into my purse, and I gave my reflection a final once-over. A quick dusting of powder tamed the shine on my forehead, and I swept on the shimmery blush Zia had gifted me. She was always pushing me to glam it up, and though I usually resisted, I had to admit the soft pink glow suited me. Daisy's effortless style was more my speed, but Zia's enthusiasm was hard to ignore, even if her last makeover left me looking like I'd lost a fight with a cold pencil. Restless, I paced before finally hauling my bags downstairs, setting them beside Beverly's stash of roadside essentials. Harry's beat-up Monte Carlo rumbled into the driveway, Daisy hopping out first. Right on schedule, I said as she strode toward me. Harry followed, wrestling with his stubborn seatbelt, just one of the car's many quirks. Daisy's eyes lit up when she spotted the pendant at my throat. Gorgeous, she murmured, running a thumb over the moonstone. Isaac's handiwork, she grinned, stepping closer. Glancing back at Harry, she dropped her voice. Don't tell him I said this, but I've never seen him so gone for someone. You've got him wrapped around your finger. Heat flooded my cheeks. SHHH, I laughed, swatting her arm. I wouldn't put it like that. Oh, she arched a brow. Then how would you put it? Harry was nearly within earshot, so I just shook my head, still grinning. I take advantage of the awkward pause, letting the silence stretch just long enough for Harry to rescue me from answering. "Where is everyone?" Harry asks, glancing at his phone like he's checking the time. The distant rumble of engines grows louder, and moments later, two vehicles roll up the driveway, Isaac's lifted Jeep Wrangler and Nathan's mud-splattered Tacoma, with Hannah riding shotgun and Zier and Sebastian crammed in the back. Something about werewolves and their obsession with rugged trucks, I swear. As more cars fill the driveway, Aunt Bev steps onto the porch, swinging an emergency roadside kit in one hand. "Hey, gorgeous," Isaac murmurs, brushing a quick kiss against my lips. "Where's your gear?" I push the door open wider as Beverly steps outside, then turn to grab my bags from the floor. But Isaac nudges me aside effortlessly, slinging the duffel over his shoulder and grabbing my weekender bag. "You sure you didn't forget anything?" I mentally run through my checklist. Toothbrush, yep, extra underwear, obviously, makeup, packed outfits, 3 whole options, prescription meds. Safe in my purse, which I tap just to be sure. "Unless you've suddenly decided we're hitting a hot spring," I say dryly. "I think I'm good." "Not a chance," he laughs. "Water's still freezing this time of year." Beverly sidles up, thrusting the emergency kit at Isaac. "When was the last time you got this thing serviced?" she demands. "Oil, brakes, tires, all of it." "Relax, Ms. Bev," he says, tucking the kit under his arm. "It's pristine, Scout's honor." I pretend sudden fascination with Harry and Daisy's conversation, avoiding the thinly veiled take care of her subtext. Isaac's Jeep is practically brand new. Meanwhile, Harry's ancient Bronco sounds like it's held together by duct tape and hope. Beverly gives a satisfied nod, and Isaac lopes down the steps, tossing my bags into the Jeep with a thud. Small mercies, at least the roof's staying on. The last thing I need is wind-whipped hair for the entire drive. Our little convoy rolls out, Harry's Bronco leading the pack, followed by a parade of off-road beasts and one questionable vintage sedan. The bass line of some alt-rock anthem, maybe Foo Fighters, bleeds from Harry's speakers, vibrating through our open windows. As Hallowell shrinks in the rearview, an odd thrill flickers in my chest. It's been months since I've gone farther than Augusta. Feels like the first real breath I've taken since leaving Georgia. This journey might be exactly what I've been missing. A break from the familiar, a chance to breathe outside the weight of memories. Not that life is terrible now, in fact it's great. School's fine, work's steady, but even good things can feel heavy after a while. Sometimes stepping away from perfect is its own kind of healing. The highway stretches east toward Scarborough, the salty tang of the ocean creeping through the cracked window. It makes me wonder about Alexandra, where she is, what she's doing, if she ever spares a thought for me. Probably not. Hallowell's been quiet, no sign of the Vargas family. William, Ash's brother, gone. I still remember the way his body lay twisted in that house, eyes glassy and vacant. Ash might still be out there, and Victor, well, let's just say not many know he's breathing. Harry does now, though. I steal a glance at Isaac behind the wheel, and for a second all I see is a guy clinging to a lie so big it could crush him. And here I am, feeding it every day by staying silent. Funny how much he looks like Trajan, same sharp cheekbones, same intensity when he's thinking too hard. He's got Sybil's eyes too, not that I'd ever say it. She was terrifying, sure, but undeniably striking. The miles blur by on I-295, but Isaac's rambling about his Grand Canyon trip and some werewolf hunt in Texas keeps it from feeling endless. "Turned early, killed a kid," he says, eyes flicking to me with a grin. "Locals swore it was a chupacabra," I snort. "Right, because werewolves are totally logical." He laughs, shaking his head as a red SUV rockets past us. The road hums beneath us, and for now at least, the weight feels lighter. Some dude leans halfway out his SUV window, hollering like he just won the lottery and waving his arms like a maniac. Seriously, who acts like that on the interstate? Probably some frat boy chugging energy drinks on his way to Portland. I cross my fingers that Higgins Beach isn't crawling with that kind of chaos. Harry mentioned his sister's place was tucked away in a quiet part of the beach, so at least we might dodge the rowdy crowds. And thank goodness it's not scorching hot, nothing like the packed, sweaty beaches back in Georgia where you can barely find a spot to lay your towel. "Uh-oh," Isaac mutters, and I follow his gaze through the windshield. The Jeep slows as he eases onto the shoulder, rolling to a stop behind Harry's car, which is puffing smoke like an old steam engine. Traffic whips past us, gusts of wind rocking the Jeep with every speeding car. "Called it," I say, rolling my eyes. Harry climbs out, cracking his door just enough to squeeze through without losing it to a passing semi. He kicks the back tire in frustration, and I lean out the window, yelling, "Hey, don't take it out on her, you're the one pushing her past her prime." He flips me off, and I laugh. Isaac shakes his head but grins before hopping out to help. Nathan and the others pull up behind us, and soon all the guys are outside, poking around the car like amateur mechanics. Meanwhile, Zia, Daisy, Hannah, and I are still sitting there like we're waiting for permission. Nope, I swing the door open and step out, immediately regretting it when a diesel truck blasts past, nearly taking my ponytail with it. I scramble farther from the road, opting for the uneven safety of the grassy slope. Good luck fixing this mess here, Sebastian shouts over the roar of engines. Isaac's hand lands on my arm, his grip tight. He's clearly not thrilled about me standing so close to the chaos. Tow truck's our only shot, Harry says, already dialing. We're only 20 minutes from my sister's place anyway. Isaac nods. You and Daisy can ride with us. We kill half an hour on the shoulder watching Harry's beloved Darla. Yeah, he named his car, but don't tell Daisy. Get loaded onto the tow truck. He looks genuinely heartbroken as the chains clamp down. From the back seat, Daisy pokes Isaac's shoulder. You won't mind if we commandeer your Jeep in Portland, right? Best brother ever. Isaac exhales, defeated. Fine, but no joyriding. Whatever, it doesn't matter to me, he says, shifting the Jeep into drive as we roll forward, as long as Adria and I aren't stuck without it. Daisy nods. Obviously, she says, sliding across the backseat to settle onto Harry's lap. He plants a quick kiss on the tip of her nose. Behind us, I hear yelling and spot Zia's platinum blonde head sticking out the rear window, fist pumping wildly as we speed off. I just shake my head, chuckling under my breath. 20 minutes later, we're turning onto the secluded driveway of a cozy blue beach house, nestled in a grassy stretch just steps from the shore. Everyone spills out of the cars, but before grabbing luggage, we dash toward the view. The ocean breeze is sharp, whipping loose strands of hair into my face. The beach curves in a wide crescent, dotted with other private homes spaced generously apart. A sandy path winds through tall, wind-tossed grass leading straight to the water. Towering trees frame the house, one with a three-person swing dangling from its thick branches swaying gently. Overhead, seagulls screech and dive, their cries piercing the salty air. Despite the strong wind, the waves roll in smoothly, their rhythm steady. The sun blazes high, and as I step out from the shade, I squint, lifting a hand to block the glare. Left my sunglasses in the car, I mutter as Isaac appears behind me. Knew I'd forget something. Without warning, Isaac hoists me onto his shoulder, catching me completely off guard. I shriek, pounding his back with my fists, though I know I'm not doing any real damage. He holds me effortlessly, his grip like steel around my legs. Put me down, or what? Isaac laughs. You'll keep lightly tapping me like an overexcited puppy. He spins me once, and I stop hitting him just to grip his sides for balance. Isaac, I kick uselessly, his hold is unbreakable. I really have to pee, I yell, and instantly his arms loosen, letting me slide down his front. Grinning, I duck behind him and leap onto his back, locking my legs around his waist. Leaning close to his ear, I whisper, or I'll outsmart you into dropping me, since brute force clearly isn't working. I press a quick kiss to his cheek, his arms tighten around me. Better tricked than soaked, he teases. Tow truck's here, Harry calls from the driveway. Still piggybacking, Isaac carries me toward the cars as the truck backs in. Harry stands behind it, directing it to park out of the way, his hands guiding the driver with practiced ease. A moment later, another car rolls up, and a slender brunette steps out, balancing 4 pizza boxes in her arms. Harry greets his sister with a quick hug, takes the pizzas, and hands them off to Sebastian before heading back to supervise the tow truck releasing his beloved Darla. Megan, Harry's younger sister, looks no older than mid-20s, and the family resemblance is unmistakable as we all gather on the spacious deck overlooking the ocean. Like Harry, she's tall with striking dark brows, and when she grins, one side of her mouth quirks up just a little higher, the same playful asymmetry Harry has. The guys dive into the pizza like they haven't eaten in days, while Daisy, Zia, and I take slightly more civilized bites. Hannah, ever the quiet one, politely declines. Listen, Megan says, pointing a slice at Harry, if you're gonna be tinkering with that car here, at least lay down an oil pan and a top. I'm not scrubbing grease stains out of the sand again. Harry, mid-bite, just nods. Yeah, hey, where's that guy you were seeing? Phil, right, the one with the vintage tattoo sleeve. He shoves another oversized bite into his already full mouth, sauce smudging the corners of his lips. Glancing around at the rest of us, he adds, my sister swore she'd never date a guy with ink. Never. He grins like he's just won something. Megan rolls her eyes. He's been here 5 minutes and already plotting my exile, she tells us, nibbling her pizza. Missed me so much, huh? The whole table laughs as Harry feigns offense. Don't let her fool you, he warns. She's a master manipulator. Zia leans in. I'm team Megan already. Same, I agree. Harry's got a habit of sweet-talking his way out of trouble. Daisy nods, swallowing a bite. Thinks those puppy dog eyes work on everyone. Newsflash, they don't. Harry's expression shifts to mock betrayal as everyone piles on. Desperate, he turns to Sebastian, his oldest friend. Back me up, man. Sebastian chews thoughtfully, then shrugs. Her house, her rules. The table explodes with laughter. Even Harry cracks up. Megan dabs her mouth with a napkin and stands. I'm out before you all come back tonight, she announces, grabbing her soda. And Harry, break anything and Mom hears about it. No second chances. Harry just winks and clicks his tongue. Understood. I'm trying to figure out the exact rules, but I assume they're the usual. No crazy parties, no substances, and definitely no hooking up in the house. Though honestly, what even counts as a wild party with just the 6 of us? It's not like we'd be trashing the place. As for drugs or alcohol, I don't think any of us are into that. Nathan's girlfriend Hannah seems pretty straight-laced. She won't even touch pepperoni on pizza. But the whole no-sex rule, yeah, good luck enforcing that. I'm the only one here who hasn't crossed that line, though. Who knows about Hannah? She's dating Nathan after all. Put a bunch of couples in a beach house with no supervision, and let's just say the odds aren't in favor of keeping things PG. My thoughts drift as I glance at Isaac beside me. Just the idea of it sends a jolt through me. Maybe I shouldn't let my imagination run like that. Isaac catches my eye and grins, his fingers brushing my thigh. It's nothing new, he does this all the time, but with those thoughts still lingering, the touch feels electric. I shift, crossing my legs as a shiver runs through me, forcing his hand away. He smirks, probably wondering what got into me, but I can't even look at him without my face burning. Then his lips graze my jaw just below my ear, and suddenly I'm overheating. We spend the next hour hauling bags inside and checking out the place. 3 bedrooms, but Megan claims hers immediately, leaving 2 for the rest of us. Harry and Daisy take the guest room, while Nathan and Hannah snag the other. Being the oldest has its perks. That leaves Isaac and me with the basement, and Zia and Sebastian on the pull-out couch in the den. By afternoon, we drive into downtown Portland, leaving the jeeps in a parking lot. We just missed the Old Port Festival, but Harry swears there's plenty to do. The waterfront is packed with fishing boats and sailboats, and even without the festival, the cobblestone streets are buzzing with tourists, shops, and restaurants. By 4, my feet are screaming. We hit up every interesting spot, but eventually the guys split off to check out some Harley-Davidsons at a nearby bike show, something the girls have zero interest in. Saying goodbye to Isaac, even for a short time, always leaves me with a pang of finality, like it might be the last time. We'll meet back at Deering Oaks, he says, leaning under the striped awning of a cafe, its copper signs gleaming in the sunlight. He raises an eyebrow. Phone. I rummage through the leather bag he gifted me last month, fishing out my cell. Right here, Daddy, I say, waving it with a playful smirk. His hands slide up my arms, warm and familiar. What am I gonna do with you? He murmurs, his voice low. Might have to teach that sassy mouth a lesson later. I rise onto my toes, intending a quick kiss, but he pulls me in, deepening it until my pulse races. Lucky for you, I love that mouth, he murmurs against my lips. Nathan groans from nearby. Seriously, save it for the hotel. He's gripping Hannah's hand, and she ducks her head, cheeks pink. She's a quiet presence in our chaotic crew, delicate, barely breaking 100 pounds, with a shy charm that reminds me of a young Natalie Portman. They've only been dating a few weeks, but she fits in somehow. We split off, weaving through a pocket-sized park toward the Starbucks on the corner of Middle and Exchange. I mentally note the route. Old habits die hard. Sure, we've all got GPS, but I've heard one too many horror stories from Aunt Bev about people stranded with dead phones, forced to navigate by the North Star like pioneers. The streets hum with the gritty strum of a blues guitarist, the kind of sound that recordings never quite capture. We duck into boutique after boutique before settling on a waterfront diner. The patio's packed, so we snag a window booth, watching tourists stroll the boardwalk. Across from me, Hannah picks at her salad like it's a puzzle, while Daisy debates adding another piercing to her collection. My own haul is modest, a beaded bracelet for Bev and a kitschy snow globe destined for the back of a shelf. Zia eyes Hannah's plate. You gonna eat that or just stare it into submission? Hannah giggles, shoulders hunching. She nibbles a mushroom, looking like she'd faint at the sight of a ribeye. Funny, for someone who shifts into a wolf under the full moon, she's shockingly delicate. Then again, I guess even werewolves have their quirks. Freshly turned. Less than 12 months ago. It's wild to think someone so slight could endure the change, let alone keep enduring it. But then again, size doesn't dictate survival. Not for her, not for any of us. I don't dwell on the details. Why would I? It'd be like obsessing over gory scenes from Dog Soldiers or those unhinged sisters in Ginger Snaps. Not exactly my idea of a relaxing mental escape. Hannah sets her fork down, barely touching her salad, and pats her lips with a napkin. I've never had much of an appetite, she murmurs, her voice featherlight. Daisy grins at her. Pretty sure that's part of why Nathan's into you, sweetheart. Because she doesn't eat, Zia scoffs, shoving a chunk of flatbread into her mouth. No, genius, Daisy says, rolling her eyes. Petite girls are his type, and vegetarians tend to be on the smaller side. Honestly, I'm not buying it. Yeah, Hannah's gorgeous, but Nathan usually goes for bubbly, outgoing types. Hannah's more like a shadow in the corner, pretty but not exactly lighting up the room. Daisy's just being nice, trying to make her feel included even if her logic is shaky. You're vegetarian? I ask, half surprised, half not. Yep, Hannah says with a small smile. Never touched meat, born and raised this way. Zia's eyes go wide, her mouth half full. Never, not even once. I get it, vegetarians aren't rare. My best friends back in Georgia swore by tofu, but a werewolf who's never tasted meat. My brain short-circuits trying to picture her mid-transformation, tearing into someone only to gag and spit it out. Leaning in, I whisper to Zia, but she's a werewolf, hissing the word through clenched teeth. Zia finally swallows and bursts out laughing. Adria, werewolves don't eat people. She pauses, reconsidering. Okay, not on purpose anyway. Her voice carries and the couple at the next table shoots us a wary glance. I know that, I snap, still gritting my teeth. Being a werewolf pretty much guarantees you'll end up sampling human flesh eventually, you get what I'm saying, right? Zia shrugs, picking at her food. Yeah, she'll probably wake up one day with something stuck in her teeth. I grimace so hard my face twists into something resembling a squished rubber toy. Zia, that's disgusting, seriously. Hannah's face drains of color, her playful smile vanishing. Daisy reaches over, squeezing her hand. Sweetheart, they didn't mean to upset you. She shoots me and Zia a warning glance. Let's switch topics, maybe talk about herb gardens or those adorable baby carrots. Zia stifles a laugh, rolling her eyes. It's obvious Hannah's vegetarian days are numbered now that she's a werewolf. The way her nervous eyes dart around the table says it all. She's clinging to whatever scraps of her old life she can. Going from a lifelong herbivore to a creature that craves meat, that's gotta mess with your head. And honestly, just being a werewolf is trauma enough. I'm no expert, but even I can see she's not cut out for this brutal world. Daisy suddenly digs into one of her shopping bags, pulling out a sheer red blouse. You know what? I think I should be gone with the blue one instead. I wear too much red. I finish the last bite of my salad and study the top. Nah, red suits you, matches your hair. Totally agree, Zia chimes in. Hannah surprises me by speaking up. It's beautiful. Before anyone can respond, a familiar voice cuts in. Adria, Daisy. Cecilia from the skate park is standing behind us, and judging by Daisy's expression, this wasn't planned. Hey, Cecilia, Daisy says, forcing a smile as Cecilia leans in for an awkward hug. I stand to do the same, practically climbing over Zia, who looks like she'd rather vanish into the booth. This is my dad, Cecilia announces. Her father, towering behind her with glasses perched on his forehead, gives us a polite nod. Daisy extends a hand. Nice to meet you. Likewise, he says. Cecilia grins. So where are you guys staying? Near Scarborough, Daisy says, keeping it vague on purpose. Oh, I'm over in Westbrook, Cecilia replies, her tone dropping like she just realized we're on opposite sides of town. I can practically see the wheels in her head screeching to a halt. If we'd been neighbors, she'd already be planning some forced hangout. The awkward pause stretches until her dad nudges her elbow, still grinning at us like this isn't painfully stilted. Anyway, gotta run, Cecilia blurts. Tell your boyfriend I meant what I said, Adria. She flashes this exaggerated grin, all teeth, while I cringe internally. Her poor dad has no clue what she's referring to. Yeah, sure, I mumble. See you around. The second she's gone, Zia exhales. Wasn't that the loudmouth from the skate park last summer? Daisy launches into a recap, but I tune out, distracted by the stream of people outside the diner window. The crowd's getting younger as the sun dips. I swear I spot the jerk who yelled at us from his truck earlier. A cluster of girls walks by arm in arm with their boyfriends, debating where to eat. One guy gestures toward the street, and that's when I see it, a tiny, unmistakable tattoo between his thumb and finger. My breath catches. He locks eyes with me for a split second before turning away, but it's enough to freeze me in place. I lurch forward, my purse tumbling to the floor as I press against the glass. Are you okay? Zia asks, fishing my bag from under the table. Fine, I lie, forcing my voice steady. Bathroom break. I slide past her without meeting anyone's gaze, but the weight of their confusion follows me out. The second I'm clear of the booth, I break into a half-jog toward the hallway, pulse hammering in my throat. That tattoo wasn't just familiar, it was a ghost from last winter, one I'd hoped never to see again. At first, I stroll casually, putting distance between myself and them. But once I reach the restaurant's entrance, I pivot sharply and bolt outside onto the sidewalk. Scanning the area, I don't spot the guy or his crew right away. My gaze darts over the crowd, past honking cars, until finally, as a cluster of people shifts aside, I catch sight of him slipping between two buildings. I quicken my pace, closing the gap without breaking into a full sprint, no need to attract unwanted attention. I trail him down Commercial Street, weaving past bustling eateries and sprawling parking lots that overlook the harbor, dotted with bobbing sailboats. The moment he crosses the street and disappears, I break into a run. My phone vibrates wildly in my bag, but I ignore it, dodging cars as I sprint across the asphalt. By the time I reach the other side, he's vanished. The air hums with faint mariachi music spilling from a nearby cantina, its faded blue walls and uneven windows giving it a worn charm. The side street is quieter here, with fewer pedestrians than the main drag. Catching my breath, I slump against a rough brick wall, adjusting my bag where it dangles off my shoulder. I already know the missed call was Zia. She's probably tearing apart the bathroom looking for me by now. Frustration gnaws at me. Why did I even chase him? But then again, that tattoo wasn't just some random ink. The odds of two people having the same obscure symbol in the exact same spot, not likely. Unless Jenna Bishop was just some ordinary girl, which she definitely wasn't. A soft chime from my phone signals a voicemail. Just as I reach for it, I freeze. There he is across the street, perched on the steps of a vine-covered stone building watching me. His stare is deliberate. My pulse spikes, but hesitation won't get me answers. When he tilts his head, beckoning me over, I swallow my fear and step forward. Whatever this is, I'm seeing it through. I inhale deeply, steadying myself as I adjust the strap of my bag and move cautiously along the side of the brick building, heading toward the taqueria. Across the street, he's just sitting there watching me, elbows resting on his knees, feet planted 2 steps below. He's unremarkable at first glance, medium height, brown hair, faded jeans, and a slate gray tee. But his expression is what catches me, calm, almost amused, like he already knows something I don't. For a second, I consider turning back to my friends. Then I remember the girl who'd been holding his hand earlier. Where is she now? The thought lingers, sharp and uneasy. I pause on the sidewalk, studying him as a beat-up station wagon rolls lazily between us. Behind me, the restaurant door swings open, spilling out a burst of mariachi music before it shuts again, leaving only the sound of a man's footsteps shuffling away. The guy across the street waits, patient as a cat watching a bird. No urgency, no reaction, just quiet fascination. Then just like that, the corner of his mouth quirks. "You came all this way," he says, voice low. "Gonna stop now? That'd be a letdown." I don't answer, but I step off the curb, my pulse hammering as I cross the uneven pavement. My grip on my bag tightens, nails biting into my palm. Every shadow, every passing car feels like a threat. The time I reach the other side, I stop a good 10 feet away, the dappled sunlight shifting over the bricks beneath me. His smile widens just enough to crinkle the corners of his eyes so unnaturally blue they could be cut from gemstone. It's unsettling, magnetic. My instincts scream at me to run. "What are you?" I demand, my voice steadier than I feel. One brow lifts and he leans back slightly, lacing his fingers together. "Straight to it," he muses, nodding in approval. "I think I like you." I tilt my chin up, hand loose at my side. "Then prove it," I shoot back. "Be honest. Cut the games and just tell me what you are," I demand, my patience wearing thin. He exhales, standing up straighter. "I'd love to, but I can't." "Why not?" "Because I can't." "Is that the truth, or are you just dodging the question?" He steps closer, and despite the distance I wanted to keep, I don't back down. His gaze answers for him before he speaks again. "What I can tell you is my name, and maybe answer the question you haven't even asked yet." I clench my jaw, arms folding tight across my chest. "Fine, who are you and how do you know what I'm thinking?" He smirks. "Thought you wanted to skip the interrogation." I glare, refusing to play along. "Name's Malachi," he says, extending a hand. I don't take it. He shrugs, unbothered. "No handshake, rude, but I'll let it slide." "I don't care about manners," I snap. "Just give me answers before my friends come looking." A warning just in case he's dangerous. His grin sharpens as he clasps his hands behind his back. "And no, I'm not human. Figured I'd save you the trouble of asking." My mind races. "Not human, reading my thoughts. So you're some kind of mind-reading freak." I scoff. Malachi bursts into laughter, shaking his head like I just told the dumbest joke. "Vampire, really?" His amusement fades, replaced by something more calculating. He licks his lips, eyes narrowing. "Come here, I need to check something." "Hell no." I take 2 steps back instead, my expression pure defiance. He sighs, tilting his head. "Suit yourself, conversation's over." He turns to leave and panic flares in my chest. "Wait." I know he's playing me, but I can't let him walk away. He spins back, triumphant, hands clasped in front of him. He waits. I grip my teeth. "Fine, what do you need to check?" His smile stretches wider. "Just come closer. You might actually enjoy this." His words hit me like a punch, freezing my thoughts midair. I swallow hard, hating myself for reacting at all. Disgust should be the only response. My mind flashes to Isaac, imagining how differently this would have gone if he were here. Malachi wouldn't be smirking, he'd be bleeding. Malachi's hand stretches toward me again, but this time it's not for a handshake. My gaze darts to the cars rolling down Main Street, the pedestrians chatting on the sidewalk, anything to avoid looking at him, but I can't. He's too close now, close enough that when I finally lift my hand, his fingers slide under mine effortlessly. His thumb presses down, locking me in place as he tugs me forward. That's when I see it, the small tattoo between his knuckles. I don't want this. I don't want him touching me, but my body betrays me, relaxing like I've been drugged. Some distant part of my brain whispers that it's fine, that I'm not doing anything wrong. His breath warms my skin as he leans in, eyes shut, lips parting. The sound of him inhaling, slow, deliberate, sends a chill down my spine. My own eyes flutter closed. My muscles go slack. For a second, I'm not in control. Then reality slams back into me. I shove him away so hard I nearly topple into the streetlight behind me. My legs wobble, my pulse races. What the hell was that? I snap, voice shaking. He just grins like he's savoring the moment. Unlike me, he isn't rattled. If anything, he looks stronger, more alive, and that's when I notice it. Something's different about him. His stance, his expression, the way he watches me like he already knows what I'll do next. I don't trust it. Not for a second. There's something different about him now. His aquamarine eyes seem almost luminous, his jaw sharper, his frame more defined. If I didn't know better, I'd swear he looks younger, just slightly. It's unsettling. He moves in slow, deliberate circles near me as I lean against the cold metal of the lamppost, bracing myself. I don't want him close again, but I know I don't have a choice. I just pray whatever he's done is the worst of it. What did you do? I ask again, my voice quieter this time, less demanding. Doesn't matter, he says, stepping toward me before veering off to sit on the stone steps of the building behind us. I stay where I am, relieved for the space between us. He rests his forearms on his knees, fingers loosely clasped. You've already been marked. I don't ask what that means, he already knows I'm clueless. My focus drifts to the lamppost flickering to life above me, its pale glow cutting through the dark. Her name is Genevieve, he continues, gaze fixed somewhere past me. But I can't figure out why she'd stop feeding from you. You've got a strong essence. Someone like you could keep her looking like that for years, dark hair, flawless skin, just a few sips. He sounds like he's musing to himself, not me. My thoughts are scrambled. Is it his words or whatever he did to me? Maybe both. My mind races, fragments of confusion swirling. Then he locks eyes with me. You probably don't even know who I'm talking about, so none of this makes sense to you. I thought you could read my mind, I say, seizing the chance to steer the conversation. If you could, you'd know I do recognize her, just not by that name. She goes by Jenna Bishop. Malachi shrugs. Yeah, that's her. Then shifting gears, he adds, and yeah, I can read your mind, but I usually can't see others like me in there. A smirk tugs at his lips. Right now, though, you're thinking about that werewolf boyfriend of yours, wondering where he is, and what my head would look like in his jaws. I don't even bother denying it. Sure, he's giving me answers, but he still forced his way into my head. So no, I don't feel guilty imagining Isaac tearing into him. Hell, he's still rifling through my thoughts right now, and with everything else going on, the fact that he can even do that barely registers. My brain might short-circuit. Care to explain a little more? I ask, shifting my purse to my other shoulder. Why wouldn't I recognize her, especially if she's supposedly connected to me? I feel clever for packing two complicated thoughts into one sentence. Malachi leans back against the rough concrete step, arms draped loosely over his knees as another car turns off Main Street, its headlights washing over us and the little Italian bistro across the way. Most of us prefer to stay unseen, he offers, leaving me hanging. The silence stretches as I mentally replay every moment at school, at the beach house, even at Jake's place, times when I was the only one who noticed Jenna. My head snaps up. Just tell me this, are you actually here? Is she real, or am I losing it? Malachi chuckles, studying me like I might be onto something. Seriously, if this was all in your head, how would you even tell? I could swear I'm real, but if you're off your rocker, what good would that do? He shakes his head, still amused, while I glare, my patience thinning. Finally, he relents. Yeah, we're real, you're not imagining things. He lifts a finger for emphasis. But the fact that you can see me at all, that's the real mystery here. His vagueness irritates me, so I step closer. A tipsy couple stumbles past, the guy steadying his giggling girlfriend as they weave toward the crosswalk. What's so special about it? I press. You look a little unsteady, he observes, offering his hand. When I ignore it, he taps the step beside him. Sit down before you fall. I don't realize how lightheaded I am until I touch my forehead and see swirling spots behind my eyelids. Reluctantly, I sink onto the step. You did this, I mutter, staring at the cracked pavement. Still full of questions, he remarks drily. Maybe because you keep dodging them. I turn to face him, and in the dim light his eyes gleam, not just the irises, but a faint, precise ring around each pupil like twin halos in the dark. Seeing me means one of two things, he starts, holding up a finger. Either you're tapped into the supernatural in ways most people aren't. He waves his hand like he's mentally sorting through possibilities. Could be a dozen reasons for that. A second finger joins the first as his eyebrows lift. Or you're stuck somewhere between living and dying, sanity and madness. So which is it? My stomach drops. Answers, that's what I've been chasing since I first saw Jenna Bishop and realized no one else could. Since November, when I convinced myself Victor had bound me to him. But the truth unfolding now, it's not comforting. It's tearing me apart because deep down I've always known. I just refused to believe it. I made excuses, searched for any other explanation. Even days ago on that rooftop with Harry, I let him talk me into doubting it again. But I can't anymore. The bond with Victor is real. I feel it every morning when I stare into the mirror, every night lying beside Isaac, my cheek against his chest, listening to his steady heartbeat. It's there when I'm with my family, my friends, that hollow ache creeping in like my heart knows something my mind won't accept. I stare at the cracked sidewalk, letting the truth settle in, choking back tears. Ah, Malachi murmurs, shifting closer. A blood bond, I'm sorry, no one deserves that. His voice is genuine, not that I can bring myself to care right now. I swipe at my eyes, barely glancing at him. You know, Aramai, the words come out heavy. I don't want to talk about this, but I have to. Everyone like me knows of her, he says, but seeing her impossible. She's locked up tighter than Fort Knox. He chuckles, distracted for a second. She's famous for her situation, like Pelicissinia, Claire Black, Rafe Fiend, you get the idea. I don't ask who they are, I don't need to. Will I end up like them? The question tastes bitter. I can only see futures for my own charge, he says, nodding toward the taqueria across the street. Then his fingers tilt my chin up. You should be asking Genevieve about this, he said, his voice calm but firm. I searched his eyes for answers, but he pulled his hand away the moment our gazes locked. Why? I demanded, my voice cracking. Because if she's been with you this long and clearly marked you, then you're her charge. My stomach twisted. What does that even mean? I snapped, frustration boiling over. Before he could respond, I shot up from the concrete steps, leaving my purse behind. My hands flew to my temples, pressing hard as if trying to squeeze some sense into my skull. This was too much, way too much. I ditched my friends at dinner chasing answers, only to stumble into something that felt like stepping off a cliff into freezing water. Was I even alive anymore? Maybe this was some twisted afterlife, and this stranger was just another ghost feeding me riddles instead of peace. I spun around to face Malachi, still sitting there, half his face swallowed by shadows from the flickering streetlight. Please, I begged, my hands outstretched, just tell me what you are. But the words barely made it out before my thoughts crashed together like panicked crowds in a fire. Too many questions, no way out. He stood slowly, his expression unreadable. I can't tell you. It's forbidden, we can't speak our own names. Just then the door of the nearby taqueria swung open, laughter spilling out as a group of couples wandered into the night. His gaze flicked toward them, and against my better judgment, I followed it. That's when I saw her, the blonde girl from earlier, the one who'd been holding his hand. My stomach dropped as she emerged, giggling, only for another Malachi to step out behind her, lacing his fingers with hers. She tilted her head against his shoulder, whispering something that made him smile. I whipped back to the Malachi beside me, my pulse roaring in my ears. What, how? He just grinned. I have to go, he said smoothly. But it was a pleasure, Adria Dawson. Give Genevieve my regards and tell her I still love her. My mouth hung open, useless. He was here, he was there. And I was caught in the middle, drowning in questions with no shore in sight. Malachi moves through the crowd on the sidewalk, his figure merging with another version of himself like a ghost slipping into a borrowed body. No one notices but me. He glances back once, those sea-green eyes catching the dim light before he vanishes into the shadows with the others. I sink onto the curb, knees pulled to my chest, and press my hands against my face. The tears come hard until a voice cuts through the haze, Isaac shouting my name. Adria, where the hell have you been? My head jerks up, disoriented, as if waking from a trance. The streetlights glow overhead, but I don't remember night falling. Isaac's frantic expression locks onto mine as he rushes forward, dropping to his knees in front of me. His palms cradle my face, rough with urgency. Talk to me, are you hurt? His voice cracks. I meet his gaze, the words tumbling out before I can stop them. No, I'm not okay. Later at the beach house, Isaac reluctantly gives me space after Nathan talks him down. I curl into the porch swing, wrapped in my favorite oversized sweater, the salt-kissed breeze tugging at my hair. Inside, muted voices drift through the open windows, my friends dissecting my recent weirdness, no doubt. Harry's loyal, but he'd sell my secrets in a heartbeat if he thought it'd help. Isaac's silence is louder than the rest. I picture him brooding in the corner, jaw clenched. Beyond the dunes, the ocean breathes in the dark, waves flickering like distant Morse code. The ride home replays in my head. Zia's panicked texts, Daisy's tearful interrogation. 4 hours gone. How had I not noticed the streetlights flickering on, the headlights slicing through the dusk while Malachi spoke? Time had unraveled, and I'd just let it. Time seemed to vanish completely, just like when the nurse took my blood at the clinic. Now I realized Jenna was there with me that day when the wall shifted, when everything felt eerily still. She had a way of calming me, the same quiet strength she showed during Natasha's speech at Isaac's place and later in the library. But why? The only answer lies in telling Isaac the truth, and that thought alone sends a chill through me. Because now more than ever I'm certain Jenna Bishop and my blood bond are connected, even though I saw her long before Victor ever entered my life. Isaac will find out. He'll know I've been lying, that I'm not entirely his, that the blood of his enemy still pulses inside me. Tears spill freely this time, my body trembling as I curl tighter on the swing, knees pressed to my chest. The night air bites at my bare feet, but I don't care. Then I hear him, Isaac's footsteps rustling through the grass. I'm sorry, he murmurs, settling beside me. The swing creaks as he pulls me into his lap, his warmth seeping into me. His arms tighten around me and his lips brush my chin. Take all the time you need, he says, voice steady, but I'm not leaving you alone. I swipe at my tears with my sweater sleeve just as Nathan and the others emerge from the house, lugging blankets toward the beach. My focus stays on Isaac, the curve of his jaw, the quiet intensity in his eyes. Why do you love me? The question slips out, barely louder than a breath. Part of me hopes his answer will buy me time, but deep down I'm just stalling. Isaac doesn't hesitate. He kisses my nose, a small smile playing at his lips. This could take a while. A fragile laugh escapes me, mingling with the tears. His arms tighten. I love you because you're unlike anyone else. Every quality I admire, you've got them all. Most people only have pieces. You're the whole damn masterpiece. I love you for your kindness, your strength, and the way you light up my world like no one else ever has. A sudden sob shakes me, tears spilling down my face, but I'm grinning through them. Isaac waits, letting me release it all before gently brushing my cheeks with his fingers. Some people spend their whole lives searching for the right person, he says softly. Others get lucky and recognize it instantly. I knew the second you hesitated before getting into my Jeep that night you were it for me. No years of doubt, no wasted time. His smile deepens, eyes locked on mine, just certainty. This time, when he kisses me, I melt into it, savoring the warmth of his lips. In this moment, I can't imagine existing without him. He's the pulse in my veins, the breath in my lungs. It's terrifying how much I need him. And then like a shadow creeping in, Beverly's warning echoes in my head. Falling this hard only sets you up for the worst kind of pain. She wasn't wrong. Loving Isaac means one day hurting beyond repair. But right now, I'd take a lifetime of agony over walking away. I pull back abruptly, hugging my sweater tight as a gust of wind rolls off the water. Down by the shore, a bonfire crackles, flames licking the night sky. There was someone downtown, I start, voice uneven. Not human. He had the same tattoo as Jenna Bishop, same markings, same eerie vibe, but the weirdest part, he was shocked I could even see him. I glance over my shoulder. Isaac hasn't moved, but his expression is a mask, tension coiled in his jaw. He knows, maybe about Malachi, maybe about me. And if he does, then he understands what that means, why I'm caught between worlds, tethered by something darker than love. The blood bond isn't just a myth. It's my reality. A heavy weight settles in my chest, but I swallow back the storm of emotions threatening to spill out. My words tumble out in a messy rush, each one sticking in my throat like I'm choking on them. Malachi, that's his name. He told me her real name is Genevieve. She's been tailing me since I moved to Maine, but no one else notices her. Just me. I pause, my stomach twisting as I force out the rest. And Malachi, he did something to me. Isaac's face darkens instantly, his jaw tightening, his eyes flashing with something fierce. I don't know what it was, but when he finished, he said, "I've been marked." Isaac bolts up from the swing so fast it nearly flips backward, chains rattling wildly before settling into a slow, uneasy sway. His hands clench into fists, his gaze turning stormy, so dark I can't tell if he's furious at Malachi or at me. I instinctively step back, but before my foot even hits the sand, he's already closing the distance, pulling me into his arms like he's trying to shield me from the world. His grip is solid, unbreakable, his heartbeat hammering against me. I feel his lips press into my hair, hear the shaky exhale he lets out. "This makes sense now," he murmurs, and my whole body locks up. My breath stalls. He holds me like that for what feels like forever, and even though I never want to let go, my mind races. Does he know about Victor? Because if he does, this isn't the reaction I expected. When he finally pulls back, his hands slide down to my arms, steadying me. His eyes are clear again, that familiar blue cutting through the tension. "You're safe," he says, voice low but firm. "I won't let anything touch you, got it?" I nod, still too stunned to speak. He takes my hand, tugging me forward. "Come on, my brother can explain this better than I can." I follow him wordlessly toward the beach, the night air thick with salt and the distant roar of waves. The bonfire ahead burns brighter as we approach, flames clawing at the sky like they're trying to drag the stars down. The ocean keeps its steady rhythm, waves rolling in only to retreat again, endless and hypnotic. A single speck of light flickers on the horizon, so small it could be a trick of the eye, before vanishing into the dark. I watch until it's gone, lost in the quiet chaos of my own thoughts, standing with Isaac as our friends gaze up at us. I can't shake the fear that my secret about Victor might cost me their trust. The cool beach sand shifts under my feet as we instinctively step back from the crackling fire. Harry's expression carries the heaviest guilt. He already knows the truth about Victor and about me. Whether Isaac does remains uncertain. "It's a Pravirian, Nathan," Isaac declares, his voice sharp with anger. "Adria's been marked." Shock ripples through the group, but Nathan's silent concern unsettles me most. Daisy rises from beside Harry, her usual warmth replaced by unease. "That explains the fainting spells," she murmurs, brushing my cheek before pulling me into a stiff hug. I return it half-heartedly, unsure where this is headed. When she pulls back, her forced smile makes me feel like I'm already fading away. "A what?" Harry blurts from the sand. Hannah and Zia watch intently, though Zia stays unusually quiet. Nathan finally speaks, his voice low. "They're lethal. Some call them keepers, others guardians, different names, same threat." His gaze flickers past me, landing on Isaac instead. "You know what this means, little brother." A cold dread creeps up my spine as the brothers lock eyes, the firelight casting shadows across Nathan's face. Isaac's arm tightens around me, pulling me down to sit between his legs, protective, possessive. Maybe Harry was right. Maybe Isaac will become like his father, shielding me the way Trajan does Aramai. But I refuse to live like that. I'd rather die. So why is this thing after Adria? Zia asks, tossing a stick into the flames. Sparks spiral upward as Sebastian lounges nearby, watching lazily. Nathan exhales. A Pravirian's duty is to guard their charge, but if Adria's marked, she's not a charge, she's prey. Prey, Harry's voice cracks. Daisy sinks back beside him, her face pale. The fire pops, and in that moment the weight of what I am, what I might become, settles over me like a suffocating shadow. Nathan frowned, leaning forward as he rested his elbows on his knees. Pravirians might be ancient, but their bodies age at an insane rate. We're talking months, not years. He shifted beside Hannah, stretching his legs out before pulling them back up. Daisy nodded, her fingers twisting a strand of blonde hair. They sustain themselves by draining human essence. Think about it, psychiatric patients, people with dementia, Alzheimer's, easy targets. Her voice dropped, heavy with disgust. It's brutal what they take from them. Harry's face twisted in horror. So Adria's just food, better than being a charge. Daisy shot back. Nathan nodded. A feeding can be reversed. But a charge, he shook his head. That's a death sentence. Pravirians shepherd them towards some grand purpose, and it always ends the same way. The words settled like lead in my chest. If they didn't know about Victor, if Isaac didn't know, then his grip on me wasn't acceptance, it was ignorance. I wrenched free, my boots sinking into the damp sand as I stood. The firelight flickered against my skin, too warm, too bright. I couldn't meet their eyes. Cowardice coiled in my gut, but I let it fester. Better they think I was just another victim than know the truth, that I was bound to the monster they feared most. So what's the play here? My voice was steadier than I felt. How do I keep from ending up on Jenna's menu? Isaac hadn't moved, but his stare burned into me. Protective, possessive, justified maybe. The cold night air bit at my back while the fire licked at my front, leaving me caught between two extremes. Nathan hesitated, his gaze flicking to Isaac first, some silent exchange passing between them. Nathan locks eyes with me, his expression grim. We've got to keep you far away from her, he says. And that won't be easy. Pravirians can warp your mind, make you see illusions, and trust me, that's just the tip of the iceberg. A chill runs down my spine. That explains so much. Then how do we protect Adria? Isaac demands, his voice tight with urgency. Nathan hesitates, studying me again. Hold on, did you say her name was Jenna? I nod. Damn, he mutters, staring into the flames. I think she's been draining Mrs. Finch too. Isaac and I share a look, then Harry and I do the same before turning back to Nathan. I always knew there was something off about her, Nathan mutters, lost in thought. Hannah's expression darkens, maybe jealousy, maybe something else. Nathan exhales, his gaze sweeping over us. A dark-haired girl showed up at Finch's grocery a while back, called herself Jenna, he says, glancing at Hannah with a reassuring smile. They only reveal themselves when they're hunting for company. Most of the time they hide, but like us they get lonely. He shrugs. She came by a few times before the store shut down, thought she was just some girl flirting with me. He pulls Hannah closer. I brushed her off. Next thing I know, Mrs. Finch takes a nosedive, ended up in the hospital. Doctors thought she was done for. But why blame Jenna? I argue. Mrs. Finch has been sick for ages. Nathan shakes his head. When a Pravirian feeds, you feel it, like eyes on you every second. The whole store felt wrong those days. I don't spook easy, but I was on edge. It clicks. Mrs. Finch's house connects to the grocery. No wonder Jenna mentioned knowing Nathan from there. But Isaac's restless energy pulls me back. He stands abruptly, drawing me against him. Guilt twists in my chest, but I don't pull away. With him is the only place that feels like shelter. Hannah's quiet voice cuts through the tension. What does it mean that Adria's been marked? The question lingers, heavy in the air. Isaac was the one who spoke up first. It means Adria's been marked by a Pravirian, which usually keeps others away. He paused, his jaw tightening before continuing. But Malachi clearly fed from her tonight. That's why she lost hours of memory and was so out of it when we found her. Anger radiated off him, his whole body rigid at the mention of Malachi's name. His voice dropped lower, more demanding. Now Nathan, tell me, how do we protect her? Nathan exhaled, running a hand through his hair. I'll handle it, I'll talk to her. They're not all monsters, some just crave connection. Loneliness makes them desperate enough to bargain. I just hope she lets me near her again. Hannah's smile faltered. Sweet as she seemed, there was a sharp edge to her, a quiet possessiveness that could turn dangerous. Harry cleared his throat and my pulse spiked as I met his gaze. He knew about the blood bond, about Jenna draining me, about how it was eroding my mind. His eyes locked onto mine, unreadable, before he finally spoke. Would her anemia count as a vulnerability? Relief flooded me as Nathan hesitated. Yeah, probably, he muttered, but the way he and Isaac exchanged glances sent a fresh wave of unease through me. They were hiding something just like Harry and I had been. Isaac's expression twisted with something raw, something haunted. Was it fear, grief? The way he looked at me like I was already slipping away made my chest ache. I leaned in, brushing my lips against his, the cool night air mixing with the scent of salt and sand. "I'm exhausted," I murmured. Zia groaned from her spot on the blanket. "Seriously, you're ditching us? This is basically your supernatural fan club reveal party." She shot Isaac a teasing grin, but he didn't bite, his focus entirely on me. The unspoken tension between us hung heavier than the ocean breeze. Zia's usually the boldest one in our group, but something about her remark felt off this time. "My bad," she muttered, catching herself, "just trying to break the tension." I gave her a small, understanding smile. Nathan nudged me toward the house. "Take Adria inside," he said. "She'll be fine with us. If anything feels off, I'll drag you both out of bed, no matter what you're up to." His grin widened and Daisy and Hannah burst into laughter. I knew I was cutting the conversation short, but I couldn't bring myself to keep talking. The exhaustion was real. Ever since Malachi, I hadn't felt right, but sleep wasn't what I wanted. I needed Isaac now more than ever. Time was slipping away, and I refused to let this curse steal everything before I'd even had the chance to truly love him. The Pravirians, the mysteries, none of it mattered. All I cared about was the time I had left with him. "We'll finish this tomorrow," Isaac told Nathan, who nodded in agreement. As we walked away from the shore, Isaac's arm tight around me, I glanced back only at Harry. Later, in the dim glow of the basement, Isaac appeared with a bottle of flavored water. "Figured you'd want this," he said, handing it to me. I took a sip without looking up. The silence between us was heavy. He knelt in front of me, brushing my hair back. "I should have told you sooner," he admitted. "There are things out there worse than us. I'm sorry." "For what?" I met his gaze briefly before turning away. "For protecting me. No, you did the right thing. I'm still trying to find my footing in your world." Isaac settled on the floor, forcing me to face him. "Your place is with me," he said, his thumb grazing my lip. "You know that, right?" "I do," I whispered, but my thoughts drifted to the fishing boats bobbing in the dark beyond the glass door, how little time might be left before the tide pulled me under for good even with the door shut. The ocean's rhythm still reaches me, its steady crash against the shore offering a fragile sense of peace. Isaac shifts beside me, pressing a kiss to my temple. I hadn't anticipated this, the creeping unease returning like an old ghost, but I bite my tongue rather than burden him with it. God, I'm so tired of this cycle, stable one moment, collapsing the next, functional today, wrecked tomorrow. Earlier, I'd fished an extra anxiety pill from my bag, swallowing it dry, but the usual numbness never came. Nothing seems to touch this. Isaac's arm slides around my knees, tugging me against his chest instead of the lumpy couch cushion. I tuck my head beneath his chin, legs draping across his lap. The steady pulse beneath his skin thrums against my ear, a living metronome. Blood, the realization hits like a lightning strike. Of course, 7 months since Victor's bond and I've been running on fumes. Male werewolf blood, that's the missing piece. Aramai lasted decades before the bond eroded her mind. This could be my lifeline. No more blackouts, no more fever dreams, no more Jenna circling like a vulture. But then the logistics sink in. How and why hasn't Isaac, if he knows, offered? The thought curdles my excitement. My skin ignites, suddenly too tight. I wrench away, kicking the tangled blanket to the floor. "You're on fire," Isaac murmurs, pressing his wrist to my forehead. Sweat beads at my hairline. I bolt for my bag, knees hitting hardwood as I rummage for sleep shorts. Turning my back, still shy after all this time, I yank off my jeans. The cotton slides on, a fleeting relief from the inferno beneath my skin. If only everything else could be solved so easily, the discomfort is unbearable. Tiny beads of sweat cling to my skin, making my bra itch like crazy. I yank it off through my sleeve and toss it onto the pile of clothes near my bag. Isaac hasn't taken his eyes off me, perched on the edge of the couch with my strawberry water in his grip. His dark hair is tousled, like he's been raking his hands through it, and the scruff along his jawline makes my stomach flip. It's stupid how good he looks when he's barely trying. "Need a bath," he offers, voice low. "I can start the water." I shake my head, my gaze drifting to the balcony. The memory of last winter hits me, that awful night at Alex's party when I downed one drink too many and spent hours shivering on the porch in freezing temps, wishing I could peel my skin off. Back then the cold was a relief. Now it's a distraction. I shove the door open and the rush of damp 50-degree air sends goosebumps racing down my legs. Isaac's warmth presses against my back, his hands settling on my hips. I spin around and kiss him hard like I did that night in March when everything nearly fell apart. His mouth is familiar, intoxicating, and for a second I forget why I'm running. "What's this about?" he murmurs against my lips, his breath warm. I don't answer, just let my fingers trace the line of his collarbone before stepping back. His eyes lock onto mine, intense and questioning. "Taking the leap," I say softly, then bolt outside before he can stop me. The sand shifts under my bare feet as I sprint toward the water, the night air sharp in my lungs. I hear him behind me, footsteps pounding, but I don't look back. The salty mist from the ocean clings to my skin as the breeze carries it toward us. We've run far enough that the glow from the house is just a faint speck in the distance, the bonfire beside it reduced to a flicker. When I stop, he nearly collides with me, but I grab his shirt and pull him into another kiss. The sand shifts beneath us as we fall together, our lips never parting. His breath comes faster, his mouth more insistent against mine while I hover over him, the chill of the sand beneath his back contrasting with the heat between us. I pull back just enough to brace myself on my hands, my voice barely audible. "Tell me you want this." He sits up, arms circling my waist to hold me close, his slow nod answering before his words do. His gaze lingers on mine, searching for hesitation, because he won't take this if he thinks I'm doing it for him. "You won't find any," I murmur, brushing my lips along his jaw. His fingers trace my face, replacing each touch with a kiss, my cheek, the curve of my lip, the delicate hollow beneath it. When his eyes meet mine again, his voice is rough. "No, I don't." Then the world tilts as he flips me onto my back, his body pressing into mine. My legs part instinctively, and even through our clothes I feel how much he wants me. My breath stutters, my stomach tightening with anticipation. The way he groans against my mouth sends a shudder through me, his hands gripping my hips like he's afraid I'll vanish. But just as I think there's no turning back, he pulls away, his weight lifting as he exhales sharply. "Adria," he says, cradling my face, "I won't do this, not like this." The words hit like ice water. My throat burns with unshed tears, but I refuse to let them fall. It's not rejection, I know that, but the ache in my chest doesn't care. Humiliation and frustration twist inside me, and I can't bear to meet his eyes. "I love you," he whispers, the words strained. "But I can't." Before he can say more, I shove against him and stumble to my feet, storming back toward the house without a glance behind me. The beach stretches empty in my wake, the sound of the waves drowning out everything else. The next morning, I stir awake tangled in the sheets with Isaac. The sliding door stands open, letting in the crisp ocean breeze that carries the scent of salt and the distant crash of waves. Seagulls cry outside as sunlight spills across the basement, leaving only our makeshift bed in shadow. His arm tightens around my waist as I shift, my back still pressed against him. Usually mornings like this mean rolling over to tease him awake, tickling his ribs or poking his side until he groans and pulls me closer. But today neither of us moves. There's no playful pretending, no stolen touches. He knows, just like I do, that something's shifted between us. The rest of our time in Portland passes in a strange limbo, always together, yet miles apart. Even Daisy notices, whispering reassurances in my ear on the drive home, her fingers combing through my hair as she insists Isaac still loves me. But love isn't the problem. It's the quiet rejection, the way he's pulled back without explanation, that stings worse than I expected. I was ready, fully, recklessly ready, and now I'm left clutching the pieces of what almost was. By the time we reach Hallowell, I've plastered on a smile for Aunt Bev and Uncle Carl, who lounge on the porch with their iced teas. Isaac hauls my bags upstairs, hesitating at my bedroom door. "What's on your mind, love?" he asks, voice softer than the morning tide. The question hangs there, heavy with everything we're not saying. I grab the duffel bag beside him and dump it onto the bed, rifling through the contents just to keep my hands busy. My gaze keeps drifting away from his. I can't bring myself to meet his eyes. The weight of my own foolishness presses down on me. "It's nothing," I mutter, shoving my dirty clothes into the hamper near the closet. "You must despise me," he says, and the words make me freeze. I turn to face him. "I could never hate you," I answer, my voice barely steady. My chest tightens. "This isn't on you, it's on me. The truth is, I don't even know who's really to blame. All I know is I can't let him carry guilt that isn't his. I'm the one deceiving him. I'm the one hiding things, letting him believe I'm completely his when I'm not. If he knew about the blood bond, he'd be doing everything to help me. I'm certain of that now. But I chickened out when I should have told him the truth. Now I'm stuck in this cycle of fear and shame, terrified to admit Victor's still alive, terrified of shattering his heart not once when he realizes his father never cared, but twice when he learns what Victor did to me. Yeah, this mess is mine, and I won't let Isaac stand there thinking any of it is his fault. How can I be angry at him for refusing to take advantage of me when I've been so out of it? That's not selfishness, that's decency. I could have ended up with someone who wouldn't think twice about it, but Isaac, he'd never hurt me. I cross the room and wrap my arms around him, pressing my face against his chest. His embrace is almost crushing. "I could never hate you," I repeat, firmer this time. "You're everything to me. I'll love you until," my throat tightens, "until I can't." The words aren't right, but they're all I have. "We'll figure this out," he says, pulling back to look at me, his hands cradling my face. "Nathan's working at the store tonight. If we're lucky, he'll run into Jenna." His smile flickers, then hardens into something dangerous. "And if he can't fix this the easy way, I'll do it the hard way." A chill runs through me. "What's the hard way, Isaac?" "But I already know. I'll kill her if I have to. You know I will." My breath hitches, my muscles locking up. "But Nathan said," "I don't give a damn what Nathan said." His blue eyes burn with determination. I'll do whatever it takes to protect you from anyone, from anything. A tear slips free and Isaac catches it with a kiss. You have to understand that. His arms tighten around me, pulling me close, and the weight behind his words lingers in the air like there's something deeper I'm missing. His voice is raw, almost desperate. Tell me you believe it, he murmurs, still holding me. I do, I say, my voice steady. I really do. Beverly's voice drifts up the stairs and Isaac and I quickly pull apart just as she knocks before poking her head in, considerate as always. How was the getaway, she asks. Isaac shoves his hands into his pockets while I force a smile. It was amazing, I say. We checked out that old lighthouse near Portland and spent hours wandering the city. Perfect trip. Even though we avoided an embarrassing moment, the tension between us doesn't fade. It's hard to shake off the heaviness of our conversation and plaster on a cheerful face for Beverly. I hate to interrupt, she says, lingering in the doorway, but Rita just called. She's scrambling to set up for her scrapbooking thing tonight. Any chance you tag along and help? My stomach twists, but I keep my expression neutral. I know it's last minute, she adds quickly, so no pressure if you'd rather not. I'll go, I cut in, forcing another smile. Isaac's jaw tightens, his eyes dropping to the floor. Thanks, Adria, Beverly says, brightening. We'll leave in an hour, and don't worry, I won't subject you to the actual party. I'll drop you back home after we finish setting up. I nod, genuinely relieved. A scrapbooking party, no thanks. The moment the door clicks shut, Isaac's calm facade crumbles. You shouldn't be alone, he says, urgency creeping into his voice. I'm coming with you, I snort. Yeah, right, you'd last 5 minutes before losing your mind. It's like forcing you to sit through a rom-com binge, total agony. I press a quick kiss to his cheek. I'll be fine if Jenna shows up, and what if she doesn't show up the way you expect, he interrupts. Now that she knows you can sense her, she'll try something else, hallucinations, messing with your head. I'll deal with it, I say, though my confidence wavers. Nathan wasn't wrong about companionship. As strange as it sounds, Jenna isn't all bad. His frown deepens. I don't trust it. I soften at his worry. I won't be gone long, and if anything feels off, I'll call you immediately, promise. Reluctantly, he gives in. If it were up to him, he'd never let me out of his sight. By some miracle, I survived scrapbooking duty without incident, and Beverly kept her word. I was back before sunset. The exhaustion from my trip to Portland and the whirlwind with Beverly the second I got home knocked me out before 10. Isaac's voice, soft and close, pulls me from sleep. Cup, baby. I turn toward him, curling into myself and tugging the thin blanket tighter. It takes a second to register that he's actually here, standing over my bed while I'm still half asleep. I mumble into his shirt, resisting consciousness. I need you to come with me, he murmurs, brushing his thumb along my brow. My eyes flutter open, expecting morning light, but the room is still swallowed by darkness. Blinking, I squint at the clock, nearly 1 a.m. Go where? My voice is thick with sleep. His fingers trail down my jaw before he tilts my chin up, kissing me lightly. They relocated Aramai, he says when he pulls back. I push up on one elbow, suddenly alert. What, why? Moonlight spills through the bare window, casting his silhouette in sharp relief against the shadows. Father moves her occasionally, he explains, keeping his voice low. With Beverly and Uncle Carl downstairs, I don't bother whispering. Can't Nathan handle it this time? I glare not at the request but at the unfairness. Why is it always him? Seriously, Isaac, I huff. Why doesn't Trajan step up for once? I kick off the blanket and scrub my face. He exhales heavily. I know, he admits, but you know how it is with Father's role. Then why you? I snap, standing. It's never ending. He rises beside me. You know I'll go, but don't pretend this is just about Aramai. You're here because of Jenna, aren't you? He doesn't deny it. I can't risk leaving you alone while she's still fixated on you, he says, gripping my arms. His eyes hold mine unshakable. I press a kiss near the corner of his mouth. Fine, let's go. I don't want to. Seeing Aramai once was enough. That night left me wrecked. The thought of facing her again twists my stomach, but for Isaac I'll swallow. The dread standing in her shadow, knowing I could end up exactly like her any second, is the last thing I want right now. But Isaac needs me, and the more I think about it, maybe I need this too. Maybe I missed something the first time, some clue, some answer, or maybe I'm just desperate for closure, even though there's no such thing when your future looks like a hospital bed and a feeding tube. Isaac grabs my sweatpants from the chair and tosses them to me. As I tug them on, I ask, so Nathan didn't spot Jenna at the store? Nope, not a trace, he says. I twist my hair into a messy bun. What if he never sees her again? You can't spend your life waiting for disaster. I won't let you. His mouth quirks, but he keeps his voice steady. What's your plan then? No idea, I say, pulling my sweater over my head, but consider this your warning. Where are you going? Toothbrush, I call over my shoulder. We don't have time for that. I pause in the hallway. Fine, but I'm grabbing mouthwash. We sneak out after I scribble a note for Aunt Bev, some excuse about Zia dragging me over. The cold night air hits me as we step outside. So where is she now? Isaac's Jeep rumbles to life, and I already know this drive will feel endless. I try to curl against the door, but the bucket seats make it impossible. Some remote cabin about 90 minutes out, he says, temporary like always, Dad'll move her again soon. I slump against the window, knees to my chest. And you'll follow, right? His hand rests on my leg. Does it really upset you that much? I shift, arms crossed. It's not about her, it's about him treating you like her keeper. I hesitate, then meet his eyes. Can I say something? Always, he says, and the weight of it stings. I don't hate your dad. I get that he's not some suburban dad who loans out his grill. He's a werewolf. You're a werewolf. I know your world doesn't play by human rules. The words hang between us as the road stretches ahead, dark and uncertain. His expression shifts, not quite disbelief, more like he's playing along. No, sweetheart, he murmurs, brushing his fingers under my chin before letting go and gripping the wheel again. His tone darkens. Nobody liked her. He exhales, jaw tight. She's the one I mentioned, the girl my family thought was unstable, the one I turned. The confession hits me like a punch. I stay quiet, watching him, trying to read if the guilt still lingers. Like I said, he continues, shaking off the memory, I didn't love her, I just wanted to. Wanted to know what it was supposed to feel like. My gaze drops to the dashboard. Jealousy's gone, but something else gnaws at me, the idea that there was ever someone before me who might be meant more. Didn't figure it out until you, he adds, voice low, testing the words. But you already knew that, right? I glance at him and damn it, that smile still gets me every time. Still, he says, shrugging, this is how my father proves he cares. The road stretches ahead, empty and monotonous, until we merge onto a highway that seems to go on forever. Trusting me with Aramai, that's his way of showing it. I bite my tongue. If he needs to believe that, I won't be the one to shatter it. Maybe ignorance is better. Maybe keeping my mouth shut about his father's reckless choices, endangering them all for Aramai, is still the right call. An hour later, we veer onto a hidden dirt path swallowed by overgrown branches. Even in daylight, you'd miss it. The trees press in, the road narrowing to a single lane, unpaved and unmarked. No streetlights, no reflectors, just darkness and the occasional glint of moonlight through the leaves. Then the roadblock. The jeep's beams cut through the shadows, illuminating 9 massive figures blocking the way. I recognize them instantly, same as the ones in Aramai's cave. Werewolves, dressed in tactical gear, armored vests, blades at their hips, swords, always with the damn swords. You'd think after everything I'd be used to it. But no, 1 minute life's normal. The next, giant wolfmen with medieval weaponry. Some things never stop being weird. Seeing guys with swords always throws me off, like I might be accidentally time-traveled to the Middle Ages instead of just stepping out of the shower. Stay put, Isaac tells me as he swings the door open and hops out, like I needed convincing. My nerves are even worse this time because I know exactly what's coming. The moment we cross this line, we're not in Kansas anymore. While Isaac talks to the guards under the glare of the headlights, I scan the dense, shadowy woods pressing in around us. They're out there, everywhere, the werewolves on the road, just the tip of the iceberg. It hits me then why Malachi described Aramai's security like a fortress. At the time, I brushed it off as paranoia, but now, maybe Trajan isn't just being dramatic. If he's the top dog, literally, of course rivals would target what matters most to him. Still, dedicating an army to one person. Either he's got terrible strategy or enough muscle to spare. Knowing him, it's definitely the latter. The jeep's door slams shut and I nearly jump out of my skin. A familiar face grins through the window. Raoul, one of the guards from Aramai's cave. I roll the window down, still catching my breath. Still stuck with this rookie, he teases, his grin wild. Despite his massive frame like a linebacker on steroids, his playful vibe makes him less terrifying. Yep, I shoot back, smirking. But I've been considering my options, maybe someone, bigger, more experienced. I give him a once-over. Raoul's laugh booms as he leans in toward Isaac. You hear that, kid? She's got a taste for the real deal now. Better lock her down before I steal her away. Isaac just shakes his head, still grinning. Noted, he says, shifting gears. Raoul winks at me and slaps the jeep's roof twice, our signal to move ahead. As we pull forward, I nudge Isaac. He's not wrong, you know. Guess we'll need the handcuffs after all. Isaac chuckles, matching my playful tone. If I break out the cuffs, he says with a smirk, it won't be to keep you from him. For some reason, that image sends a chill straight through me, settling low in my stomach. I turn away, but the heat in my cheeks gives me away. The jeep rumbles down a narrow dirt path, leading into a clearing where a massive log cabin stands, its windows glowing with flickering lantern light. I was expecting something straight out of a horror movie, peeling paint, sagging porches, maybe a few animal pelts nailed to the wall, but this place is surprisingly well kept. As we step out, shadows shift in the trees and I catch the eerie gleam of eyes watching us. The rush of a nearby river fills the air, blending with the rustle of leaves. Isaac laces his fingers through mine, but before we reach the porch, a towering figure blocks our path. He's nearly as big as Raoul, but his expression is pure menace. Who's this? He growls, voice like gravel. My girlfriend, Isaac snaps, his grip tightening just enough to make his point. The guy hesitates, then steps aside, though his glare lingers. I'm surprised Isaac didn't call me his mate. Usually with the older wolves, that's the word he uses, like some unspoken rule. Inside, the cabin is warm and alive with movement. Servants in long black dresses move silently, dusting shelves and carrying trays of fruit upstairs, probably to where Aramai is kept. Two approach us, bowing low before Isaac waves them off. The place smells like old wood and incense, with an undercurrent of dampness like it's been closed up for years. No signs of humans, just the lingering presence of something ancient. And then there's the silence, heavy, expectant, as if the walls themselves are waiting for something to happen. The cabin might have been recently cleaned, but the thick layers of dust clinging to the rough log walls and ceiling beams made it feel abandoned, just as I'd imagined. Isaac tugs me forward by my fingers, leading me up the creaky wooden stairs to the open second floor. No hidden corners, no narrow hallways, just one vast space stretching out like an oval, half of it overlooking the ground floor below. A log railing separates the two levels, adding to the rustic feel. Aramai stands bathed in the warm glow of a lantern, her attendant, a girl with deep copper hair, hovering close. My chest tightens, a hollow ache spreading through me, cold and unrelenting. Even now, just being near her twists something inside me, a mix of fear and sorrow I can't explain. She faces away from us, arms limp at her sides, her delicate frame barely concealed by the thin white gown. Her hair, smooth and gleaming, falls perfectly down her back as if freshly brushed for hours. But she doesn't move, doesn't react. I can't look away. My throat burns as I watch her, fixated on the way her bare feet barely touch the floor, the hem of her dress floating just above her ankles. For a moment, the rest of the room fades. Isaac beside me, the servant standing silently, hands folded. All I see is Aramai, motionless, staring at nothing, or maybe everything. Maybe she's lost in some endless void, and one day that'll be me too. Isaac's hand lands on my shoulder, heavy with unspoken sympathy. But why? He doesn't know why my chest feels like a hollow grave, why my knees threaten to buckle under the weight of something I can't name. I blink back, the sting in my eyes. "My lord has decreed that only you may attend her now," the servant murmurs to Isaac, pulling my attention away. "Since when?" Isaac steps forward, his voice steady but edged with something darker. "Yesterday," she replies, bowing slightly. "No one else is permitted near her." Isaac exhales slowly, and when I glance at him, his expression is carefully blank, but I recognize the tension in his jaw, the silent apology in his eyes. Whatever this new order means, it's already weighing on him. Trajan spends most of his time in Serbia now, barely here anymore, but if he tries to take Aramai back with him, no, that's not happening. He won't separate me from Isaac or from my aunt and uncle. "Isaac," I start, my voice tight. "Don't overthink it," he says, finally meeting my eyes. "I won't let that happen." The tension shatters when I notice the servant's sharp inhale, her gaze locked on Aramai. Isaac's expression mirrors hers, and I whirl around to see what's stolen their attention. Aramai has turned completely toward me, not staring blankly past me like usual, but directly at me as if she truly sees me for the first time. My hand flies to my chest, heart hammering. My eyes flick between them, waiting for someone to speak, but the room is frozen. It's like we're all afraid to breathe, terrified of breaking whatever fragile spell has pulled Aramai back into awareness. Tears spill down my cheeks, raw and unbidden, but I can't pinpoint why. It's as if they belong to someone else. Isaac steps closer, his presence steady behind me. "Why is she looking at me like that?" I whisper, my voice trembling. "No idea," he murmurs near my ear, his focus still locked on Aramai. She moves across the hardwood floor, her steps slow but deliberate. My body tenses, my breath hitching as she stops inches away. There's something in her gaze, flickering, fragile life like a candle flame in a draft. When she lifts her pale hand and brushes my cheek, my knees nearly buckle. Isaac's grip tightens around my waist, keeping me upright. "You see me?" Her voice is barely a whisper, and then just like that, the light in her eyes fades. She retreats back into herself, leaving me reeling. I collapse against Isaac, my mind racing. What was that? I didn't black out. I remember every second, but none of it makes sense. As the servant guides Aramai to the bed, Isaac steers me to the balcony chair. "She's only ever reacted that way to my father," he says, sounding just as lost as I feel. Then his focus snaps back to me. "Adria, are you okay?" He drags another chair over, sitting knee to knee with me, his hands resting on my legs. "Yeah, I lift my gaze to his, but the words die in my throat. He watches me, waiting, but I can't bring myself to say another word. I can't bring myself to admit that I might have just experienced Aramai's emotions. It sounds insane even to me, but there's no other explanation. Those tears weren't mine, they were hers. I'm unraveling, slipping into something I can't control. "Get her water," Isaac tells the servant, but I shake my head. "I don't need it, I'll be fine." "Except I won't, not ever." Isaac ignores me, nodding at the servant, who hurries off. "We're staying tonight," he says, brushing my hair back with gentle fingers. I meet his gaze, hesitation clear in my eyes. "Isaac, I don't know." My attention drifts to Aramai, motionless in her bed. He cups my face. "I'll set up a place for you to rest, sleep, and we'll leave in the morning." His lips linger on my forehead before he pulls back. "I want to stay with you." "No," he says firmly, "you're going to sleep." But where will you be? Right downstairs on the couch, Eva can watch Aramai. I don't argue. Deep down, I knew this would happen, that we'd be stuck here overnight, but nothing could have prepared me for this. Seeing Aramai like this, a mirror of my own future, is bad enough. But spending the night trying to sleep while she's just feet away, that's a whole different kind of torture. The servant, Eva, I assume, returns with water. I gulp it down, suddenly parched. After a quiet exchange with Isaac, she retreats to Aramai's side. Isaac leads me downstairs, arranging blankets and pillows on the couch. It's old, but the linens are fresh, and at least we're alone. He sends the rest of the staff upstairs. The space is cramped, but I curl against him, my head beneath his chin. The lanterns are out, plunging the cabin into darkness. The silence is eerie, broken only by the distant rush of water and the hum of insects outside. It's too quiet. If I didn't know better, I'd swear we were the only ones here. The rhythmic sound of Isaac's breathing pulls me into a dreamlike state. Even as I drift, a nagging voice in my head insists I should wake up. I slip free from his arms just in time to see the cabin door click shut. Through the window, a shadow moves with eerie grace down the porch steps. I rise, leaving Isaac sprawled on the couch, lost in sleep. This has to be a dream. Nothing feels solid, yet something pushes me forward. Stepping outside, the forest glows under a moonlit sky washed in shades of indigo. No sign of danger, no werewolves lurking. When I glance back, the cabin has vanished, replaced by the gaping mouth of a cave. But I don't dwell on it. Ahead, Aramai drifts between the trees, her sheer white gown fluttering like a ghost's veil. She stops at the riverbank where the waterfall's roar is muffled, too quiet for reality. I move closer, but she doesn't turn, only tilts her head, letting the wind toy with her hair. "You see me," she murmurs, her voice impossibly clear. "Don't look away." Then Eva's sharp cry shatters the dream. "She's gone, my lord." Isaac jerks awake as I struggle to shake off the haze. Eva freezes mid-step, her gaze darting between me and Aramai, who's slumped against the couch, still asleep. Isaac pulls me aside, his expression unreadable. "How did she get here?" he asks, more to himself than anyone. Eva fidgets, her fear palpable. She knows the consequences of mistakes like this, but Isaac isn't like Trajan. "It's all right," he assures her, though his eyes betray his unease. Eva reaches for Aramai, but Isaac scoops her up instead, carrying her upstairs with Eva trailing like a nervous shadow. When he returns, his grip on my hand is firm. "We have to leave," he says, voice hollow. Minutes later, we're gone. The golden morning light spills across the landscape, turning everything warm and bright, but my mind stays locked on last night's events during the silent car ride home. Isaac keeps his eyes on the road, his fingers tight around the steering wheel, and neither of us speaks. Maybe he's wrestling with his own thoughts just like I am. We settle on the idea that Aramai must have some strange connection to me, which honestly isn't the wildest possibility. She might be lost in her own world most of the time, but she recognizes Trajan sometimes, so who's to say she couldn't latch onto me too? Still, I'm not fully convinced. Isaac pulls up to my house, and after a few restless hours of sleep, I drag myself to Finch's grocery for my shift with Beverly. By the time I get back in the afternoon, I'm itching for something, anything normal to do. So I unpack the last of my things from Portland, take a long shower, and gather up my laundry. Reaching for the detergent on the shelf above the washing machine, my fingers brush against a forgotten stack of Alex's clothes, coated in dust and lint. The sight of them sends a sharp pang through me, just flashes of her smile, bright and fleeting, before the weight of her absence crashes back down. I yank the detergent bottle free, measure out a capful, and shove the container hard against her clothes, knocking them further out of sight. As I'm cleaning the dryer's lint trap, Uncle Carl's wheelchair creaks across the porch, the screen door slamming shut behind him. "Who is it?" he calls out to Beverly, his voice rougher than usual. I start the dryer and step into the hallway, but something in his tone makes me pause. "It's about Rhonda," Beverly says, and my breath catches. My mother's name hangs in the air like a warning. I press myself against the wall, hidden in the shadows, as Beverly hands Uncle Carl the phone. "Yes," he says, nodding slowly. "Yes, thank you for letting us know." My pulse kicks up, my skin burning, not from an episode, but from sheer panic. What happened to my mom? The second the phone clicks off, I bolt into the kitchen, my eyes wild. "What's wrong with her?" Uncle Carl exchanges a glance with Beverly before answering. "She's in the hospital," he says, his voice steady but heavy. "Some kind of accident. Her neighbor, Janice Bentley, called." Janice Bentley, the cat lady who lived next door. I step forward, my hands shaking. "Is she okay?" "She was hurt pretty bad," he says, "but they think she'll pull through." Bentley mentioned she'd be hospitalized for a few more days. "I'm going," I say, already heading for the stairs like it's decided. "Adria," Beverly calls out, rushing from the kitchen. She catches me before I take the first step. "What are you thinking?" I exhale hard. "I have to see her, Aunt Bev. This wasn't an accident. Jeff did this. I know it." "You're not going to Georgia," Uncle Carl says from the kitchen doorway. "That man's dangerous. He's the whole reason you're staying with us." I step back into the kitchen light and Beverly's hand settles on my shoulder. "Please, Uncle Carl," I say, meeting his worried gaze from where he sits in the wheelchair. I'm not a kid anymore. This is my mom. My voice cracks, not from anger but desperation. Beverly gives my shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Let her go, she says, stepping beside me. She's capable, she'll be fine. I don't like it, Uncle Carl mutters, and I'm seconds away from sneaking out like Alex would. At least take Beverly with you, he suggests, looking hopeful. No, listen, I say, holding up my hands. Aunt Bev should stay, you just got home. I can handle this, I'm not some helpless kid. The words come out sharper than I meant and I wince. I'll just go to the hospital. Jeff won't try anything in public, and honestly, he's a coward. He knows I'm not scared of him. Uncle Carl sighs, glancing toward the den. What about Isaac? Beverly offers. Or Harry? Harry's already driving back to Portland with his dad, I say. I'll call Isaac. I wait, my foot tapping, for Uncle Carl to give any sign of approval. He finally nods. Fine, but take Isaac. I hug him quickly and bolt upstairs. As I shove clothes into my duffel, my mind races. Bringing Isaac, bad idea. He'd lose it if he saw Jeff. He already despises him for everything he put me through. No, I can't risk it, but I don't have time to argue. If I call, he'll either talk me out of it or show up at the airport. I zip the bag shut. This just got a lot harder. I have to leave right now before word gets out and reaches Isaac. Beverly walks into my room, her expression serious. Did you talk to him? She asks. I hesitate, shoving my toothbrush into my bag to avoid her gaze. He didn't answer, I admit, but it's fine. Maybe it's better this way, just me handling it. She doesn't buy it, but she doesn't push. I'll drive you to the airport, she offers, forcing a small smile. I return it, grateful for her trust and the fact that she won't say anything. The moment the plane lands in Georgia, my pulse races. I can't sit still, tapping my foot impatiently until the seatbelt sign turns off. Stepping onto the tarmac, the humid air wraps around me like an old friend. No matter how long I'm gone, this place always feels like mine. A cab drops me off at Athens Regional, the hospital's glass facade looming overhead. It's been almost a year since I've seen my mom, no calls, no apologies, but none of that matters now. She's still my mother. Inside, the emergency room hums with activity. The receptionist points me toward the inpatient wing, and I navigate a maze of identical hallways before giving up and asking a housekeeper for help. Down to the end, then left, sweetheart, she says with a warm drawl. The sound of home eases the knot in my chest. Finally, I reach the door. My fingers hover over the handle, dreading the possibility of Jeff being inside. That man should be behind bars, not here, reeking of cheap beer and regret. I push the door open. How'd you know I was here? Mom's voice is weak, barely recognizable. She's propped up in bed, a thick hospital blanket covering her legs. Her hair is clean, too clean, a stark contrast to the bruises mottling her face. I freeze, my stomach twisting. One side of her jaw is grotesquely swollen, her eyes nearly shut from the puffiness. It looks like she's holding gauze between her teeth, or maybe that's just the damage. My heart shatters, but I force myself forward. No matter what, she's still my mom. I exhale deeply, the weight of the moment pressing down as I cross the room and sink into the chair beside her hospital bed. My purse and duffel drop to the floor with a quiet thud. I reach for her hand, but she shifts it away, resting it protectively over her stomach. Her gaze drifts to the window. You shouldn't have come, Adria, she murmurs, her voice hollow. This isn't something you need to see. My stomach twists as I take in the damage. Bruises mottling her arms in sickening shades of purple and blue, dried blood crusted beneath her nose. I can't tell if it's fresh or leftover from last time. The last time Jeff laid hands on her, the nosebleeds lasted days. And Roman 4 stand sits abandoned nearby, the tape on her inner elbow the only sign it was ever there. When she finally turns her head toward me, her eyes avoid mine, fixed on some distant point on the wall. What really happened, Mom? I already know, but I need her to say it. If she admits the truth, maybe this time will be different. Maybe she'll finally let me help. I'd drain my savings, max out Aunt Bev's emergency credit card. Hell, I'd drive her straight to my tiny apartment in Portland if it meant getting her away from him. But she just sighs, forcing a weak laugh. Oh, you know me, clumsy as ever, took a bad fall out by the river. My chest tightens, but I play along. Tell me about it, I coax, keeping my voice gentle. Who are you with? For the first time, she meets my eyes, a flicker of relief passing over her face. She thinks I believe her. The ghost of a smile tugs at her split lip, but even that small movement makes her wince. Jeff and I went camping up near Ridgeview, she says, her tone too light. You remember those cliffs? He dared me to jump, should have known better. The lie is so familiar it aches. I bite my tongue, swallowing the words I've screamed at her 100 times before. But as I study her face, the way her shoulders slump, the dull acceptance in her eyes, I realize something worse than anger lives there now. Defeat. Like she's already decided this is how her story ends. They sit quietly, their expressions serene, as if they've made peace with the inevitable. My mother gave up fighting years ago, and now, as I gently push her dark brown hair, so much like my own, away from her face, I finally understand. There's no point in resisting anymore. Like her, I'm exhausted. My heart aches, but I let the hurt wash over me, knowing there's nothing left to do. Where's Alexandra? She asks. My eyes drift to the TV screen where the cheerful weatherman gestures at Fulton County, grinning at the clear radar. She's usually with her friends now, I say, forcing the words past the tightness in my throat. Oh, she murmurs, her voice fading as if lost in thought. And you, is Carl treating you well? Each word seems to cost her, her swollen eyes tightening with pain between sentences. I'm fine, I lie, forcing a smile. Maybe if she thinks I'm okay, it'll ease her mind. Uncle Carl's great, though he's in a wheelchair now. Really? The surprise in her voice stings, another reminder of how little she's cared to know. What happened? Car accident, last November. Oh, she says again, the word hollow. My jaw clenches, I hadn't even realized I was grinding my teeth. There's no warmth in her voice, no flicker of remorse in her eyes, just emptiness, and suddenly I'm furious. 9 months without a single call, not one. Memories flood back, Jeff's cruelty, the way she never stood up for us. The way Alex hid her precious moments' figurines, terrified he'd smash them. The times he laid hands on us, thinking we'd stay silent like she did. I bite back tears, not for Jeff, not for the miserable wreck he became, but for her, because she let him take everything from us. He didn't steal her away, she chose him over us. How'd you even get here? She asks faintly, but I'm already miles away. I glance down at her, searching for traces of the woman she once was before everything shattered. Past the bruises, the dried blood under her nose, beyond the swollen eyes, I find her. The Rhonda Dawson who braided my hair while I sat between her knees, who left her makeup scattered on the dresser just so I'd play with it, smearing lipstick and blush like some tiny artist. She'd laugh, snapping photos of my messy attempts, her eyes bright with amusement. I remember road trips to Tybee Island, Alex and me buckled in the backseat with crayons and coloring books, groaning as she blasted classic rock from the stereo. We'd pretend to hate it, but secretly we loved those songs because she did. How could I hate her, not just because she's my mother, but because she spent years destroying herself, lost in a haze of bad choices, chasing something she thought was love. The cruelest part, she already had it. Alex and I adored her, would have moved mountains for her. But she couldn't see it, still can't. The door creaks open and I stiffen, swallowing back tears. I don't need to look to know it's Jeff. His presence slithers into the room like a stain, the stench of motor oil clinging to him. My mom's face transforms, that desperate, eager smile stretching too wide, the kind I wish she'd given me. My chest aches so fiercely I can't even cry. This hurt is too deep for tears. I grab my bag, slinging it over my shoulder. I have to go, Mom, I murmur, hugging her gently. She smells like antiseptic, her arms trembling as they barely circle me before dropping away. Jeff lingers by the TV, holding flowers like some pathetic prop. Long time no see, he says, his voice too casual. That faint smile, pure calculation. He's sober, banking on me either buying the lie or walking away quietly. But I'm done walking away. I don't have to be a mind reader to figure out what's going through his head, how he's already practicing his script for my mom, full of empty apologies and promises he'll never keep. And I don't need supernatural powers to predict her response, the way she'll soften and tell him it's okay, that she trusts him. As I step closer, Jeff's smile widens, but there's something hollow behind it, like he knows the act isn't fooling anyone. Without hesitation, I swing my fist straight into his face. The impact sends him stumbling back into the wall, the bouquet in his hands exploding into a mess of petals and stems, littering the floor like shattered vows. His expression locks in stunned disbelief, blood trickling from his nose as he wipes it away, never breaking eye contact. I don't say a word. I just walk past him, straight out the door. 2 nurses at the front desk stare wide-eyed as I pass. The blonde one, her hair tied back in a ponytail, gives me a quick, approving nod before I step into the elevator. The hospital corridors blur together as I move, voices muffled, faces indistinct. Even the housekeeper's concerned question fades into the background noise. My mind is a storm, thoughts colliding, but one image sticks, my mother's smile, frozen in time, camera in hand. I shove it aside, replacing it with Beverly's face, warm and steady, full of the love my mother walked away from. The hallway stretches endlessly, the walls warping like a funhouse mirror. The fading sunlight casts a dull glow on the exit sign, guiding me toward the doors. Stepping outside, the Georgia heat hits me like a wall. The pavement stretches out endless and blinding, the sky pressing down, clouds so close they feel like they could brush my fingertips. Everything looms larger, the hospital's glass facade, the sprawling parking lot, the world itself, while I shrink beneath it. A voice cuts through the haze. Miss. Are you okay? A hand grips my elbow, but the ground tilts beneath me, sending me crashing to my knees. Cars blur, legs shuffle past, flower pots spin in a dizzy whirl. Then I'm on my back, staring up at the sky, the heat of the concrete seeping into my skin. The voices around me fade, faces dissolving into nothing. For a moment I'm somewhere else, somewhere quiet, where the past can't reach me. A sea of bodies presses in around me, their shoes scuffing against the floor as I lie motionless, my gaze fixed on the ceiling until darkness swallows my vision. The steady rhythm of a machine pulses nearby, beep, 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 like water dripping from a leaky faucet. A sudden, sharp pressure clamps around my arm, so intense it drowns out every other sensation. Just as quickly it loosens, warmth flooding back through my veins. New sounds join the chorus, higher, erratic beeps while my throat burns like I've swallowed embers. I try to speak, but my lips refuse to obey. The air reeks of antiseptic, cheap lotion, and the sterile tang of hospital plastic. My legs are bare under a thick blanket, toes icy against the stiff, freshly laundered sheets that scratch my skin. Tubes snake into my arm and hand, anchored by tape that pulls at my flesh, leaving an itchy, irritated patch. Miss Lancaster, a woman's voice cuts through the haze. Liv, sweetie, can you hear me? I don't recognize her, but the urgency in her tone makes me desperate to respond. She's coming around, she murmurs to someone else. My eyelids feel weighted, but I force them open only to be blinded by the overhead lights. I squeeze them shut again, then try once more, this time focusing downward. The room swims into view in fragments, a ticking clock, a TV mounted on the wall, the distant sound of a toilet flushing. Heavy grey curtains block the window, but the darkness beyond suggests it's still early. A rolling table sits at the foot of the bed, a sweating plastic cup perched on top, condensation pooling beneath it. The nurse adjusts the Roman 4 beside me, the needle buried under tape where it disappears into my arm. You had quite the spill, she says gently. How are you feeling? I blink hard as if that might change the scene, but nothing shifts. Who are you talking to? It still hasn't fully registered. The needles, the hospital, any of it. The nurse taps a few controls on the monitor beside me, then fusses with the tubes running along my arm before adjusting the oxygen line beneath my nose. There you go, sweetheart, she says with an overly cheerful grin. How's our patient feeling today? My head feels foggy, like I'm swimming through molasses, and it takes me a second to process that she just used my last name, Miss Lancaster. Before I can ask why, her smile falters as she glances toward the dim corner of the room. I squint, trying to see what she's looking at, but the shadows won't give up their secrets. Just like that, her bright demeanor snaps back into place. I'll let your family take over, she says, giving my knee a quick pat before clicking off the harsh overhead light and slipping out. The door clicks shut, and I'm still staring at it when movement catches my eye. Isaac steps into view, his face drawn tight with something I can't name. Isaac, I try to push myself up, but he catches my shoulders and eases me back down. God, I'm so sorry, he says, his voice rough. My pulse spikes. I don't remember how I got here, don't even know where here is, but the way his hands tremble against mine sends a chill through me. Sorry for what? I whisper, reaching for him. He presses my fingers to his cheek, his breath warm against my skin. For letting this happen, he says, steady now like he's rehearsed this moment 100 times. For not stopping it sooner. Stopping what? My eyes dart between his, searching for answers, but his grip tightens around my hand. Then from the darkness, Jenna Bishop steps forward. The blanket twists in my grip as I jerk back, the Roman 4 tugging painfully at my skin. The heart monitor stutters faster. Isaac, I hiss, pointing. She's here, the Pravirian. Watch out, she's right behind you. His expression stays eerily calm, and the fact that he doesn't even glance over his shoulder tells me he already knows she's there. My gaze darts back to Isaac, searching for answers, but I keep Jenna just within sight. She's on our side, Isaac says, and my face twists in disbelief. Seriously, Jenna steps forward, her dark hair cascading like liquid silk, her emerald eyes glowing as she emerges from the shadows. He's telling the truth, she says, but I'm not buying it. I've been trying to help you this whole time. I realize I've been shaking my head, refusing to accept it as she moves closer. Help me, my voice cracks with anger. Every time I've lost consciousness, you've been there feeding off me. I yank my hand from Isaac's grip and press myself against the headboard. The heart monitor beeps faster, hitting 96. Annoying Roman 4 lines tangle around my arms, trapping me, but I'll tear them out if it means escaping. Isaac, what the hell is happening? You told me you trust me, he says carefully, raising a hand to stop Jenna from advancing. I do, but my eyes keep flicking back to her, unable to look away. Why is she here, and how can you even see her? She's letting me see her, he explains. Just breathe, Adria, let us explain. Jenna stays back, drifting toward the foot of the bed near the mounted TV. The room is a carbon copy of the one my mom was in, same off-white walls, same sterile layout, even the same scratchy hospital blanket. Wait, how long have I been? I can't take it anymore. Being stuck here, clueless about what landed me in this bed, how much time I've lost, whether Jenna had a hand in any of it, it's too much. Isaac reaches for my hand again, hesitating like he's waiting for me to pull away. But I don't. Right now, he's the only one I trust. He lifts my fingers to his lips, pressing a soft kiss there before closing his eyes briefly. You know, I wouldn't be standing here with her if I thought for a second she'd hurt you. I study Jenna from across the room, the way she stands so still, her delicate hands resting at her sides, the quiet thoughtfulness in her eyes. I think back to the library, how everything felt off, like we didn't belong. But now, that eerie sensation is gone. My pulse slows as I turn back to Isaac, close enough that I catch the faint scent of his skin, the warmth radiating from him. Fine, I mutter. I'm listening. Isaac exhales, releasing my hand as he stands, shoving his hands into his pockets. 10 hours ago, Isaac starts, his voice tight. I kept calling you, but when you didn't answer, I tracked you down through Beverly. I was heading to the airport when Nathan called. His gaze flicks to Jenna for a second. Turns out convincing her not to feed from you wasn't even the problem. He cuts himself off, jaw clenching as he stares at the wall. The way he stops mid-sentence sends a chill through me. Jenna steps forward, giving him a knowing nod before taking over. While we were talking, Isaac's phone rang. We thought it was you. Instead, it was a hospital in Atlanta. They dialed your last called number, trying to reach family. She exhales. So we got on the first flight. Here we are, your brother and sister, the Lancasters. I blink, struggling to process. That was me, Jenna admits. Right now, your real family can't know what's happening. I made sure the nurses only contacted us. But why? My voice cracks. Every answer just tangles the mess tighter. Because doctors can't fix this, she says gently. My vision blurs as my mind races, scrambling to connect the fragments. The mattress dips as Jenna sits beside me and I flinch, but she lifts her hands. Lax, I won't touch you unless you lose it. Isaac's stare burns into me, full of something between grief and dread. I can't deal with that yet, not until I understand. Wait, I say, a horrible thought clicking. If you haven't been feeding from me, why am I sick? Why the blackouts? The quiet stretches, thick and suffocating. Jenna inhales slowly. Because it's not me, Adria. My throat locks. I glance at Isaac, but the guilt hits like a knife twist and I jerk my eyes away. The first tear falls. Then another. He knows about the blood bond, I'm sure of it. Just once, Jenna murmurs. Months ago, after your sister's betrayal, that was the only time. The room tilts, not her. Then what has been draining me? Your sadness drew me to you, but that night when I took your energy, something was different. I'd never felt anything like it before. I still don't understand what it was, but I knew I had to keep an eye on you. There's something about you, something tied to us. Jenna's gaze never wavers, and her words leave me frozen, caught between relief and fear. My voice fails me, so I just listen. Days after you escaped Victor's prison, I tried again. You were weak, and I thought maybe I could figure out why you matter to us, why you're different. But I didn't see anything. It was the taste, the grief in it that changed everything. After that, I couldn't just use you, I had to help you. My lips quiver. I can't bring myself to look at Isaac, but I feel his eyes avoiding mine too. My hands clench into fists, knuckles white, as if Jenna's words are a freefall I wasn't ready for. You already know, she murmurs, reading me too easily. I open my mouth, but no words come. Then I finally meet Isaac's eyes and the dam breaks. Isaac, I'm sorry, I should have told you. His hands leave his pockets and he crosses the room, his expression raw with pain. Jenna steps aside, letting him take her place on the bed. He leans in, cradling my face, pressing a kiss to my forehead before pulling back, gripping my hands like an anchor. Adria, stop, he says, his voice rough. You have nothing to apologize for. His own tears threaten to spill, but I'm too lost in my own guilt to comfort him. How could this be your fault? It's mine, only mine. I shake my head, the ache in my throat unbearable. Don't, I snap, squeezing his hands. Don't twist this into being about you, not for me. Starts to argue, but I cut him off. I should have told you about Victor, I choke out, about everything, that he's alive because of Aramai, because of me. My body shakes with sobs, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I should have told you what he did. Isaac goes still, his face unreadable. I brace myself for him to pull away, to leave me drowning in regret, but he doesn't. His grip tightens. I can't decipher his expression, my vision's too blurred, my hands too trapped in his to wipe the tears away. Sorry, really sorry, I whisper, my voice barely there as the air leaves my lungs like a weight I can't hold anymore. No, no, Isaac says, his eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that pins me in place. Adria, listen, Victor didn't do this to you. I did. For a moment, everything stops. My hands fall away from his, but I don't even register the movement. The steady beep of the hospital monitors fades into silence. The faces of the people around me blur into nothing. The world just freezes, my mind races, but my body feels hollow, like I'm floating outside myself. My gaze drifts to the hospital blanket, tracing the weave of the fabric as if it's the only thing keeping me grounded. Isaac's voice cracks as he speaks again. That night in the car when Sybil attacked us, I bonded you to me. It was my fault. I lost control. I should have waited, gotten us out first, but I couldn't think straight. I just reacted. His words come out ragged, each one dragging him deeper into the confession. The crash, a piece of metal tore into your side. There was so much blood, I thought I'd lost you. I feel him move toward me, but I don't react. My fingers tighten in the blanket. I gave you my blood, he says, his voice breaking. Victor was coming. I was too weak to fight him off. If I hadn't done it, he would have. He wanted you, Adria. He would have taken you. Suddenly, the memories rush back, the car flipping, the snow stained red, the haze of pain and confusion. That strange dream where I ran through a field, where someone told me to drink from the creek. It wasn't Alex, it was Isaac and the dying horse. That was me, my old life slipping away as his blood changed everything. The images fade and I finally meet his eyes. My voice is steady, cold. Get out. His expression tightens as my words sink in. Part of me longs to reach for him, to let him pull me close, but I can't, not now. I'm serious, I murmur, my eyes fixed on the window. You need to leave. I used to think the pain would be unbearable if Isaac ever walked away. But this is something else entirely, an ache so deep there's no scale for it. I keep my gaze down, but I feel his eyes on me, pleading for me to look up. I can't, it hurts too much. How could he stand by while I suffered? How could he let me go through the transition without ever offering what I needed? I refuse to meet his stare, even though his face is all I want to see. The silence between us is suffocating, thick with unspoken grief. Jenna hesitates like she wants to intervene, but she stays quiet. Finally, Isaac looks at me one last time, and against my will, I let our eyes meet. His face is unreadable, but his gaze, raw and desperate, shatters me. Then he turns away and walks out. The seconds drag on, and I can't tear my eyes from the empty space where he stood. Jenna doesn't speak, giving me time to pull myself together. I swipe the tears from my cheeks and face her. Get me out of here, I say, already yanking the Roman 4 from my arm and hand before she can react. Blood spills onto the hospital sheets in thin, steady streaks. Jenna rushes over, pressing a towel against the wounds. Hold still, she says, applying band-aids with quick precision. I ignore the sting, already moving to grab my clothes from the plastic hospital bag. Once dressed, I sling my bags over my shoulder and push through the door without looking back. The cab ride to my old house is quiet. I left Jenna behind at the hospital, but I know she'll track me down eventually. She's not exactly the type you can shake. The early morning light is soft, painting the fields and dirt road in muted shades of pink and gold. Gravel crunches under my shoes as I pass the mailboxes, the rusted fence creaking in the breeze. Mrs. Willis pauses her sweeping on the porch, her thin frame stiffening when she recognizes me. She lifts a bony hand in a slow, hesitant wave. I keep moving forward, trudging across the overgrown yard and up the cracked driveway until I reach the front of the house. Time hasn't touched this place. If anything, it's made things worse. The white paint is even more chipped now, and the porch steps sag dangerously underfoot. My eyes drift to the field stretching beyond the house, the golden grass taller than I remember. Then I spot it, the solitary tree in the distance, its thick branches twisting into a leafy canopy. That tree rules this land, untouched and unbothered. A pang of jealousy hits me. It stands there wild and untamed while the world moves around it. No one's coming to chop it down or force it into some stupid mold. I used to be like that. Once I was just a girl in the middle of nowhere, invisible to the world, safe, unreachable, but not anymore. I climb the creaky steps and dump my bags by the door. The knob turns with a groan and the smell hits me instantly. Baby powder, air freshener, stale cigarettes, and that greasy stench from the ancient oven. The heat inside is suffocating, pressing down like a wet blanket. The living room is a mess. Jeff's beer cans everywhere, DVDs spilled across the dingy carpet. The couch is practically molded to his shape, the armrest dented from years of him passing out there. Dust coats the framed photos on the shelves, including the one of me, Mom, and Alex from before Jeff came along. It still hangs crooked. I don't bother with Alex's room. Some doors are better left closed. But when I shove open my old bedroom, it's not mine anymore. Boxes are stacked to the ceiling, Trent's name scrolled across them like a territorial claim. Trent's junk, Trent's crap, stay out, typical. I don't know if he's moved in or just turned my space into his personal dump. Either way, it's another reminder that nothing here belongs to me now. I let the door hang open and walk away, stepping over more of Jeff's mess. Some things never change, except apparently Emmy. I didn't even know why I came back here. No, that's a lie. I was searching for another kind of pain, something sharp enough to cut through the ache Isaac left behind. But it wasn't working, and deep down I knew it never would. I shoved the door open and bolted outside, my feet pounding down the cracked porch steps and across the yard. I didn't slow when the overgrown grass tangled around my ankles, didn't stop even as the morning light stretched golden over the fields. My lungs burned, but not from running. It was the weight of everything collapsing inside me, crushing my ribs until I could barely breathe. I stumbled once, my knee slamming into the damp earth, but I forced myself up and kept going until the old oak loomed ahead, its branches twisting like veins under the leaves. Then I dropped, my jeans soaking through with dew, mud caking my palms as I clawed at the ground. The cold seeped into my skin, but I barely noticed. All I felt was the raw, shuddering grief tearing through me. I curled forward, pressing my forehead into the wet grass, the scent of soil and rotting leaves thick in my nose. I didn't move when Jenna's arm slid beneath me, didn't resist as she pulled me against her. She cradled me like I was something fragile, her fingers tracing slow circles through my hair. "It's a stunning tree," she murmured, her voice feather-light. "Not because of how it stands, but because of how you see it standing." I wanted to laugh. scream. Instead, I just lay there, my tears soaking into the fabric of her sleeve. I've watched countless lives unfold, she continued, her thumb brushing my cheek. But the ones that stay with me are the ones who saw the world differently. There was a warmth in her words, something almost playful. I'll admit I'm a little jealous you're not my charge. I would have loved hearing your thoughts, seeing the world through your eyes. There's nothing beautiful about what I see, I muttered, forgetting for a second she could hear me. Her fingers stilled. That's the thing, she said softly. You don't even realize how beautifully you see everything. I didn't get it. Maybe I didn't want to, but for once I didn't argue. Come with me, she says, standing up and pulling me to my feet. I've got a little time left before I have to return to my charge. Her fingers wrap around mine. Let's not waste a second of it. I'm sprawled across a stiff hotel bed, the scratchy comforter barely softening the lumpy mattress beneath me. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, Athens stretches out under a dull, overcast sky, just endless grey smudged with wispy clouds. The AC kicks on with a low groan, fighting against the sticky heat creeping in. I don't even care that I'm still in damp, grimy clothes or that some poor housekeeper will have to haul this musty comforter away tomorrow. It reeks like cheap detergent, like it was barely washed before being tossed back on the bed. At this point, I'm too exhausted to care about anything. Jenna sits across from me at the small table, knees tucked up to her chest. The dim light from outside casts half her face in shadow, but those bright green eyes of hers, sharp, impossible to miss, cut through the gloom. He's never been in love before, she says, and I don't bother looking at her. And neither have you, I think. Please, I whisper, voice barely there. Not Isaac. I squeeze my eyes shut, fighting the familiar sting. My head throbs from crying so much my sinus is raw. Okay, she murmurs, but I know she's not dropping it completely. Then let me tell you something about myself. I finally meet her gaze, studying her face, and suddenly Malachi's words come rushing back. The second his name crosses my mind, Jenna's expression shifts, softness replaced by something wounded. Her shoulders tense, then slump slightly. The reaction throws me. I met him in Portland, I say, pushing myself up. He told me things about your kind. Her smile is tight, forced. What kind of things? Enough to confuse me, I admit. Feeding charges nothing that made sense, but he said you stopped feeding from me. That's how I knew you were telling the truth at the hospital. She nods slowly. I take a shaky breath. It'd be easier if you weren't in my head, I say. What's the point of talking if you already know what I'll say? Jenna exhales, amused. Fair enough, she says. I'll stay out. The pressure in my mind lifts instantly. I nod, glancing at the window before turning back to her. She was supposed to be the one talking, but now she's waiting. Malachi's name changed everything, and that's fine by me. Anything to keep Isaac out of this. Malachi wondered if I might be your charge, but clearly that's not the case. No, she replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. You're just someone I got mixed up with, still piecing it all together myself. We're more of a, let's say, an intriguing network. When we encounter something unusual, we have to dig deeper. A network, I raised an eyebrow, like some kind of secret society. She let out a short laugh. Not exactly. We can't read each other's thoughts, well, not entirely. We only see human memories, never the ones from our real forms. And we can't even recognize each other unless we choose to reveal ourselves. If I hadn't fed from you, you could be standing right in front of me, one of us, and I'd never know unless you told me, which, by the way, never happens. I hesitated, recalling Malachi's warnings. He mentioned it's forbidden to say what you are. Why? Because we hunt our own, she said bluntly, and the words hit me like a punch. Humans keep us young, but we take power from each other, what some call the soul, source stealers, if you want the honest term. She tilted her head, considering. Speaking our true name, the one you just used, Pravirian, she pointed at me. Exactly, say it out loud and every one of us would sense it. Eventually one would track me down, drain my soul, and that would be the end. So you're not immortal. Oh, we are, she said with a slow nod. More than anything else on this planet, we're born human, live human lives, completely unaware until we meet our charge. Then in hours or days, everything changes. Remember every past life, every death, every rebirth. It's overwhelming, and suddenly we know exactly who we're meant to protect. Your charge, I murmured. She stood, the silver pendant on her necklace catching the light. My fingers brushed against Isaac's chain beneath my shirt, but I couldn't bring myself to look. We can die like anyone else, just not from age, as long as we feed, and when we do die, our soul starts over in a new body. But what about mine? I asked. Isn't it the same? She shook her head. No, yours moves on when it's over. Reincarnation, that's our thing. We're the reason people even believe in it. We predate organized religion itself. For a moment, I just blink at her, trying to process that statement, but it's not the kind of thing you wrap your head around easily. So exactly how old are you? My voice comes out quieter than I meant it to. There's this strange weight in the air, like whatever she says next is going to rewrite everything I thought I knew. Let's just say I served Emperor Caligula back in 38 AD, she replies casually, as if she'd just mentioned working at a coffee shop last summer. My breath catches. You're joking. Oh, it was a riot, she deadpans, rolling her eyes. Total nightmare of a boss. I grimace. Wasn't he like historically terrible? Worse than the textbooks let on, she admits, her gaze drifting to the wall. She crosses her arms, her expression darkening. I haven't been conscious in this life for long, but my last one, 90 years trapped in the mind of a sociopath, trust me, that's way too long. I don't even know how to respond. I met Isaac when he was 6, she adds, almost like an afterthought. Maybe she expects me to ask, but I stay silent. Her smile fades and she shifts gears. How are you holding up? I drag myself out of the mental images of her past. I'm fine, really. She doesn't buy it. Maybe she senses something I don't. I nod, but Isaac's face flashes in my mind, and suddenly fine feels like a lie. Still, I won't give her the satisfaction. I push off the bed and walk to the window, watching the early morning haze cling to the streets. The sky's a dull grey, threatening rain, but it'll probably clear up by noon. I hug my arms tight. How much time do I have, Jenna? I can't look at her, not yet. If I see her face, the truth might hit harder than her words. Outside, cars crawl through the four-way intersection, oblivious. You want the honest answer? Sure, I lie. Not long, 2, maybe 3 months, but with a blood bond, it's unpredictable. Could be tomorrow. I turn halfway, gripping the windowsill, or it could be years. Her eyes flick to the empty beds before meeting mine again. Not for you, I'm sorry. I spin fully to face her, my back pressed against the glass. What's that supposed to mean? Her gaze doesn't waver, and for the first time I see real sorrow there, deeper than the eerie glow of her green eyes. There's another reason blood bonds are forbidden, she says quietly. It's not about laws or power, it's about survival. She waits, but I stay silent, my pulse hammering. When a young werewolf performs it, she continues, it's different. Isaac's blood, it isn't strong enough to sustain you. You need his blood way more than you should, Jenna says, pacing at the foot of the beds before stopping to face me, arms crossed. Take Aramai. Before she lost herself, she could go months without Trajan's blood. Even after 50 years, when her mind started slipping, she still lasted weeks between feedings. But you, Adria, you need Isaac's blood every few days, and it's only getting worse. My hands fall limp at my sides. I try to speak, but the words dissolve into broken sounds even I don't understand. My gaze drifts, wall, table, beds, but nothing registers. He's been giving you his blood for 7 months, she adds. I lock eyes with her, lips parted, breath shallow. What? The word finally claws its way out. How? My chest tightens, the pain fresh and suffocating. I press my hands against my ribs as if that could steady me. When you were unconscious, Jenna explains. At first, Isaac was just as lost as you were. He didn't realize how fast the blood bond would take hold, not with him being so young. I can't look at her, my thoughts spiral. That's why he blamed you, I mutter. She nods. The symptoms, they're almost identical to the side effects of our feeding. I can't believe this. The words slip out hollow. Jenna steps closer, gripping my shoulders. Look at me. Reluctantly, I lift my gaze. Strong emotions, especially the kind you're feeling now, make the bond worse, like throwing fuel on a fire. She gives me a light shake, forcing me to focus. If you don't calm down, you'll lose control. For you, it always ends the same, blacking out. Her fingers tilt my chin up. My eyes keep darting away, but she won't let me look elsewhere. That's why I tried to help. When I saw how severe the bond was, I wanted to stop it. But the worse it got, the clearer it became. Even my ability to influence emotions isn't enough to fix this. I pull away, her hands falling. It's not her I'm mad at, it's me. He's been feeding me his blood, I whisper, more to myself. Then meeting her eyes again, the tears come. Why didn't he say anything? My fingers curl into tight fists as I press them against my temples, trying to block out the flood of memories. The words slip out in a broken whisper, barely audible. Every blackout, every time I came back to myself, Isaac was always there. In Natasha's house, his face was the first thing I saw. At school, he'd be waiting in the nurse's office. Even today at Athens Regional, he stood by my side. The past 7 months replay in fragments. The night he saved me from Victor, the blood-stained bathroom where I insisted on tending to his wounds despite his healing ability. I'd collapsed then too, only to wake up with him watching over me. Jenna's hands gently pull mine away, her fingers lacing with mine. No words will fix this, she says, her voice firm but not unkind. Don't waste what time you have left on denial, look at me. Tears blur my vision as I meet her gaze. Because clinging to false hope is a luxury you can't afford, she adds, squeezing my hand so tightly it feels like she's pouring her own regrets into me. Maybe she's speaking to herself as much as to me, trying to correct something she couldn't in her own past. I swallow hard. There's no way out, is there? She releases my hands, shaking her head. No, she says quietly, so don't spend these moments hating Isaac for caring too much. The words cut deep. Jenna turns away, staring out the window like she's searching for answers in the glass. Malachi wanted you to know he still loves you, she murmurs. A shadow crosses her face, fleeting but unmistakable. Who's Malachi? I ask. Someone from another life, she replies, her voice distant. It's been years. But why can't you be with him? The ache in her eyes tells me everything. She might hide it better than I do, but love lingers. Still, I don't push, just like she didn't push me about Isaac. It's impossible, she says, stepping away from the window. We're too alike. Being together would destroy us both. With that, she walks toward the bathroom, pausing only to say, "Get some rest, you'll need it." A sharp pounding jolts me awake. Housekeeping. The sharp rapping on the door jolts me awake, my mind still foggy from sleep. For a few disoriented seconds I can't place where I am until the knocking grows louder, forcing me into consciousness. These days, losing track of time is nothing new, so when I sit up in the hotel bed and realize Jenna's gone, I just sigh and shuffle toward the door. "Sorry, just woke up," I mutter, cracking it open to see a scowling housekeeper clutching a stack of towels. "Don't need service today, but thanks." She rolls her eyes. "Sweetheart, checkout was an hour ago. This ain't the Ritz. Some of us have actual work to do." Her exaggerated blink makes me suddenly proud of the tangled mess I left of the sheets. "5 minutes," I say, shutting the door before she can argue. Standing there, I try to focus, but my thoughts keep twisting in opposite directions. Rubbing my face, I reach for my bags, then freeze. On the windowsill table sits a hospital blood vial glinting in the sunlight. Beside it, a crumpled note in Jenna's messy scrawl. My fingers close around the vial, gripping it too tight before I shove it into my purse. The housekeeper's still lurking outside, arms crossed, when I step into the hallway. "Appreciate the extra time," I say cheerfully, ignoring her glare. Outside, the city hums with midday noise. My phone buzzes, dozens of missed calls, texts, but I don't look. I just walk, no direction, until my feet carry me to the park's duck pond. The old oak tree looms ahead, and suddenly I'm 16 again, sitting there with Alex under the stars, our futures collapsing around us. A neon green soccer ball bounces against my shoe. "Oops, miss," pipes a kid with gapped teeth. "Lady, really?" I force a smile as he toddles off. When I glance back at the playground for half a second, I swear I see us, two ghosts on the swings, laughing like the world hadn't ended yet. Standing at the top of the slide, I hesitate while Alex waits below, impatiently slapping her palms against the sun-warmed plastic. "Hurry up, Drea," she calls, grinning. "Or are you too scared?" That slide always felt like a mountain to me, but Alex never let me crash. She'd grab me before I tumbled into the gravel below. I shake my head, forcing the memory away. Ever since I walked out of the hotel, Isaac's face has haunted me. No matter how hard I try to push it aside, nothing dulls the ache. Isaac is everything now, not my mother, lost in her own destruction, or my sister, who somehow followed her down that same dark road. Yeah, I'm furious at him, but he's the one who threw away his title, his future, even his life, just to save mine. He broke every rule binding him, tying our fates together without asking. If Trajan discovers the truth, it's a death sentence. How could I let my rage blind me like this? Isaac made an impossible choice, one that saved me from Victor's grasp. Without him, I'd be trapped in Victor's world, my life dangling by his whim. But damn it, I'm still pissed. 7 months of lying to myself, pretending Victor's blood wasn't the thing keeping me alive. 7 months of wondering if Isaac would hate me for being bound to his enemy. Part of me wants to scream until my voice gives out, to finally let go of all this anger. The other part just wants to be with him, to soak up every second we have left, because I won't let myself become like Aramai. I refuse. I stride toward the bike path, plunging into the woods. Daylight transforms the place, sunlight filters through the leaves, dappling the pavement underfoot. My pace quickens until I'm nearly sprinting toward the spot where everything shattered. Then I freeze. Birds chatter overhead and a breeze rustles the branches. The air is thick, but the shade offers relief. This is where it all changed. 3 paths stretch ahead, and I can't help but wonder, if we'd taken a different route that night, would Alex still be untouched? Would any of this have happened? The thought hits me. If things had gone differently, I might never have crossed paths with Isaac. My plane touches down in Augusta just past midnight, the rain coming down in sheets. Hailing another cab, I watch the city lights blur through the water-streaked windows as we climb the steep, winding roads toward his place. My mind won't let go of him, not for a second. The broken yellow lines on the pavement twist like snakes in the headlights, and suddenly I'm back in Damien's Jeep, catching my first glimpse of Isaac in the rearview mirror. I remember him at the skate park that day, stepping in when William and Ash tried to corner me. He'd had my back even then. The first time he spoke to me, the brush of his fingers against mine, the way his lips felt against my own, it all floods back as the cab slows at the base of the driveway. The driver refuses to risk his tires in the mud, so I pay him and step out into the storm. By the time I reach the top, my clothes are plastered to my skin, my duffel bag sagging with rainwater. The old well lies collapsed near the porch, its stones scattered like forgotten memories. And there he is, Isaac, hunched on the steps, arms resting on his knees. He lifts his head as if he'd felt me coming, his eyes locking onto mine through the downpour. I stay rooted, letting the cold rain wash over me, tasting it on my lips. For a heartbeat, neither of us moves. Then he's on his feet, closing the distance between us in quick strides. The hesitation is there, his hands hover, aching to pull me close but holding back. "You didn't even blink," I say, my voice barely carrying over the storm, "when I told you about Victor." The weight of my guilt presses down harder than the rain. I should have told you sooner. His arms tense, caught between reaching for me and staying put. My bags hit the mud, but I don't move, neither does he. The space between us feels like miles, even though we're standing right there, soaked and speechless. The unspoken question hangs in the air, what now? But neither of us has the answer. I was only thinking of myself, I continue, my voice shaking. I never stopped to consider how my lie affected you. I was too caught up in my own hurt over yours. He takes a step toward me but hesitates, as if waiting for permission, maybe for me to say it's okay to let him pull me close, or maybe he just wants me to get everything off my chest. My eyes stay locked on his, unwavering, even as the rain streams down my face. It doesn't make me flinch or look away. His silence only fuels my frustration, and before I can stop myself, I'm hitting his chest, my fists pounding against him as my voice cracks. You should have told me, I scream, my throat raw. Why didn't you say anything? He doesn't stop me. He lets me unleash everything until my arms give out and I collapse against him, finally giving him the signal he'd been waiting for. His voice is rough when he finally speaks. Because I wanted your last days to be happy. I didn't want you to waste them drowning in fear before the change even took hold. His hands tighten on my arms as he pulls back, his stare intense. Because I was the selfish one. My breath hitches, but I fight to steady myself. The storm rages around us, thunder rolling in the distance, the cold seeping into my bones. I ignore it. So this is how you knew, I murmur, more to myself than to him. You knew you couldn't hurt me because we were already bound. My head snaps up, my glare sharp. You knew, Isaac. The rain slides down his face, but his expression says it all. I shout over the downpour, you're no better than him, you're just like your father. The words are meant to wound, and they do. I see it in the way his jaw clenches. Don't, he growls, his voice strained. Please. We could have faced this together, I snap, shoving his hands away. But instead I had to do it alone, completely alone. I can't undo it, he roars. Would you even want to? I hiss. The question catches him off guard. His anger flickers, replaced by something heavier. No, he admits, his voice low. If it meant losing you, I wouldn't change a thing. The tears sting, but my breathing steadies. His gaze doesn't waver, fierce and unyielding, until suddenly his mouth crashes into mine. He lifts me effortlessly, my legs wrapping around him as he carries me across the yard and up the porch steps. The kiss never breaking, the front door bursts open, slamming against the wall as Isaac pulls me into a feverish kiss. We barely make it up the stairs, his lips only leaving mine long enough for us to stumble upward without tripping. The moment we reach his bedroom, he kicks the door shut behind us, pressing me against the wall with one arm braced beneath me. His kisses grow rougher, more demanding, exactly how I crave them, and he doesn't hold back. My arms lift as he yanks off my soaked shirt, tossing it aside before his mouth finds my neck, sending shivers down my spine as his tongue traces my collarbone. My hands scramble over his torso, desperate to rid him of his shirt, and he finishes the job with a sharp tug, fabric tearing as it comes off. The heat between us is electric as he lifts me effortlessly, carrying me to the bed where we collapse in a tangle of limbs. Rain still clings to his skin, droplets falling from his hair onto my chest as he hovers above me. My fingers fumble with the button of his jeans, and he helps, stripping me first before I can even manage his zipper. His lips never leave mine, even as he kicks free of his pants. The moment his body presses against me, I tremble, every nerve alight. He pauses, his voice rough as he murmurs, "Tell me you're sure." I trace his lips with my fingertips, my breath uneven. "I've been waiting for this," I whisper, pulling him back into me. His hands glide over my skin, slipping beneath the lace of my panties, and I gasp as his fingers explore. My back arches, my body torn between pressing closer and pulling away, but he keeps me anchored. When he finally moves between my thighs, I can't open my eyes. The heat is too much, the sensation overwhelming. His moans vibrate against my lips as I dig my nails into his back, lost in the rhythm of us. Isaac presses against me with a desperate hunger, his lips leaving mine as he buries his face into my shoulder, his body pressing deeper between my thighs. My breath hitches in short, uneven gasps, my fingers tangled in his damp, dark hair gripping tight. A deep, guttural growl rumbles through his chest, vibrating against me. I recognize it instantly, just like before. He's fighting it again. My own breathing is ragged as I guide his hand toward mine, letting the sharp tip of one claw barely skim my skin without breaking it. I feel the tension in his muscles, the struggle to hold back the shift. With both hands, I tilt his face up, but he resists, his forehead damp with rain and sweat. "Isaac," I murmur, firm but gentle, "look at me, I need to see you." A low, reluctant growl escapes him as he shakes his head. I tighten my legs around him, refusing to let him pull away. Leaning in, I press my lips to his forehead, my palms still urging him to face me. "Please." Finally, he lifts his gaze, those dark eyes edged with something wild. His lips part slightly, sharp teeth pressing into his own flesh. Thin veins, dark as ink, trace down his cheekbones from the corners of his eyes. He's terrifying, mesmerizing. My fingertips brush his lips and he watches me with something like disbelief. The rain hammers harder against the roof, the sound of water rushing through the gutters filling the silence between us. His growls soften, but the heat radiating from him is almost too much. Still, I press closer, refusing to let go. "You have to turn me," I say, steady and sure. He tries to pull back, but I drag him down, nails digging into his back, legs locked around him. He yields, but only because he sees the determination in my eyes. "No," he rasps, shaking his head. "I can't. You have to." My thumb traces the raised veins beneath his eye. "I won't end up like Aramai. You knew that from the start." He sits up abruptly, but I cling to him, arms around his neck, legs still wrapped tight. Kneeling in the center of the bed, he refuses to meet my gaze, shaking his head again and again. I won't let him look away. "My sister survived it," I remind him. "Your father said it himself, Isaac. You know this is different." Adria held his face firmly between her hands, her voice steady despite the storm in his eyes. "Isaac, look at me," she demanded, her fingers pressing into his skin. "Because my sister made it, I know I can too." His expression twisted with agony as he shook his head, pulling away only to stop himself. "Statistics aren't guarantees," he snapped, the rawness in his voice cutting deep. She refused to back down. "It's enough for me," she insisted, her grip tightening. His dark eyes burned with conflict, the weight of her request tearing at him. "No," he choked out, his whole body trembling. "You swore you'd never ask this of me." A bitter laugh escaped her lips as she leaned closer. "And you swore you'd never let me end up like Aramai." The words struck like a blade, his face crumpling under the truth of them. Still, he resisted, shaking his head, his hands hovering between pushing her away and pulling her closer. Frustration flared inside her. "You took my choice from me once," she hissed. "This is the only one I have left." She knew it wasn't fair to blame him, but desperation had stripped her of restraint. Becoming like him was her only chance, her only way to stay herself, to love him fully. "I'd rather die than lose my mind, my heart," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I choose this, Isaac, I choose you." His breath hitched, tears spilling from those endless black eyes. His claws dug into her back as he crushed her against him, his body shaking with grief and fury. "Swear you won't hate me for this," he begged, his voice ragged. "Promise me." She buried her face in his chest, the heat of his skin searing hers. "I could never hate you," she murmured, even as pain lanced through her from his grip. "I'll love you always." The words were a vow sealed as his embrace turned suffocating, his claws drawing blood. She didn't fight it. Fear was just another kind of death, and she refused to let it win. The pain sears through me like wildfire, and I clutch Isaac's body tighter, as if his skin could somehow absorb the agony tearing through me. My scream rips through the air, mingling with his own, a raw, gut-wrenching sound that seems to stretch endlessly into the void. When I woke up, Adria was gone, slipped away in the quiet hours before dawn on June 21st, leaving nothing behind but the faintest imprint of her absence. The sheet still held a whisper of her scent, but it was fading fast, just like the memory of her touch. The necklace I gave her lay abandoned on the pillow, a cruel reminder of what was no longer there. The bond between us, the one that had let me glimpse her emotions, her life, was severed. I couldn't feel her anymore, couldn't see through her eyes like I had during those 7 months. I always wondered if she sensed it too, if she ever caught flashes of my world through our strange connection. But I never told her the truth, never admitted that I knew about Victor Vargas all along. Not everything, but enough. Enough to realize she hadn't hidden the truth to protect herself. She did it to protect me, to spare me the crushing weight of my father's betrayal. Adria carried guilt like a second skin, punishing herself for things she couldn't control. She'd lived through horrors most people couldn't imagine, yet she never let it break her. Never once did she wallow in self-pity. Instead, she'd smile and say how lucky she was, how much worse it could have been. And damn, that used to infuriate me, because she had every right to scream, to rage at the world for what it had taken from her. The night of the car wreck should have been the end. But Adria, she wasn't the kind to let tragedy define her. Even when life handed her the worst, she found a way to keep moving forward. And I wish more than anything that I'd told her sooner how much that strength meant to me. I had no choice but to give her my blood, praying it would be enough and that I wasn't already too late. Maybe I only bought her a little more time, but I had to try. I didn't realize being so young would make the blood work faster. Jenna explained that on the drive to Georgia. Another way my father had failed me, but none of this was her fault, not the attack, not the bond, not the months she spent terrified for me. She shouldn't have been forced into a choice I knew she'd keep. And when she begged me to turn her, clinging to me 7 days ago, I knew if I refused, the other option was unthinkable. Daisy's voice is soft from the doorway. "Isaac, they're waiting for you." I don't move from the bed, Adria's necklace coiled around my fingers like it has been every day since she vanished. Pressing the pendant to my lips, I close my eyes, her face flashing behind my lids before I tuck it back into the box on my nightstand. Daisy lingers, watching me with that quiet worry she's had since Harry disappeared the same morning as Adria. No clues, no signs they left together, just two of us left hollow. Funny how grief works. In a week, Daisy and I have become closer than I ever was with my other siblings. Maybe it's because she's the only one who doesn't tiptoe around the truth. When someone muttered Adria might be gone for good, I punched a hole through the wall. Daisy, she just stared them down. She sinks onto the bed beside me, shoulders slumped. I don't want you to go through with this. I keep my eyes on the floor, arms braced between my knees. Is this for you, she presses, or for her? When I stay silent, her voice cracks. Isaac, she wouldn't ask this of you, not if she knew. You're right, I cut in, finally meeting her gaze. She wouldn't, but things can't stay like this, Daisy, and that's what she would want, what I want. Her arms fold tight. It's barbaric, you can't fix it, not while he's still breathing. I hold her stare, my silence heavier than any argument. Daisy's breath hitched as her fingers tightened on my shoulder. Her voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible over the hum of the grand hall beyond the door. Isaac, you can't be serious. No one's tried this since Victor. It's a death sentence. I didn't flinch. I'd rather die than spend another lifetime under his boot. How many more of us have to bleed out before someone stands up? My gaze flicked to the window where the moon hung heavy over the estate. They don't even get a say in how they go. That ends tonight. She shook her head, but I was already moving, adjusting the cuffs of my black suit, tailored, sharp, the kind meant for a man who knew his place. Except I didn't, not anymore. The ring on my finger, centuries old and weighted with legacy, caught the light as I flexed my hand. By sunrise, I'd either be Alpha or Ash. The hall below was a sea of expectant faces, my siblings, the elders, the governess with her razor-sharp stare, and him, Lord General Vukasin, standing like a statue carved from arrogance, his coat flaring like wings. The air smelled of incense and something darker, metallic, ready to claim your birthright. His voice rolled over the silence. I met his eyes. Yes, my lord, fear, of course, but beneath it something hotter. The stories never mentioned this part. The way your pulse thrums just before the knife drops. I've never met most of them, but Andre is the only one still breathing. The other 5 met their end right here during this ritual, all by my father's blade. If Adria ever learned this truth, it might shift things, but not my resolve to break this ancient cycle, unchanged since my father took power over 600 years ago. I step forward, shoulders squared, and stretch my arms wide. 2 elders with slick brown hair move in, tearing open my jacket and shirt to bare my chest. I don't need to look to sense my siblings' horror. Our bond lets me feel their emotions like a storm. Daisy's knees buckle under the weight of her grief, her fear shredding her from the inside. She fights back tears, knowing our father tolerates no weakness here. Nathan's composure is steel, but beneath it, I know my death would turn him against our father forever. Does the old man even care? He severed his link to us years ago, keeping only Aramai close. A 3rd elder steps forward, cradling my father's sword like a relic. He bows, offering the blade. I close my eyes. Adria floods my thoughts, her stubborn frown when I teased her about the freckles she despised, that ridiculous laugh like a mischievous kid's, the way she fit against me like she was made to be there. If this is the end, let her be my last sight. The sword plunges in, a searing silver fire splitting my ribs. Agony swallows me whole. I collapse, choking on blood, my vision swimming. The floor grows slick beneath me, warmth spreading. Darkness creeps in, but my father's voice cuts through. You'll live. We're the same, you and I've known about your bond since the night you forged it. Did you really think I'd let you die? Then nothing, no sound, no light, just stillness. Am I dead? It's quiet here, weirdly calm. I can't tell if my eyes are open or shut. Maybe it doesn't matter anymore. Every sensation floods through me, overwhelming and raw. My body feels like nothing more than a fragile container for emotions, each one twisting and colliding inside me. Fear is absent, though. The unknown doesn't scare me. Maybe because I am the unknown now. Strange visions flicker in my mind, tendrils of light in shades of white, ivory bone, pale cream, but I don't think I'm seeing them with my eyes. I don't even know if I have eyes anymore. None of this makes sense. This has to be death. Life was never this still, this quiet. My senses are gone, but my mind won't shut off. It claws for answers, desperate to understand what's happening to me. If I'm dead, why does it still matter? Why does this weight press down on me, making my chest tight? Is this my punishment? There's no waking from this. The calm, the light, it's all twisting into something darker. This can't be heaven. Heaven wouldn't feel like a cage, then blackness, pure, suffocating dark. My eyes must be open now. A warm hand brushes my forehead and I hear Daisy's voice, soft but strained. Just sleep. She's terrified. I can feel it. She thinks I won't wake up. Maybe she's right. But I force my mind into submission, pushing the nightmare aside. If this is the end, I'll face it. The steady drip of water from the bathroom pulls me back. My head pounds as I drag myself into awareness, blinking against the dim light. 5 days, that's how long I've been drifting in and out, with only Daisy and the governess keeping watch. A wound like mine doesn't heal easy, most don't survive it. The first 2 days I couldn't even move, couldn't feed myself, but Daisy stayed, stubborn as ever. Now the house stirs again. Nathan and the others are back. Footsteps echo, Zier and Sebastian. I wonder if they've been briefed on how to act around me now. Alpha should be interesting. I push up from the bed, shrugging into my robe, and move to the window. Sunlight spills over the treetops, golden and marking. The door creaks open. No knock. Strike one. I don't turn. Let's see how far she pushes it. Hey Isaac, well you seem better, Zia says, flopping onto my bed. Physically anyway, strike two. No lord, I almost smile. Some things never change. Any news about Harry? She avoids mentioning Adria for obvious reasons. Third strike and the disrespect is glaring. I turn to face her fully, posture rigid, hands clasped in front of me. My expression is unreadable except to Zia, who swallows hard before rising from my bed with none of her usual bounce. She bows deeply, her white blonde hair the only thing visible. I flash Sebastian a smirk before she straightens. Forgive me, my lord. This I could get used to. The grin finally breaks free, and when Zia realizes she's been played, she lunges at me with a laugh, shoving my shoulder. You're the worst. I hold on to the smile, though it's hollow. Another failed distraction. Nothing will fix this. I need to get dressed, I say flatly. Oh, Isaac, Zia murmurs, sympathy softening her voice. Maybe she don't, I cut her off, quiet but firm. Not now. Her eyes warm with a faint smile. Fine, she relents, turning to Sebastian still lingering in the doorway. We'll be downstairs, or hey, you're alpha now, just snap your fingers and we all come running, right? She scans the room. Did they at least give you a fancy bell? Hands raised in surrender, she backs out. All right, we'll leave you to it. Everything's shifting in the pack. With me taking over as alpha here in the US, Nathan's heading back to Serbia to serve as my father's right hand. Natasha won't be thrilled. This means Seth loses his shot to prove himself. Pack politics, a mess. I was drilled in combat and strategy before I could even form full sentences. My father's legacy is ruthless, feared. I know our laws inside out except one, the blood bond. 3 nights after becoming alpha, the governess finally laid it all out for me. Too late, but what's done is done. In 3,000 years of history, only 4 blood bonds have been recorded. Adria isn't one of them, not yet. And Aramai, she's outlasted them all. If only Adria had that same chance, more than just a few months to be herself. The not knowing is eating me alive. Is she even breathing? One thing's certain, if she's gone, or if I find out she already is, I won't just rule like my father. I'll become him. The cold, unfeeling walls are already closing in, suffocating the person I fought to be. Adria's death won't just end her. It'll kill the Isaac Mayfair who survived his father's cruelty. I know I have to resist it for her. The battle to avoid becoming my father won't be easy, but I refuse to let losing the one I love break me. If I'm going to rewrite the rules of our kind and usher in a new era, I need to turn grief into strength. The thought lingers as I descend the stairs, met by the uneasy gazes of my siblings, a handful of friends, and the ever-watchful governess lurking in the shadows like some ancient spectre. Even though Zia knows I won't rule with my father's cruelty, everyone still bows like I'm some stranger draped in authority. It's ridiculous. Sure, messing with Zia's expectations is satisfying, but the whole display just feels forced. Cut it out, I say, stepping off the final stair. Save the formalities for someone who actually wants them. Nathan sprawls across the couch, pulling Hannah close with a smirk. Better enjoy it while it lasts, little bro. Me bowing to you, that's a once-in-a-lifetime deal. His grin is all teeth and I can't help but roll my eyes. Funny how I ended up alpha before him, but then again, nothing about this has gone according to plan. The governess glides forward, her dark robes swallowing the light, her bare feet silent against the floor. She's ancient, older than my father, though nowhere near as dangerous, despite her 6 centuries as a werewolf. She dips into a stiff bow. My lord, with your permission, I'll depart for New York shortly. Her voice is smooth, unreadable, the way it always is. The woman's discipline is legendary. I give a curt nod, my tone sharper than I'd use with the others. Go ahead, I don't need anything else from your research. The words leave my mouth before I realize how easily they came. The governess retreats with practiced steps, vanishing into the foyer. The moment she's gone, the room exhales. Only Nathan and I can stand our ground around her. She can't touch us, but the others. One wrong word and she'd remind them exactly why she's an elder. This isn't how I pictured my ascension. I was supposed to feel pride, to dive into my duties like every new alpha before me, reshaping laws, commanding respect, proving myself without needing my father's shadow. I should be carving my legacy, building my pack into something unstoppable. But none of that matters yet. Not until I find Adria. Honestly, I don't even know why I bothered coming down here. Maybe I just needed to stop staring at the same 4 walls. 2 weeks of isolation has left me restless, the silence gnawing at me. Zia's voice cuts through the tension, though she won't meet my eyes. Beverly and Carl Dawson still haven't heard from Adria. My jaw locks. Talking about her is painful, but I don't stop Zia. I need to hear it, even if it hurts. Do you think they're being honest? Daisy asks softly, her fingers brushing my arm in a quiet attempt to comfort me. Yeah, I believe so, Zia replies. They're still wrecked over it, and that kind of grief isn't something you can fake. She glances around before adding, either we bring them in or end their suffering now. Nathan shifts on the couch, his voice firm. Zia, this isn't the moment. She's never been one to hold back, but even I side with my brother this time. Zia exhales sharply and throws her hands up. Then when is the moment? Nathan, Adria's gone, Harry's gone. Doesn't that strike you as suspicious? Her words cut sharper now. Nathan stands, letting Hannah's hand slip from his knee. I said not now. It's fine, I interrupt, stepping forward. At least for me it is. I glance at Daisy, making it clear I'm not speaking for both of us. I'm okay with it too, she says. We can't avoid this forever. Zia shakes her head. It's just weird. They were human, they were close, maybe they just couldn't take it anymore. If it were me, I'd be a mess too. Daisy's gaze lingers on me, and I know it's time. Nathan already knew I'd bonded Adria to me. He was the only one I told, but only Daisy knows the full truth of what happened that last night. Moving toward the fireplace, I stare at the portrait of Aramai and my father, though in my mind their faces blur into two others. Adria isn't human anymore, I say, my back to the room, if she's even alive. Zia's sharp inhale is almost comical. Wait, what? Nathan steps closer. Isaac, what the hell did you do? I spin toward him, defensive at first, until I realize my reaction is just guilt talking. She asked for it, I say, my voice hollow. I drag a hand through my hair. I wouldn't have done it, but the blood bond was destroying her. She refused to end up like Aramai. Zia drops into the recliner, stunned. You bonded her to you? Yes, I say flatly, and that's all I'm saying about it. Drop it. My tone leaves no room for argument. For once, Zia doesn't push back, no snark, no defiance, just silence. Really worried about her, Nathan, I admit, studying his expression for that older brother reassurance only he can provide. I know there's supposed to be this telepathic connection between a sire and their fledgling, but it's just silence, nothing. Nathan exhales sharply before answering. She hasn't gone through her first turning yet. That bond doesn't form until after that happens. His gaze shifts away, voice dropping lower. Or she's already gone. A wave of frustration and grief hits me, but I push it down. Yeah, I know, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. Deep down, I understood the rules. Our kind's politics were practically second nature to me, but part of me still hoped there was some loophole, some hidden detail I'd missed. Wishful thinking. Zia, lounging sideways on the recliner with her legs draped over the armrest, chimes in with her usual bluntness. Let's be real, wherever Adria is, Harry's involved, that much is obvious. Then Camilla, ever the quiet one, raises her hand like she's in a classroom, waiting for my nod before speaking. I think she's alive, she says softly at first, but as she stands, her voice grows steadier. Adria has this energy about her, and I still feel it. Camilla, my so-called weird sister, was always doing things that made the rest of us raise an eyebrow. Yoga, meditation, insisting on organic meals, but her instincts unmatched. As a female werewolf, she picked up on emotions and life forces better than I ever could, even with my bond to Adria. Her words cut through the dread, giving me something to hold on to. Then a knock. We all freeze. No one knocks here. Visitors are either expected or brought in by someone who lives with us. Daisy, ever the first to react, heads for the door. Sunlight spills into the dim foyer as she opens it, and though I catch the murmur of voices, one stands out, unfamiliar, quiet, almost hesitant. Daisy reappears, gesturing behind her. Come on in, she says, and a slender young man steps forward, smaller than Hannah, with an air of nervous energy. This is Isaac, she announces, nodding toward me. The stranger lowers his head in an awkward gesture which throws me off. I don't recognize him, and he's definitely not part of the pack. When he finally looks up, his expression is a mix of deference and unmistakable nervousness. Could we talk in private? His voice is as quiet as his demeanor. I glance at Daisy, then at Nathan, who hasn't moved from my side. Fine, I say, stepping toward him. We head outside, but when I stop on the porch, he fidgets, his gaze darting toward the windows and door. Clearly, he doesn't feel comfortable here. Let's move farther out, I suggest, motioning toward the driveway. He nods, almost grateful, which only adds to the strangeness of the moment. We stop near the curve of the driveway, the same spot where Adria and I stood in the rain that night. I push the memory aside. The boy bows again, and before I can tell him to knock it off, he speaks. My mistress, Genevieve Bishop, sent me to deliver a message. That name snaps me to attention. If Genevieve's involved, this has to be about Adria. My muscles tense, ready. Keep talking, I say, keeping my voice steady, though the urgency bleeds through. He avoids eye contact, his focus shifting between the ground and the house like he's expecting someone to overhear. The pauses between his words drag, grating on my patience. Why didn't she come herself? It's not safe for her here, he murmurs, casting another wary glance at the house. She insists you meet her alone or with only Nathan and Daisy if necessary. I scoff. Since when is Genevieve afraid of anything? He hesitates. I can't explain, but you'll find her at the train bridge near the Kennebec River Rail Trail. She'll be waiting in an hour. Got it, I say without missing a beat. He bows one last time, then turns and vanishes down the driveway. No car, no sound, just the crunch of gravel underfoot before he's gone. I don't wait. Back inside, I pull Nathan and Daisy aside. We've got a meeting, I mutter, shutting the door behind us. I can sense this is about Adria. It's like a gut punch. My heart hammers against my ribs, fingers curling tight at my sides. Daisy's eyes flick toward the den door where our family and friends are gathered. Something feels off, she mutters. Not about Jenna, about them. Nathan exhales sharply. You're right to be nervous. The only thing a Pravirian truly fears, another Pravirian. By the time we reach the train bridge, dusk has swallowed the sky. I pull my jeep off the road and we hike up through the trees, the distant hum of passing cars fading as night takes over. The full moon looms, a silent countdown. Tonight decides everything, whether Adria's still out there, whether this connection between us means anything at all. And yet here I am, waiting for Jenna instead of chasing answers. She materializes on the tracks, her emerald eyes sharp under the dim light. Funny how I never noticed their intensity before. Back in Georgia, all I saw was my own panic. Jenna, my voice cuts through the quiet. Daisy and Nathan scan the shadows. You see her? Daisy asks, frustration edging her tone. Nathan squints. Nothing. Jenna moves closer, deliberate. I need certainty before I show myself to them. How? I ask. A name, she says. Not mine, what I am. I glance at my siblings. Say Pravirian. Daisy wrinkles her nose. Seriously, why? Nathan smirks. Because saying it out loud, that's like painting a target on your back for every Pravirian out there. He gestures vaguely toward Jenna's actual position. And yeah, I just said it twice. What, you suddenly don't trust your favorite werewolf? Jenna's voice drips sarcasm. Favorite, please, I'm just covering my bases. She jerks her chin at Daisy. Now her. Daisy rolls her eyes. Pravirian, she sing-songs like it's the dumbest game she's ever played. Jenna nods sharply. All right, let's focus. We've got a major issue on our hands and I didn't see this coming. Give me a second to sort this out. I barely know Jenna Bishop, her usual demeanor, her habits, anything, but right now she's acting off, nervous. That's what throws me. Pravirians don't fear anything except their own kind, and it's clear to everyone here that another one is nearby. So why is this our problem? She crosses one arm over her stomach, the other lifting absently as her fingers tap against her lips. Her boots scuff against the rusted railroad tracks as she paces, then stops abruptly like she's made up her mind. Might as well deal with this first, she mutters, glancing to the side just as a shadow steps out from the trees. Harry. Daisy sprints toward him before I can react. My pulse spikes. If Harry's here, does that mean Adria is too? My hands clench at my sides. Where is she? I demand, bypassing any greeting. Harry looks unharmed, steady, which only makes the dread worse. She's not with me, he says, too calm, too measured. His voice is wrong, smooth where it should be rough. Then where the hell is she? I snap, stepping closer. 2 weeks since they both vanished. Harry doesn't blink. Our connection's weak, but she's alive. I lunge forward, fists tight. Stop screwing with me, you disappeared together, where is she? Daisy wedges herself between us, but Harry doesn't even tense. No fear, no hesitation. That's when it hits me, this isn't Harry, or at least not the one we knew. Nathan yanks me back, but I keep staring, locked onto Harry's eyes as they shift, dark crimson bleeding into the irises, glinting like Jenna S. Daisy gasps, turning his face toward her. Harry, what's happening? He kisses her instead of answering. Jenna exhales sharply. Let me explain. This is the only way any of you will understand, she says, her gaze lingering on me until I finally ease up. Nathan releases his grip as I force myself to relax. Go ahead, I mutter, though my patience is wearing thin. All I care about is Adria. Jenna exhales, clasping her hands behind her back. When I moved to Maine, she starts, it was because my charge lived here. You know how sacred that duty is. My eyes flick to Harry, cold and unreadable. None of this adds up. Harry is my charge, Jenna continues, and Daisy sucks in a sharp breath. I was supposed to guide him through his transition to become one of us. Again, that's why Adria kept seeing me around him in geometry at the cove when you dragged him into a den of werewolves. I was there to step in if things got dangerous. She pauses, jaw tight like the memory still burns. But something went wrong, horribly wrong, and I never saw it coming. What happened? I grind out, my fingers curling into fists. Harry was supposed to awaken that night, the same night you bonded Adria in that wrecked car, Jenna says, but he didn't, and when a charge's path changes like that it means something or someone interfered, something dark. Nathan scoffs. Destiny, fate, you expect us to buy that? Jenna's eyes shift away from me like she can't bear to hold my stare. A charge's life is mapped out from start to finish, she says carefully. Harry was meant to awaken so he could protect his own charge. Adria, the air leaves my lungs. My chest tightens like a vice, and for a second I can't move, can't think. Nathan's hand hovers near my shoulder, ready to steady me. Daisy edges away from Harry, her expression wary. That's what I couldn't figure out when I fed from Adria years ago, Jenna murmurs. That connection I felt, it's because she's a charge. Harry steps forward then, not to challenge me, but with something almost like pity in his eyes. You're blaming the wrong person, Isaac, he says, his tone shifting to something more desperate. That night in the car, it wasn't supposed to go down like that. Adria should be living a normal life right now, untouched by any of this. No blood bonds, no curses, none of it was part of the plan. Then why did it happen? My voice shakes with fury, the heat of it crawling under my skin. The beast inside me claws at my control, but I force it down, just until the moon rises. My fists clench so tight my nails break skin, blood dripping down my wrists. I drop into a crouch, hands gripping my skull as my vision darkens, teeth sharpening against my will. A growl tears through me, raw and guttural. Back off, I snarl, not even caring who reached for me. Isaac, Jenna says, stepping between me and Harry. No one here is against you. I've got Harry's back for now, and he's looking out for Adria. I lunge to my feet. She's mine to protect. My ribs ache, threatening to splinter as I fight the shift, arms locked tight against my chest. Nathan catches me before I buckle, his grip steady. I don't shove him away, hate to admit it, but I need the anchor. Not yet, he mutters, hand firm on my neck. Hold it together. Across the room, Daisy yanks Harry back, eyes narrowed. If Pravirians only fear each other, she says, voice edged with suspicion, how are you two standing here without tearing each other apart? I can't touch him, Jenna admits. Not until my becoming's done, Harry adds, then all bets are off. I grit my teeth. Tell me about Adria now. Every second I'm fighting the monster inside is a second wasted. Nothing else matters, not their politics, not their grudges, just her. Harry exhales, rubbing his temples. It's fragments. A girl with pale hair, small, surrounded by figures in white. Sometimes, just bodies, a field, mountains, a storm rolling in, and Victor Vargas, his face keeps showing up. He meets my glare. I'd never hurt her, Isaac, you know that, she's family. The room spins, family like hell. My claws dig deeper, but I swallow the rage for her. Always for her, no matter who or what I become, my human heart still beats the same. I'm still that scrawny kid Harry, dreaming of going pro in skateboarding someday. None of this changes what I feel inside. Daisy and Nathan stare at Harry like his words are toxic fumes filling the space between us. I can practically hear their thoughts. How can Victor still be alive if Harry's talking about him? They exchange a glance but stay silent. I drag my gaze down to the railroad tracks, focusing on the weeds pushing through the gravel. I need to get my head straight. Nathan finally breaks the silence. Okay, Jenna, let's say for a second this destiny thing is real, just playing along here. Why would one of your kind mess with it? They're nothing like us, Harry and Jenna snap in unison. Jenna continues, her voice sharp. They turn dark for any reason, betrayal, spite, revenge, and then they wreck the balance. They meddle in our charges' lives, twisting events that were never meant to happen. That's why Harry didn't become when he should have. Everything since the night Isaac and Adria were attacked in that car. None of it was supposed to go down like this. Harry cuts in, and it wasn't until Adria was sired by Isaac that things finally started falling back into place. Exactly, Jenna says. That's why Harry vanished the same night Adria did. Her siring triggered his becoming. Nathan's eyes narrow. So you're saying there's a dark Pravirian hiding in Hallowell? Jenna's voice drops, deadly calm. I'm saying someone you trust isn't who they seem. The weight of her words presses down on us. A traitor, someone among us. Nathan, Daisy, and I lock eyes. In any pack, betrayal is the one sin that can't be forgiven. Don't act yet, Jenna warns, sensing the fury simmering between us. If the traitor realizes we know and you don't have a plan, they'll slaughter every last one of you. When we go dark, there are no limits to what we'll do. I turn away, pacing down the tracks before stopping to stare at the sky. This can't be real. I thought Adria's early madness was the worst of it. I thought turning her was my greatest failure. I thought losing her would destroy me. But this is something else entirely. Adria, the only woman I've ever truly loved, is destined to be some kind of pawn in this twisted game. Her whole life mapped out before she even had a choice. We all know how these so-called destinies end, in tragedy, in blood, in loss. I want to scream, to demand answers, but fear chokes me. Instead, I storm back toward Harry, my claws retracting, my vision clearing. Harry, I say, my voice raw, where is she? You have to know something, anything. I can't breathe without knowing. Harry doesn't meet my gaze. He stares into the deepening twilight where the moon will soon rise, pulling us all into its relentless grip. His hands clench, then relax as if he's fighting something inside himself. Please, I beg, my voice breaking, just tell me. A shudder runs through him. His crimson eyes flare, then squeeze shut, his face tightening with effort. For a moment it's like he's not even here, like he's somewhere else entirely. Daisy edges back uneasy, then with a sharp exhale Harry slumps forward, bracing himself on his knees. A field, he gasps, that's all I see, just a field. My chest tightens. I know exactly where she is. I don't hesitate. I'm gone before anyone can stop me, tearing through the streets with inhuman speed. The moon's pull is relentless, twisting my muscles, threatening to drag me under. My ribs scream as they fracture and reform, but I fight it, clinging to the last shreds of my humanity like a lifeline. Buildings blur past, fences splinter under my touch, rooftops vanish beneath my feet. Nothing slows me. Vaughan Woods looms ahead, but it's not close enough. Every heartbeat is an eternity. Every second is stolen time, and I can't shake the terror that I'm already too late. I dig deeper, channeling every ounce of willpower into my legs, which only fuels the monster inside me. My knees hit the dirt as two more ribs snap, my fingers clawing at my scalp while my spine contorts backward, exposing my scorching chest to the stars. Fire races up my neck and explodes behind my eyes. A raw scream tears from my throat, echoing across the empty landscape like a storm cracking open the sky. I pitch forward, palms slamming into the earth, wrestling the beast back through sheer desperation. My pulse hammers in my fingertips, erratic and violent. Each ragged breath feels like glass shredding my lungs. The metallic tang of blood coats my tongue, thick and warm as it trickles down my throat. I choke it down, force myself upright and sprint across the creaking bridge, boots splashing through the shallow creek before I scramble up the muddy slope toward the open meadow. She's close, so close I can almost catch her scent beneath the pine and damp soil. Branches slash at my cheeks as I barrel through the trees, the forest swallowing what little moonlight remains. Then I hear it, her heartbeat, steady, slow, too slow. Ice floods my veins. Is she slipping away? Is that why it's barely there? My vision blurs, tears scalding trails down my face as I burst from the tree line and collapse onto the field. My legs give out. I crawl, fingernails gouging furrows in the dirt, the grass searing my skin. Another wave hits and I'm on my back, howling at the sky, my body a live wire of agony. Stars flicker between the clouds, distant and mocking, but one glows brighter than the rest. I latch onto it, and for a heartbeat the pain dulls, clarity returns, purpose. With a groan I roll onto my side, the dew-soaked blade sticking to my cheek. The world tilts at a drunken angle, and there in the center of the field a motionless silhouette. I blink hard, the shadow sharpens into a person. Teeth gritted, I heave myself onto my knees, every muscle screaming. Then I'm up, arms wrapped around my ribs like a flimsy bandage, stumbling forward. One step, another. The night holds its breath the moment I spot Adria in the distance, a dark silhouette kneeling alone in the open field. Something inside me shifts. Suddenly I'm back in control, my thoughts clear, my purpose sharp. Ignoring the stabbing pain in my ribs with every stride, I push forward, closing the gap between us. But as I near her, I force myself to slow down, not wanting to startle her. Adria, my voice cracks as I stretch out a trembling hand, the other still pressed against my aching side. She doesn't react. She's curled in on herself, palms flat against the dirt, her hair matted with dried blood. Her breathing is steady, too steady, like she's holding something back. The memory of us in this same place weeks ago flashes through my mind, her small hands reaching for me, fearless even as I loomed over her in my monstrous form. Now all I want is to see that same trust in her eyes, to feel her warmth against me like before. But I can't rush this. She walked away for a reason, and if she's going to let me back in, it has to be on her terms. I lower myself beside her, keeping space between us, though every instinct screams to pull her close. Then slowly she tilts her head, just enough that I know she senses me, but her face stays hidden in shadow. My fingers hover near her hair, close enough to feel the feverish heat radiating from her skin. She's been fighting it, resisting the change. If she'd already turned, I'd feel her thoughts, her emotions crashing into mine, but there's nothing, just silence. Adria, I'm here, I whisper, my voice rough with desperation. I'm not going anywhere. This time I let my fingers brush her hair, unable to hold back. When she finally lifts her gaze, my chest tightens. Even streaked with blood, her face is still the one I know, soft, kind, heartbreakingly familiar. Her hand rises weakly and I catch it, pressing my lips to her fingers. Isaac, her voice is barely a breath. Then the moon's pull hits me like a shockwave, freezing me in place. Her pulse skyrockets, erratic and wild. A scream tears from her throat, raw and piercing, and I lunge forward, pulling her against me. You can do this, I beg, my own voice breaking. Just hold on. Not leaving you, not now, not ever. The words burst from me, raw and desperate, as I pull Adria close, my arms locking around her. But she arches away with a scream that tears through me, her pain echoing in my bones. Her fingers dig into my arms, human one moment, then shifting, her nails sharpening, her skin darkening. Her eyes, once so familiar, are swallowed by black. The sound of cracking bones fills the air. I grit my teeth, fighting to keep control of myself, to stay present for her. My gaze lifts to the stars she loved, as if they could offer mercy. But there's no help there, only the cold, indifferent sky. Adria writhes, her cries twisting into something inhuman, guttural growls ripping from her throat. I hold her tighter, my own tears falling, but it's too late. She jerks free, collapsing onto the dirt, her body contorted, only her head and heels keeping her from the ground. When she finally rolls to her side, her ribs snap like dry twigs. Her voice reaches me in my mind, weak and pleading. Isaac, please. She can't speak aloud, not with the agony tearing through her. Blood streaks from her eyes, and for one fragile second she goes still. But the reprieve doesn't last. The next wave of transformation hits harder, her spine arches, her limbs twist, bones fracturing in rapid succession. She staggers to her feet, her body stretching, reshaping. Her face elongates into a snout, teeth sharpening into fangs. Thick black fur erupts across her skin, claws sprouting from her fingers like daggers. A howl rips from her throat, shattering the night. And just like that, the last thread of my restraint snaps. The beast inside me surges forward, answering her call. Adria 29, it's like drifting in a dream, gentle and slow, the kind that coaxes you awake instead of startling you into consciousness. A cool breeze brushes my skin, carrying the murmur of a stream over smooth stones and the distant chorus of birds greeting the dawn, sounds we usually hear from bed half asleep behind glass. I'm bare, but something light clings to me, like a whisper of fabric, and the sensation of floating lingers as if the earth itself cradles me. The forest hums around us, rich with the scent of pine and damp soil, sunlight filtering through leaves. I never realized how deeply we belong to this world, the wind, the earth, the very air alive on my tongue. Everything is sharper, brighter. Isaac's warmth presses against me as he carries me, his arms steady, his heartbeat a quiet rhythm beneath my ear. I don't recognize where we are, but the pull of home is undeniable, a compass in my blood. Even blind, even with no memory of the night's transformation, I know we're close. My body feels new, muscles coiled with strength, lungs drinking the air like it's their first breath. Only my mind lags, heavy with exhaustion. Don't force it. Isaac's voice slips into my thoughts, tender, almost there, just let go. A faint smile tugs at my lips. His arm cradles my legs, the other supporting my head, and for a moment there's nothing but this, the safety of his hold, the hum of life in my veins. Then the world rushes in, tires hissing on the distant highway, the clatter of breakfast in nearby homes, snippets of laughter and tension. It's overwhelming, this sudden sharpness, like hearing the heartbeat of the entire town. Isaac's kiss grazes my hair. You'll learn to filter it, he promises. I curl closer, my arm looped around his neck, and let the minutes stretch until the land shifts beneath us. Gravel crunches underfoot, the slope familiar even without sight. And as we climb, the presence of others like us pulses in the air, a silent welcome. The entire Mayfair house waits with restless curiosity, their anticipation humming in the air as Isaac and I draw closer to home. Why did you leave? His voice echoes in my mind as we reach the porch steps. I need to understand. I hesitate, gathering my thoughts before answering. I thought the transformation would destroy me. After dragging you into this, I couldn't let you watch me fade away. It would have been too much. His lips brush my forehead in a silent promise before he disappears inside, leaving the warmth of the house to embrace me. 9 months ago, I was just a girl from Athens, Georgia, splashing in the creek with friends, sneaking milkshakes at the diner with my sister, and pretending my biggest worry was passing algebra. Back then, I never imagined I'd end up in Maine, tangled in a world of shadows and magic. But like a storm reshaping the shore, those 9 months reshaped me: pain, joy, fear, love, until last night on the 3rd of July I emerged reborn. I survived. Isaac and I have forever now, though I can't help but wonder how long forever lasts. Time blurs as I adjust to this new existence. Isaac guides me, patient and steady, never crowding me unless I ask. Our bond is unbreakable, but he taught me to shield my thoughts first, knowing I'd hate the noise of his mind, just as he respects my need for privacy. He swore never to intrude unless I call for him or danger strikes, though he does let a few scandalous thoughts slip now and then just to make me laugh. I play along, but I keep my mental walls high. The Mayfair pack treats me like I've always belonged, no more sidelong glances, no more hesitation. Even Rachel tolerates me, though that's as good as it'll get. Before Jenna left, I had one last request: to erase Aunt Bev and Uncle Carl's memories of my disappearance. On the 4th of July, under fireworks that painted the sky, she made sure they'd never remember the gap where I'd been. Anyone who crosses paths with them, especially those who might have known I was gone, will feel the force holding their memories back. Pravirians really are something else. Whether they're on our side or the Dark Ones, their abilities never fail to blow my mind. But Harry, he's still the same old pain in my neck, and I wouldn't have it any other way. If he'd changed, it would have felt like losing my sister all over again. Instead, he's still bossing me around, warning me about the mess I'll land in if I don't listen, and flicking soggy sunflower seeds into my hair when I least expect it. Oh, and locking me in Isaac's bathroom hasn't gotten old for him either. It doesn't bother him that he could drop any of my werewolf family to the ground with a single thought. But don't get me wrong, he takes protecting me seriously. Sometimes, when he's deep in conversation with Isaac, Nathan, or Daisy, I catch glimpses of the ancient Pravirian beneath the surface. He might be only recently figured out what he is, but his instincts and memories, sharp as ever. Still, there's more to deal with, secrets waiting to be uncovered, and worst of all, a traitor. Just thinking about it twists my stomach. Someone close, maybe even someone I love, is working against us. The first 2 weeks after I got back, only Nathan, Daisy, and Harry were allowed near me. Everyone else banned. I was the only one who couldn't block my thoughts from leaking out, and with a mind-reading traitor lurking around, learning that skill was non-negotiable. Whoever it is, the 5 of us know they're listening. Harry, though. He's playing the long game, acting like the ordinary human they've always believed him to be. He lets the traitor skim his thoughts, but only the ones he wants them to hear. "It's making my frickin' head spin," he grumbled the other day before adding, "Hey, grab me a soda while you're up." Classic Harry. I'd be lost without his weird, chaotic energy. Now I'm learning fast, adapting, pushing my limits because according to Harry, time isn't on our side. A storm's coming and I need to be ready. If you can see my future, I say, leaning against the cold basement wall, just spill it already. Am I doomed to a life of diapers and werewolf toddlers? Please say no. Harry snorts, shaking his head. He's sprawled across from me, knees up, hands dangling. I only get flashes of the destiny you're meant for, he says, then bursts out laughing like I just told the world's dumbest joke. The idea of tiny versions of Adria and Isaac running around makes me want to grab the nearest sharp object. I let out a short, sharp laugh, but Harry's expression sobers again. I can't lay out the future for you or anyone because that just gives fate another chance to mess everything up, he says, meeting my eyes, but trust me, I've got you covered. What about the Pravirian? I ask, letting his words settle in my mind. I know you already told Nathan and Isaac, but I need to hear it from you. How do we stop it? Harry exhales, shaking his head. It won't be simple, he admits, glancing up. I'll walk you through it soon. He flicks a splintered piece of wood onto the floor, rolling it absently between his fingers. Why don't we just gather everyone and make them confess? I argue. Seems like the fastest way to expose the traitor. Adria, Harry says, his voice dropping low. Whoever this is, they're dangerous. They could turn your brain to pulp without lifting a finger. When one of us turns dark, it's... His gaze drifts to the narrow basement window, and the weight in his silence makes my stomach twist. Like setting loose something monstrous, there's no other way to put it. Pretty sure can crush my skull with a thought, gets the point across, I mutter, but Harry doesn't crack a smile. His stare pins me in place and I swallow the sarcasm. Then why hasn't it killed us already? Why target me in that stupid car crash? Could be tied to your fate, he says. Or maybe you're just in the wrong place at the wrong time. His brow furrows, shadows deepening under his eyes. This one feels different, angrier. It's playing some kind of game and I don't know the rules. Fantastic, really puts my mind at ease. Finally, Harry grins, the familiar mischief returning. Imagine if you didn't have me watching your back, he teases. Though let's be honest, your backside's so tiny, it's not exactly a hard job. If my hands weren't chained, I shoot back, you'd be icing a shiner right about now. Isaac's footsteps echo down the basement stairs. With the full moon approaching, I'm stuck down here like some medieval prisoner, shackled to cold stone, surrounded by damp walls and darkness. It's exactly as miserable as it sounds. Harry, are you messing with my girl again? Isaac asks with a playful grin as he walks in, balancing a bowl of warm water and a stack of clean towels. No way, man, Harry replies, standing up and shaking his head. Seriously, I don't get how you pull this off. He shoots me a teasing glance and I respond by sticking my tongue out at him. Isaac kneels beside me, setting the bowl down and draping the towels over his knee. What's all this for? I ask, confused. He just smiles, tucking a loose strand of hair behind my ear. We'll get to that later, he says before turning to Harry. All right, what's the deal? What are we up against? Harry's expression stays calm, but his eyes tell a different story, something darker. War, he says, the word rolling off his tongue like it's nothing. He shoves his hands into his pockets, shoulders tense. Is there any way to avoid it? Isaac presses. Harry's gaze locks onto mine, and for a second it feels like he's already grieving. It has to happen, he says quietly. And Adria, she's the spark that'll light the fire. 2 nights have passed, but they might as well have been years. I won't leave this cell, I can't. Risk is too high. Hurting Aunt Bev or Uncle Carl, or worse, losing control and taking an innocent life. So I stay, sweat pouring down my face as the stifling heat presses in around me. Isaac never leaves for long, just to refill the water bowl, grab fresh towels, or bring me food. The only time I step out is for the bathroom, and even then my vision swims. The stone walls flicker in and out of focus, shadows clinging to my sight like ink. 4 days in, and the struggle is getting unbearable. The moon feels like a predator hunting me down, its pull impossible to resist. It's only a matter of time before it finds me, even through that tiny, grimy window. I don't need its touch to change, but when it does reach me, the transformation will be unstoppable. Isaac, though, he's mastered this. Hundreds of full moons under his belt, and still he stays by my side, grounding me. Now I understand what he went through all those nights before the moon took hold, how hard it was for him to hold back. I don't have his restraint. Twice now he's unchained me just long enough to let me take what I need to remind me who's in control. But this time, the hunger is too strong. He won't risk unlocking the shackles, not with the full moon so close. Still, he gives me what he can. Tonight's the night. The steady drip of rainwater through the basement walls is deafening, so loud I press my hands over my ears, trying to block it out. My senses are slipping beyond my grasp. The thick, musty air clings to my lungs, mixed with the sickening rot of something decaying nearby. My stomach twists as the metallic tang of blood from my raw wrists hits me, proof of my desperate struggle against the monster inside. But Isaac stays steady as ever, dabbing away the blood and sweat with quiet care. Tonight he loosens the restraints just enough to let the change come without tearing me apart. I can handle you, he murmurs, his grip firm but gentle. No matter what happens, I won't let go. And I trust him completely. Even as the shadows press in, his presence is the one thing that doesn't waver. He's here, always.